Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boys, and we're finally back. I apologize on behalf of the podcast. We missed last week. There were some issues with planning.
And you might think, what were we doing? It doesn't matter what we were doing.
Yeah.
Shout out to The Rock. But no, we had a lot going on. It was a busy week. Life intervened, so we figured we'd have a double whammy.
We didn't want to put out. We didn't want to put out any subpar podcast.
No, yeah, we don't do any bullshit around here.
Yeah.
All wrestling all the time. So we're gonna do a super power hour of all last week, all this week, anything from Raw, NXT, SmackDown, the random in-betweens, AEW, as well as AEW Revolution pay-per-view. That's the one benefit. We get to incorporate all of this in one special, longer podcast for you all. And Jayden's here. He's alive. Jayden, say hello.
And he's not tired for once.
No, he's on his phone. Jayden, say hello. Say hello to your captive fans.
Hi.
Okay, that's all we got out of him. He's eating a Twizzler. That's more than we've gotten out of him in
I
6
forced
episodes.
him to watch some of the pay-per-view at work.
I mean, he should love all the blood and carnage. That's what Jayden goes for.
Jaden's probably going to be a big AEW fan. He's still new.
He's been to AEW twice.
Yeah.
Right, Jayden?
No.
Yeah, we both went
No,
twice.
me and you have gone
Oh.
twice.
Jaden's been once.
What the ones that I'm-
We've been twice recently, but Jayden went once.
Was the first time CM Punk pipe bomb, or was that the second time?
Second. First time you and I went alone, away out there.
Yeah. What happened at that?
I don't remember. We were on a lot of
Yeah. We'll probably keep that. I don't know.
I don't see anything wrong with it. Anyways, good times. No, that one was out at Rosemont. Because remember, we didn't remember where to go in, and then like we parked, and the one lady was like, cash, and we're like, oh wait, we only have a card, and then she was like, park for free. Remember, because we showed up kind of late, and then we parked for free. And
Traffic was crazy that day.
We didn't know when to enter, and then somehow they told us where to go, and then we got in there right at the perfect time. It worked out for the better, but that was you and me alone, AEW. That was the one we went to Jayden was Thanksgiving, where they did AEW and Rampage together
right
in a
before
super
the
taping.
biggest controversy in AEW history.
Yeah, because that was leading to the build-up of it all.
Yep.
Because that was the double whammy Rampage.
I didn't know that.
We also couldn't park then either, because we couldn't find a parking spot.
Yeah.
And then we had to go park somewhere crazy, and then
I just recently found
there.
out his trainer, that whole thing, unscripted. His trainer got fined because of like some of the stuff he said during that.
Certain.
I never realized that. I always just figured that was like a
the
scripted
key word
thing.
of that whole thing.
But yeah, and the entire that in theory it was Friday, but we did have it was Thanksgiving, so everything was taped on one day. But it.
Wednesday, because Thanksgiving was the Thursday, so
Yeah.
they tape Wednesday Dynamite and Friday Rampage on Thursday.
So yeah, you technically on air.
We had spoilers. Like it was like we got to see it first.
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't spoil it intentionally. Just
Yeah,
kidding. We'd never do that.
Nah, never. I hate that. But also, I don't know. Speaking of that, they did say about monetizing WWE and wrestling and stuff lately and being able to like bet on that in sports betting. And I feel like how can you do that due to the fact that they release shit all the time and it's
Speaking to our British audience, it's kind of it's a cool theory in like the States, but it's been going on in Britain.
like did they bet on NXT UK for example?
I don't know about NXT UK, but I know that they're allowed to bet on match outcomes out there. But from what I've heard, like talking to a couple people that live out there,
The odds are astronomical.
The payouts are horrible.
Well, like
so
the
it's
thing
not
is,
worth it.
because you know basically who's going to win. If you have a good sense of what's going on, I've seen it like Roman Reigns like minus 600 and the other guy plus 300, and it's like if you're trying to bet a minus 600 money line, you can't do like that.
Yeah.
You need a lot of money. So it's like I would assume the odds would be nuts. Now I don't know what the odds would be like this coming WrestleMania. The idea of Cody Roman, like who's favored, maybe. It's
We already
closer.
know the results.
Well, right, but that's what I'm saying. Like I get how you can bet on it, but
I
don't get how.
I kind of like how it is right now, where you bet on like certain things happening, like with
Well, they do those
AEW.
pools on DraftKings.
Yeah,
and stuff
so
like that.
AEW's like, is MJF going to use the ring?
But see,
which, speaking of which, we're going to talk about
I would like-
Revolution later.
Well, I would like to bet on it, but it would be cool if it made it more. We don't release a lot of spoilers anymore, and it's more hush hush, and like you kind of get a feel for like I don't know who's going to win the match. Like maybe it becomes a little less scripted, or maybe they change things on the fly more.
So bring Vince back.
No,
Where nobody
but like
knows what they're gonna do.
at certain times, for example, a year or three ago, they had a big Universal title match at, I believe, SummerSlam. Braun Strowman, Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns, and like somebody else. Or maybe it was when there was no Roman Reigns. And I feel like... nice. Big LA Knight fan over here. We're all LA Knight fans. But no, it was a big thing. I think
Tigger's with us too. He's being very calm right now.
Tigger is awesome. Face the podcast. He's growing up right before our eyes. But no, the thing is there was that match. I think it was when Roman was out because of COVID, and it was like Braun Strowman, Brock Lesnar, someone else in a match, and they didn't want anyone to know who was actually going to win it. They didn't tell the wrestlers till right before the match who was winning it, and they even called through the referee to have changes made during the match. So they were trying to keep that match like specifically hush hush. So it's like if you did that more, where there's less leaks and less ideas of what's going on, I would love to bet on WWE because at the end of the day, it's still going to be WWE.
Well, I think no matter what, it's going to happen because if it's going on over the pond and they're a little bit more strict with some things, then it's definitely going to happen over here.
Yeah, one would hope. But yeah, I'm all for betting. So that's some of the
Shout out to UK fans. You guys are finally getting a lot more love. Money in the Bank's going to be out there.
Yeah, London, I believe.
And then shout out to the fellow Puerto Ricans. We're finally getting a pay-per-view or a PLE.
Well, let me tell you something
2005.
about England, though, specifically. Being English, my dad's from England family over there. I want to go for a football game, too, because I've been to a soccer match, phenomenal. But, like, football's not that big in England, and yet ever since the NFL's gone over there, you see them sell out the games. The fans go nuts for it. Like, England goes hard, and English wrestling fans go hard. So I expect Money in the Bank to be like off the charts, and I think it's due to two things. One, it didn't sell that well in the last year or two due to COVID, due to other things, due to bad booking, and I feel like they're trying to make it sell.
Whoa, are
insane.
you claiming Shane McMahon can't book?
Yeah, Shane McMahon can't book.
No, dude, that man's a legend. That man got paid $800,000 for the Royal Rumble last year.
That he fucked up?
2021.
That he fucked up and got fired for?
No, dude, what are you talking about? He got paid $800,000. I don't think it's a fuck up. I think that's a big come up.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think there's some things here. But no. But my thing is wrestling fans go hard in England. Yeah. So I expect like Money in the Bank, especially depending on who's going to win it or be in it, to just be unreal. And if they play it, some of the European people, you know, give a big spot to Sheamus, Walter, Drew McIntyre. They're going to get the extra big pops. You know what I'm saying? Like, or like think about like
speaking of Sheamus and Drew McIntyre, we will talk about them later.
Oh, we will. But what I'm saying too is like Saraya now, but Paige. When Paige was with WWE, anytime you go to the UK, the pops she would get was unreal. So it's like,
I forgot
UK fans go hard. Finn Balor, there's a lot of love for Finn Balor over there. So I'm excited for Money in the Bank in London. Looking forward to the future there. But I would like to like you said though, I would like the idea of kind of. I don't know when the last one was in Chicago, but I would hope a pay-per-view comes back this way sometime soon. I've been to a few over the years. I've been to Payback.
I don't know about pay-per-view, but they have a lot of shows here.
I've been to the Fastlane, but that was in Milwaukee though. But Payback in Chicago years ago, that was the last time Shield ever tagged together against Wyatt family in a tables match or a Extreme Rules match or something. And the very next night, Seth Rollins turned on him. So I saw the last match the Shield ever wrestled.
Nice.
Yep.
Speaking about over the pond, this podcast is about unity. I'm Irish, Chris is English, and we're best friends.
Yeah, best is best is a strong term.
We're only a.
I do love Irish.
We're cutting that part out though.
Well, yeah, they might think that's why I said Irish are amazing.
Well, I'm bleeping it. I'm not gonna cut this part. So you guys can imagine what we just said.
It's a shot. It tastes like chocolate milk.
No. Just let your imaginations run wild.
It's delicious. But I'm not a big Guinness person.
Guinness is gross.
You're a fake Irish.
Sorry. I don't like any dark lagers.
You're Irish. But no, my thing is, Jayden, you ever try Guinness? No, Jayden's never Guinness.
All right, guys, but so let your imaginations run wild. What we were saying earlier. We're gonna begin with starting off on last week's Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, we'll go in order. All last week, then all this week is what we're gonna tackle, and
We're glad that I take notes because this podcast would have been incredibly difficult.
It's hard to break up what happens on two Raws or SmackDowns or weeks after.
Yeah, so last week the Bloodline opened up Raw. The Street Profits ended up coming out and Started shit with the bloodline. It was hilarious. Montez Ford. I think Montez Ford deserves to be WWE champion next.
Well,
next
he needs a big single. I like that he was in the Elimination Chamber. Like, I would love to see him as U.S. champ.
Yeah, like he's
like Kofi Kingston the shit out of him. Make him a mid card guy, Intercontinental.
I don't even think he
US
needs
title.
a mid card. I think he.
No, you got to establish yourself.
Skill.
You don't go from tag champ to WWE champ. You go from tag champ to U.S. title, Intercontinental, and then you go to WWE if you're lucky.
Didn't Owen do that?
I don't know. If you want to go in history, I'm sure someone did it. But like my point is, like it's not a common thing. Like Jeff Hardy went to Intercontinental, European, ended up making it to the WWE title. If you look at Edge and Christian. Edge at points was I don't know if Edge was US. Yeah, but Edge was US and Edge also was Intercontinental.
Yeah.
And then he became a main event status. So it's like a lot of those guys like, they tend to get the way up there or they want to see you as that like even the big name guys like AJ Styles, they wanted him to win a US title or 3. Actually at one point they had AJ Styles lose the title and win it back within the same week just to give him 2 title reigns. And it was like they wanted it, they kind of want to add to your resume if you're a main guy. But when you're, I feel like coming up there, it's all about the build to it. Like, I would love to be U.S. champ. I would love to be Intercontinental champ. Like, look at Gunther right now. Gunther doesn't even need to win it again, nor does he ever need to win the U.S. Gunther could be a main eventer any day, and he's already established himself. I think he has the longest Intercontinental title run in the last couple years, maybe even a decade. So, I mean, it's kind of all about that. And I like it because Gunther, I feel like, brought back a name or a reason to watch the Intercontinental title. So
yeah, same way like, Seth Rollins kind of reinvigorated the United States Championship, brought respect back to it. Some wrestlers are just that good that they don't just have a championship, they become the champion. They give the title a meaning.
Yeah, like John Cena is really the one who established the U.S. title most to me over the years.
Yep, I always wanted the spinner belt U.S. title.
Not even that. The open challenges and him lifting Big Show and winning into WrestleMania is probably one of the most iconic moments ever.
Yeah, but going back to the Bloodline and Street Profits, turned into a match. They got a ref out there. It's pretty good. The announcer team actually recognized that Solo is his brother, and this is not a spoiler for anything, but pretty much since that Monday Night Raw, they've made more like talk saying that Solo is the younger brother. So it's interesting to hear that, because originally they were trying to play him off as like just another cousin type of deal.
Just a guy.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not spoiling anything, but since this episode of Raw, they've definitely talked more about him being brother Solo Sikoa, not some relatives.
Well, I know. He had a good run in NXT for a while, but I know since he's been in WWE, he has never been pinned. So I think they're building up to something like that. Like
I think they're gonna try to actually do the Goldberg story, but do it right for once.
Well, no, but my thing is, part of me believes so what if Cody Rhodes doesn't beat Roman Reigns, right? Or what if Cody Rhodes only wins one title somehow? I could see it being Solo never...
Knock on wood, we're not going to speak that into existence.
I know, but I'm just saying, I could see it being then down the road maybe Solo turns on Roman and Solo, and that's when it goes down for maybe him to somehow, get pinned or not get pinned or something like that finally. Like, I could see it being coming up to, like, family. Like, Solo's beating everyone. The one person he's never wrestled is Roman Reigns.
Well, people were saying that the Bloodline story doesn't necessarily have to end with, Roman being defeated at Mania. So they're saying maybe Cody defeats Roman. Roman decides, all right, I need to get my shit together first. I'm not in the right state to re-challenge for my title. So he saves his rematch clause, and he decides to get shit squared up with the Bloodline. He starts fucking with the Usos. He's like, you guys broke up. You guys caused me stress. Whatever. You were with Sammy for a while. You may act like you're cool. Blah blah blah. And then Solo might just get fed up and turn on Roman, and then they have a little feud, and then the Bloodline just officially dissipates at that point. So that's been a theory that people have been throwing around. I kind of like that idea. That way. Because I would hate for the Bloodline to be rushed just to have Cody Rhodes finish.
Yeah. But my thing is, like you said, though, maybe Roman just goes away for a while, and it's the Bloodline without him, and they're still the Bloodline, but the Tribal Chief's been gone, and then he can come back and challenge for the title still as the Bloodline.
That'd be interesting. Like
because Solo can go win.
Roman takes a break. Solo becomes the
Solo
leader.
can go be U.S. champ. Solo can be Intercontinental champ.
I don't know about U.S. I think maybe with the way.
I mean, I'm just stating facts. He
he
could win a mid-card
definitely
title.
give him a title.
You can make the Usos keep the belts or lose the belts or win them again. I don't care.
Maybe they bring back Hardcore. WWE is supposedly, they're supposed to be going.
That was
to
supposed to be the 24/7 championship, which got like written off TV.
It got written off TV because of the whole writing.
It's stupid. It was awesome. The best part of it was R-Truth. The man's great.
Wait, R-Truth is always a comedic.
He's like a 66-time 24/7.
You remember at Royal Rumble when he came in he went and got a ladder out because he thought it was a ladder match?
I just remember Nia Jax killed him one time. I remember he came out on Raw.
No, it wasn't 24/7 championship time frame. This is like old R-Truth.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, he's been around for a minute, but I'm just saying, like, there's been a lot of things, like, over the times, like, he's come out on Raw being like, welcome to Money in the Bank! And they're all like, truth, Money in the Bank's on Saturday. Oh, I'm bad.
Yeah.
The whole Little Jimmy stuff.
I remember, it was the competition for the WWE Championship, and then it was, like, Miz, Orton, Cena, and R-Truth. And then Miz is like, you're not even a part of this tournament.
Yeah.
We're 3 weeks into this tournament. Where have you been?
He's like, oh, my bad.
Yeah, I love
What did you think of it? Tell us what you got going on, bud.
I think Tigger did watch Raw. Dude, he's so happy right now.
He's pumped.
He missed you guys.
Tigger is amped, fellas.
But, moving on from that, damn, we spent a lot of time on just the Bloodline intro. So next was MVP and Lesnar. One second.
That was the VIP lounge, right?
Yes, that was the VIP lounge.
So, long story short of that one, I liked some of the comedy in there with Lesnar. I'm pretty sure it led to them toasting, right? Where he wanted to toast with, like, shitty champagne, and Lesnar was, like, pulled out White Lightning, moonshine.
Whoa. This is a PG show. He pulled out White Lightning. We don't know what that is, okay?
It could have been Kool-Aid. Might have been moonshine. We don't know. If it's in a flask, don't drink it, kids. But, no, here's the thing. I loved it because then he spit back and MVP couldn't handle the White Lightning and spit back in Lesnar's face.
As a man who's
Did you
tried...
imagine spitting in Brock Lesnar's face?
Yeah.
Or
As a man who's tried moonshine before, that is definitely kayfabe. I've never had moonshine that would like tasted that made you feel.
Well, now if it was like I feel like White Lightning, that's like Everclear where there's no flavoring and it probably would.
I've had
make you
straight
do that,
up
though.
moonshine
But I've
had flavored moonshine too.
My thing is, I've had flavored moonshine taste like candy. I've had Everclear, and your throat goes numb and you want to die and you burn. But to your point, no, I never spit it out.
Oh, dude, talking about Everclear,
But-
I have a little side tangent to go on. This is a story from when I was in the military. I told Chris and Jayden this. In Japan, we used to have this. Well, I have the drink here. I actually have it in my fridge right now. There's this Polish vodka called Spiritus, which just happened with Jayden.
Yeah, one of my buddies knows all about
You
Spiritus.
just dropped the Twizzler.
I dropped it.
Oh my god, Jayden lost a Twizzler. Jayden, you have to say something on the podcast now for fucking up. Remember what I told you at work on the walk over here first. Think about it, take 5 seconds, and think about it again.
I was going to say something really, really bad.
Yeah, don't worry. I just saved the podcast, guys. Jayden was trying to get us canceled. But, so yeah, just like Everclear. This is literally 1% stronger than Everclear, or like 2% stronger. But we used to call it jet fuel because if you touched your skin, it burned. So I can maybe Brock Lesnar had some Spiritus in his flask and not White Lightning. I could understand that. I would die if that was blown in me. But
yeah. So spitting in Brock Lesnar's face is a no-no because it gets you F5'd on a couch.
yeah,
And then for the sake of MVP selling it, he looked dead. I still don't get why it's Lesnar and Omos. What the fuck was that?
oh, Tigger has Chris, would you leave the controller on the floor?
Well, I mean, I thought that was a good place for it at the time.
There's a dog.
Well, yeah, but he's been occupied. He just wanted to play. But here's the thing. Yeah, spitting in Brock Lesnar's
They didn't
face,
hear
no.
any of that, by the way.
What?
I don't have the desktop audio on, so they didn't hear any of the controller.
Oh, good. But yeah, no, he sold that well because he looked dead. I still don't get Lesnar Omos. I really hope it leads to something
No,
else.
that's definitely Vince McMahon's like, hey, Hunter, if you don't want me to get involved, give me this one match.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, they view Omos, and I think I heard someone, I swear it was someone like Undertaker,
But someone said that Omos is as close to Andre the Giant since Andre the Giant, and I feel like Big Show was that.
No, I don't think Omos.
I feel like Big Show
to
was
me,
that.
Omos is more like
Omos
that
is the next great
werewolf
fucking
dude.
Khali, dude. That's all.
What was that werewolf guy's name?
Werewolf guy.
Yeah, the Undertaker fought him a couple times. I think it was the first WrestleMania win.
I kind of know what you're talking about, but I don't know his name though.
It's just a Spanish dude. Like he doesn't have.
I kind of know who you're talking about, and I just can't think of the name.
Jayden.
And I don't think he was a werewolf.
You're
I
gonna
think he was just
be
hairy.
the what's the guy on Joe Rogan that looks up stuff?
Oh, he looks up stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
You're gonna be that guy. Look up a wrestler. WWE wrestler werewolf. There's gotta only be one.
Or it was like who wrestled the Undertaker.
I don't know which WrestleMania it is. It'd be easier just to Google werewolf.
I have
WWE.
no idea how you pronounce that name.
Let me see it, Jayden.
Drew.
No. That's not right.
That's not true.
That's hilarious.
Jayden thought Drew McIntyre
they
was a
think
werewolf.
He's inspired by a werewolf? That's interesting. No, that's not a real article. Do Undertaker WrestleMania opponents.
My neighbor's dogs are freaking out. The Tigger's been quiet. That's interesting.
But yeah, Omos,
But
Lesnar,
Omos is
I hope
more
it
like
leads to
that
something
character
else.
to me. Jay, do you not know how to use Google?
It's right there. Look at it.
What's the guy's name?
You didn't mean King Kong Bundy, did you?
No, not King Kong Bundy. This guy literally wore like a morph suit. With
Yeah,
like,
I know exactly. Oh, I know who it is. Here he is. Jorge Gonzalez.
Yeah, Jorge Gonzalez. This dude didn't even have like a nickname. It was just.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Dude, that's so shitty looking. Hey, I'm gonna put this in the podcast later.
Finally, Jorge Gonzalez.
Yeah.
That's who it was.
So Omos is more of a Jorge Gonzalez. He's just a big dude. No skill.
He's a wanker. But anyways, Lesnar kills MVP. Gotta love it. I hope Omos dies. Imagine if Omos beats Lesnar, I lose every sense of what I understand in the world.
I think that's Lesnar retiring at that point because that man must have got paid $10 million to lose.
Maybe he will.
My next note says Cody versus Chad Gable. I was so confused. I was like, it just says Cody versus Chad. It was a great match. Cody
Chad
ended up
Gable's
bleeding.
Good shots.
You know, but it wasn't like kayfabe bleed. Like he hit the desk wrong.
Oh. Yeah, Chad Gable's great in the ring.
Baron Corbin gets interviewed again. Gets completely abandoned because no one gives a fuck about Baron Corbin.
Yeah, because the week prior was when he fought Cody Rhodes because of the interview, right?
No. So 2 weeks ago, Sami Zayn interrupted, and then he talked to Cody.
Yep.
And then he started talking. So that interrupted, and then he was talking shit right after that, and then Cody and him fought.
Yep.
Then the next week he
It
got
happened with
interrupted
Sami Zayn,
again,
right?
and then he fought Sami Zayn.
Yep.
So this week was just him getting interrupted because Kevin Owens was there. Let's see. Corey Graves has a fucking wild looking suit. I'm gonna put a clip of it in the video right now. It was weird, dude. Like, it was like literally like if somebody sewed like two different suits together.
I can't remember it.
It's wild. I'll show you a picture later. The Judgment Day did a promo. They kind of mentioned how everybody had plans for Mania except for Damien. And I saw a meme for it yesterday.
He's probably doing nothing, or maybe Andre the Giant Battle Royal.
Well, that's the thing. Andre the Giant Battle Royal doesn't even happen on Mania sometimes anymore.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just do it on that SmackDown.
That's true.
So it's like, what is his plan?
He could just accompany Balor. I don't know. I still hope they do Balor, Edge, and Hell in a Cell. I don't know what else they're building for. And here's a better one. Give me Demon Balor versus the Brood Edge. That would be fucking
That'd be
gold.
cool. Tigger, you're so happy right
Tigger, you want that too, right? You want Hell in a Cell? I think you said yes.
now. Oh, wait, dude, check his water. I think he's
No,
thirsty.
he has water. It's over here.
Does he have water?
Oh, yeah. Unless he doesn't know where it is, but yeah, it's behind Jayden.
No, he walked around there. All right.
Yeah. He just wants Hell in a Cell with
I can't say this note, but
I know exactly what it's going to be about.
it's the Otis one.
Yep. So it's about the Maximum Male Models and the gorgeous Maxine Dupree.
I didn't know this. For some reason, they had LA Knight as a part of the Maximum Male Models.
That's Vince McMahon creative.
That's horrible, dude. See, so I love the
He
Indies.
was Max Dupree, I think.
Yeah, he was Max Dupree.
And he took
I
away
knew LA Knight
Triple
from
H birthed him out of
Impact,
that.
and then I learned from LA Knight in
He was killed
main
in NXT.
roster.
No, NXT though. He was in NXT as LA Knight.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, so I knew him only
They
in
maxed
Impact
Dupree- they maxed
and
Dupree
main
him.
main
Vince McMahon.
roster. So yeah, that's wild. to
I
me.
think LA Knight is the fucking re-embodiment of The Rock, and they did shitty things, but Triple H is on top of that.
Hey, let's be honest. I was talking to, I think it was Chris or somebody else. Oh no, I was talking to my buddy Brandon. Shout out to Brandon. Calm down, dude.
Tigger's pissed that his boys don't get shot. Us too.
Shout out to Tiggy. He wants to try and bite me right now. He's gotten psycho. Where's his toys?
And shout out to Felix.
Yeah, shout out to Felix and his amazing skills. I don't want to say it because he said he doesn't really tell people about it. So, shout out to Felix.
Yeah, dude.
Shout out to Tony too.
Dude's a
Nothing
legend.
Bunk Cakes.
Yeah, shout out to
Phenomenal.
our boy Tony. He brought us cakes again today since we were doing the podcast. He got us carrot cake.
He might stop by later because it's gonna be a little bit
he
of a
may.
longer podcast.
But he brought us the carrot cake bun
yeah,
cake.
I'm about to try the carrot cake right now.
He got me the cookie and cream one that I like, and then he got Jayden a chocolate chip one. And the chocolate chip one looks to be a chocolate cake with chocolate chips in it and the white delicious icing.
Jayden.
And then he has the carrot cake one, which looks like carrot cake with the white icing, and then mine was the Oreo.
It's moist.
Oh, yeah, it's delicious. He's like, I have extra cakes. Just gave us a bunch of cakes. So shout out to Nothing Bunt Cakes if you're ever looking for a phenomenal cake, especially a good, reasonably sized one too.
This is not a sponsorship, YouTube. We
No.
legally have to say that or we'll get fucked.
Well, I wish it was though. I mean, shit.
If you guys ever want to sponsor us, we'd be down.
I surely don't need to keep eating cakes, but I will do it for cake.
I'm down 25 pounds, but I eat this cake at least once a week. So as long as you diet and exercise right, you'll be good.
Yeah, but Nothing But Cakes is where it's at. I gotta eat mine later. I'm taking mine home actually. New rule. Jayden packed his away already. But anyways,
Shout out to Kurt.
shout out to Brian. Shout out to Nina.
No.
Shout out to Malik. Our boy bought a new car.
Yep. Shout out to Roosevelt University football team.
Shout out to Mountain Dew. Pitch Black. Dark match. Come back to us. No, not really.
I think there's going to be another gimmick match at Mania.
I could see that. Well, didn't Applebee's sponsor something like a pay-per-view? I swear to God, I saw that one time.
Yeah, I think it was Royal Rumble.
I swear it was recently Applebee's sponsored something.
It was one that we watched.
But anyways, yeah, Otis is battling. He won. He's been getting heavily recruited to be a model. I think Chad's getting a little jealous.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It did lead to a good battle against Carmella and Asuka, and I love Carmella. She's absolutely gorgeous, and I think she's great. But also, I read something the other day about
Carmella. Her attitude annoys me.
I love Carmella. But anyways, her ring attire is new lately, and I like it a lot. But what it is it's actually a shout-out and tribute to Lita. So she has, like, part of her outfit is meant to look like the thong that pops out that Lita always wore. And it's like, I don't know, maybe it is a thong, but it's like, it looks like it's part of the outfit. But my point is, it's
Are you sure it's a tribute or it's just not a thong?
No, she said it. It was in an article. Like, she designed that outfit as, like, a tribute to Lita. Like,
dogs can't have cake, I'm sorry.
To pay homage to Lita. Well, the carrot cake must have been good because it's gone in 17 seconds. And then Tigger wanted some and got denied. Carmella's new attire I like a lot, and Carmella I like, but unfortunately, Asuka, she wasn't ready for Asuka.
Yeah, it was crazy. Up next, Bobby Lashley killed Elias.
Bobby Lashley killed Elias.
Bro,
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I think it was like I want to say maybe a 30-second match. Like, it was not long. I also don't like that they're not doing the Elias intros. Listen,
There hasn't been a lot of Elias lately.
There's been a lot of him, but I don't see a lot of guitars. I don't see a lot of singing. If we're gonna have Elias, I want to see heel Elias because he's playing a heel right now still. So it's like I want to see him come out and talk shit about every city.
I don't know.
Excuse me.
He could go either way, but my thing is he's one of those guys. He's not really in any storyline right now. So and he really shouldn't be or can't be until probably.
Yeah, that's the
Mania.
thing too. That's kind of bothering me about WWE. This road to WrestleMania. There's a lot of mania baiting, and like every wrestler is just like, I don't have a match for Mania. I need to. Fuck you, dude. We're going to Mania now. Like everyone's it. It could be interesting, but I feel like it's just so much of it. It just looks kind of like just.
There's going to be loads of people who are left off the card. Like for example, Miz ain't wrestling. That's why he's the host.
Yeah.
But like, I don't see the Street Profits being on the card because I'm pretty sure it's going to be Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn against the Usos.
Yep. Or maybe both night defense, split the title.
Wow.
But I have heard rumors that apparently that they're unifying the titles, like one title.
I've heard a lot of rumors that they're not. Like, so that's what I'm saying. I don't.
No, but so this rumor, I'll say a little bit of the details.
Are we talking the tag and the normals, or what are we talking here?
Like both tag titles are gonna be one title now.
But they're still gonna split the WWE and the Universal, probably.
No, this rumor has nothing to do with that. I don't know.
Oh, so this is just going forward.
This is like just a rumor on the tag. So the people that make. This is why it's kind of iffy. It's the people who make AEW's belts. I don't know if they're the same people that make WWE's belts.
I mean, there can't be many different, but
yeah, but they're supposedly that they're making a unified tag belt.
So I could see that being a thing, just because you could only have one tag champ. The tag division in WWE is not that strong, and to be honest, if the Usos can lose finally, then you can bounce the titles around a lot. It would be like how the women's tag titles are on every division and show.
Well, that's another rumor now too. They're talking about how the women's tag hasn't really done a lot for the women's division.
Yeah,
so they're thinking about retiring it and giving them intercontinental titles for each brand, or like a mid-card title.
Well, I would have done that in the beginning rather than the tag.
I feel like the second they started taking the women's division seriously, they should have done more than just two women's titles.
Here's why it didn't work is they don't ever and never will or have apparently established female tag teams like they do in the men's. Who's the Street Profits of the women's? None of them. They're just putting people together.
But
now, like Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey should and will be and could be a tag team. But like Becky Lynch and Lita,
that's the thing that I'm hearing too. So
but what I'm saying is Becky Lynch and Lita makes no sense. Like they've done based on like who is bad or good. Like we'll have Lacey Evans team with Carmella against like Bianca and Asuka, and it's like neither of those two are going to be tag champs. And even what's her face, Asuka and Alexa Bliss
chasing his tail
in such a small space too. But Asuka and Alexa Bliss were tag champs, and they are the most random pairing of people too.
So that's the thing is they were saying, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Like, there's no reason you can't do, like, a heel Charlotte and Becky become friends and want to fucking go for the tag titles.
Oh, I remember. Like, so, Ronda Rousey, Shayna Baszler. So, the story is that Ronda had an actual injury.
Yeah.
So, they were supposed to originally win the titles. So,
I
what's
thought
happening now is
Mania,
they're going to go to Mania, and they're going to get the titles there. But they're also thinking about maybe just retiring it there, like that they're such powerhouses that they don't even need the title. They're gonna get rid of it, type of shit, and like establish like.
At least they're a tag team that makes sense.
It's a rumor. Yeah, they are a tag team that makes sense.
Like I said, WWE could do it right if they had tag teams for women that made sense.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, I think the biggest issue too is that they don't have enough time. Like, Raw's 3 hours, so like I was thinking about it like in terms of like WWE versus like AEW, we have 2 shows of main roster WWE, and then you have NXT, which is like their indie show. AEW, you have 2 main shows, and Dark and Elevation are both used to like progress storylines too, and that's why you have like the women's titles, you have the 6-man tags. And like you can still do stories with that.
But that's also
I
why
feel
you
like
have stories
WWE needs to bring like maybe a 3rd show for main roster stuff, so they can get more content out there.
But even then, like they used to use the main event, for example, or a Sunday Night Heat back in the day.
Yeah, main
And-
event.
and my
I
thing-
watched it recently. It's just like it's a worse NXT.
Well, right, but that's what I'm trying to say is like if you did it like what you're apparently saying with AEW, Rampage, and Dark, like if you did it with even minor to mid card to newbies, and even just had storylines that then made sense when they randomly interacted with main event talent on the roster, I'd be all for that too. I've never watched NXT Level Up, but I would assume that's kind of what Dark is to AEW.
We watched Level Up once.
Once,
That's
but
when
what
we
I'm saying
saw
is-
our boy.
I would associate that being like Dark. Level Up is like Dark to me.
But no, because Level Up is still indie, so it's like NXT related. It's not main roster related. Where
No,
Dark,
I know. I'm saying it's just that type of show. Like they don't
Yeah.
they don't average like Dark is not the way it is like for Dynamite or Rampage. Like it's not advertised as much. It's not like
Yeah.
live crowd like that. Like I'm gonna go. Like I'm not going to AEW Dark. I'm going to AEW Dynamite. Or I'm going to
I
a
think because
pay-per-view.
Dark is always held at like their performance center.
Well, right, but what I'm just saying is like even I don't care if it was held in front of a crowd of 38 people. I'm not going. Like I'm saying, I'm going to the main event, or I'm going to the
Yeah.
pay-per-view, or I'm going to Dynamite. I'm not going to Dark. It's like the way I feel about a house
Well,
show.
dude, I feel like if we lived in Florida, I'd go to the Impact Zone. I'd go watch AEW every day.
Yeah, but my thing is, if I lived in Florida, I would go see NXT. But I'm still not
We
gonna
could
try
watch
to.
all of them though.
Yeah, well, they're all spaced out. Like that's AEW. I'm pretty sure films in Jacksonville, and that's like 3.5 hours from where NXT is.
Listen, if this podcast gets big enough, we're moving to Florida, and then we'd have all the time to go
I
watch
might
all
move to
of them.
Florida anyways. So.
Well, we can't. We'll discuss that in the future.
Yeah, whoa! I'm dropping bombs, pipe bombs.
This man's ready. Where's Yoko Ono at?
I'm
huh?
CM
Where's
Punkin'
Yoko
this.
at?
Where's Yokozuna? I'm
Not Yokozuna, Yoko
Oh,
Ono.
sorry, I got
I'm talking about the Beatles.
I know, but I get those two confused.
Well, one of those is a big Samoan. One of those is a Japanese.
One of those. I love how that's the distinguishing thing. One wrestled in WWE and one sure as hell didn't. But
I think she was in WWE.
she might have made a random fucking appearance
Yeah,
back in the first
like,
day.
who
Not
knows,
gonna lie,
dude?
because but I really don't think she did. But
New generation WWE is weird.
I don't know. No rules. But here's the thing. What else happened on Raw?
Where do we leave off at?
I don't know. We just gotta get rolling. Oscar Carmella's the last thing that made sense to me. We were talking about Ronda Rousey tag titles.
Lashley
like-
killed Elias. And
Lashley,
called
that's what
out
I'm talking
Wyatt
about.
and said, he's not here to play these childish games and stuff. And then
Yeah, I'm all for it. Was it that week or was it this week where there was this thing on the screen about Bobby lifting? Bray Wyatt.
that
making
was
fun
that
of him?
week.
That was that same week.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that package was good. That was classic attack Bobby Lashley.
Yep. Then Otis with the Maximum Male Models fought Johnny Gargano.
Yep.
Because in the promo earlier, they wanted to see him compete.
Yep.
They mentioned something about Wisconsin.
Good cheese curds.
No, Wisconsin mentioned a lot. I don't remember though.
Good cheese curds.
Yeah. Otis caught Gargano like mid, like lion saw.
Otis is a fucking tank. Dude.
Yeah, dude. Then Dexter Loomis kidnapped Monse or something like. I don't know his name.
Mansoor, yeah.
Mansoor.
That
there
was
you
funny
go.
as hell. I remember that.
Yeah, and then Johnny Gargano won.
I love how WWE has Dexter Loomis, who's just like a kidnapping. Like that's his persona.
Yeah,
it's like
he's just like a
torture
serial
and
killer.
kidnap and kill.
There is a Paul promo.
Are we talking Logan, or are we talking Paul Heyman?
I don't know. It just says Paul.
Well, I think it was Logan because there was a thing where Seth came out and interrupted The Miz and FaceTimed Logan Paul saying,
Yes.
come to Raw, bitch."
Yes.
That was that.
And he said, bye-bye, bitch. Then there was a women's tag team match. Trish Stratus. Gee, I messed that up. I gotta redo that.
So, spoiler alert, Trish Stratus was on Raw.
Yeah. And we have new women's tag champions.
Lita and Becky
Yep.
versus Damage Control, and Lita and Becky won. I'm pretty sure Lita pulled it home with a moonsault, still
This is the
phenomenal.
first time
Trish Stratus came out
what's
looking,
her name
looking
wrestled
amazing.
since she broke her leg or whatever.
Dakota Kai?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why she hasn't been. It had been Io Shirai for a while wrestling a lot of those matches.
Yep.
But good match. Pretty decent. Lita gets the win. Love the moonsaw. Jayden got to see a little Stratisfaction for the first time in his life.
Yep.
I love Trish Stratus. She's just amazing. I wish she was outside right now. I would go meet her. But yeah, she looked great. Runs in, helps him. Yep. Help. Dude,
I
you
don't
kidding me?
blame you, I would
I'd
too.
simp over Trish Stratus all day. But here's the thing, especially your OG Trish Stratus. But here's the thing. She helped them pick up the victory.
Okay, sure.
Obviously, to me, this is setting up a 3-way match at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
And then,
Or maybe WWE enacts the Firebird rule.
6-man Braun Panty. What?
Whoa, no. This is PG WWE.
Oh,
We can't.
shame on that shit, man. Bring back Attitude. But here's the thing. I'm all for it. It shocked the shit out of me, though.
Yeah, no. Well, I knew that Trish Stratus was gonna get involved.
And it was the main
eventually.
event.
Yeah, it was the main event. Raw ended on that. Great, phenomenal.
Main event.
While Trish tries to remember last week's NXT, I would be talking about AEW Dark Elevation and AEW Dark. So Dark Elevation, it started off with this girl named Rachel Riveter and Emi Sakura. I just realized that the original WWE announcer works in AEW now. It was because of his intro for this, and I was like, that's the guy who used to announce in WWE.
Mm.
I didn't know that he was AEW.
Yeah, Justin Roberts.
Yep, there you go. Phenomenal voice, dude. Appreciate the fact that you're still in the industry.
Justin Roberts.
They mentioned that Sakura had a new creepy appearance. Sakura run, and then she sat on the ref's leg, like it was weird. She's like I don't know if they had like a king or Queen of the Ring like tournament, or her gimmick's just like she's a queen, but like she made it like she sat on the ref like she was royalty. It was weird. I don't know. Then it was the Kingdom versus. Jeez, dude, I just gotta stop using voice text to take notes. Is somebody named AJ Sparks
I can't.
or something Sparks? It says Sparks.
I can't confirm or deny.
The Kingdom one. Then it was Dom. Oh, so this match, unfortunately, final AEW appearance from her. We found out later on. Vicky Guerrero's came out with Diamante, Marina Shafir, and Nyla Rose, and they came out to fight Brittany Brooks, Miss May, and Maserati. The match wasn't too interesting, but I did want to point out. I don't know. Vicky's leaving AEW. Maybe she goes back to WWE and becomes a heel manager for Dominic. How crazy would that be if she comes out at Mania with Dominic?
Excuse me.
Yeah, imagine it's announced Dom versus Ray for
No,
Mania.
Jayden, that's how she comes out all the time.
She's like a big Karen.
It's the most annoying voice in the world.
But she was married to probably one of the greatest wrestlers of all time.
Yeah, he lies, he cheats, he steals. Jayden, you would have loved.
But
Eddie
imagine
Guerrero. He would have loved Eddie Guerrero.
Imagine Dominic retires Ray and he has Vicky as his heel manager and they're proclaiming him as the next Eddie.
Or, he's dressing, he's looking, the mullet's coming in. He's Eddie Guerrero.
He's doing the taunts.
He's Eddie Guerreroing. What if, vice versa? What if Ray comes out with Vicky? I'm bringing in backup.
Well,
and she spanks Dominic.
She
Fuck
publicly
you, bitch.
said she was cool with the gimmick, so maybe because of that, she probably would have to go with Dom.
And she's just fucking evil.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But yeah, so next was Powerhouse Hobbs versus
Great heel heat though.
Evans. I didn't know about the Book of Hobbs, but I want to read it someday. Hobbs won. Then Athena came in, and then I've been noticing over the last couple of weeks, we will be talking about it right after AEW, but Ring of Honor made its return. But I think Athena might be slowly transitioning into an AEW debut. I think she's gonna drop the title at Ring of Honor Supercard because she's been on a lot of AEW programming lately. In no spoiler, she's on it heavily even after the first Ring of Honor taping. So it's it's their women's champion. She doesn't necessarily need to be on another promotion as much, but who knows? The way it looks like Tony Khan's trying to argue that Ring of Honor is a separate company, but so far since it's been reactivated, it just seems like another show. It's not a separate entity from AEW, it's just another show for AEW. And kind of going on that, Taz and I always forget his name. Galactica? What's his name?
I think
Excalibur.
Excalibur, yeah.
Taz and Excalibur. No, Jayden, you go. Oh.
I don't know. I think Tigger and Jayden are having a wrestling match, and Tigger's winning.
Taz. Jeez, Jayden's dying over there.
I'm fighting for my life.
Just let those two wrestle. This is what it's all about. All things wrestling.
Yeah.
It's not our fault that Tigger, a cruiserweight, can take out Jayden, a flyweight.
I got him.
Jayden, just grab one of the toys that you can play with. He's probably bored. That's why he's attacking.
He goes, I got him right now. He's just giving him the.
So yeah, Athena
Mr.
won.
Socko.
I think she's probably eventually gonna drop the Ring of Honor Women's title and make an AEW debut. But who knows with Tony Khan. The next was Takashita versus someone. I don't remember. The match was not that interesting. So that was AEW Dark Elevation. Then AEW Dark started with Tony Deppen versus Action Andretti. Taz and Excalibur were making jokes that there's too many Tonys in the company, and they're like, their Action Andretti better be happy his name wasn't Tony, or else Taz was gonna have to make a return. Deppen bitched a lot during the match, and Taz told him to shut up and just fight. Andretti won. Then it was Evil Uno versus Jay Spade. It was a quick, easy win for Uno. It was maybe like a 3-4 minute match. Then it was Parker Boudoir with Trench versus Joe Alcazio. Trench got taken out by Keith Lee. Keith Lee was looking mighty different, bro.
He came back. He has gray hair now.
Yeah. He's the old man of the AEW locker room now. Then it was Sean Dean, Captain Sean Dean from Chicago, part of the infantry. I think he's also I know he's former military, but he's also on a tag team called the Infantry from Ring of Honor.
Oh.
And they actually wrestled on the first Ring of Honor episode. We will get to in a little bit. Sean Dean won. Then it was Layla Gray versus Sahara. Excalibur asked if Taz knows anybody from Queens, and it became like the funniest conversation ever. He's like, Taz was like, "Yeah, my wife. I know a lot of women from Queens. Yeah, a lot of hard times over there." And then he's like, it got real quiet, and he was like, "Yeah, sorry to get a little depressing there, but things are better now." And he makes Excalibur like die laughing, and he's like, "Yeah, I own a barge." He's like, I own a barge, 2 yachts. It's like, who the fuck owns a barge?
Hey. He's Taz.
Yeah. Layla Grace won by submission. It was pretty decent. I'm going to skip some of the less eventful matches. Then it was Lee Moriarty from the Firm versus Barry Morales. Barry Morales looked like... I think it was super cool. He was a famous Mexican wrestler, and when he came to WWE, they gave him that fucking super racist stereotype character. The guys used to come in on lawnmowers, Mexico.
Oh yeah.
You were super crazy.
Yeah, super crazy.
Yeah, so Barry Morales looked like a lot like super crazy. I didn't bother to research if it's him.
I do remember super crazy.
Yeah. Then it was Blake Lee. Oh my bad. Lee Moriarty won. Then it was Blake Lee versus Arjun Singh, the really tall dude.
Yeah.
Singh just like Spartan kicked Blake like across the ring. It was crazy. And Singh obviously won. Then it was Sky Blue versus Dream Girl Ellie. Shout out to Sky Blue, Chicago girl. We always root for Chicagoans, unless you're Juice Robinson. We'll be talking about him when we talk about AEW. I always forget. Dynamite is Wednesday.
Yeah.
When we talk about Dynamite. I always get it mixed up, so sorry about that. Ellie was pretty scary looking. Taz is just... Dude, you gotta start watching, like, Dark.
Yeah, you said the commentaries off
just
the
Dark.
rails.
You don't have to watch Dark Elevation, because I love Paul White, but the guy that they have on commentary with him is, like, AI level commentary, bro. Paul White will say something, and then, like, he'll counter something that the other guy just said, and then the other guy won't respond back. Like, he'll just be like, ha ha. And yeah, oh, Sky Blue's do, like he's too afraid to go have banter with, Paul White.
Right.
I feel like that's a big issue with a lot of commentary right now, besides like main AEW, because I feel like the WWE suffers from that too. Like, I love Corey Graves, I love Michael Cole. Both of the, I don't like Wade Barrett as an announcer; he kind of sucks. And the guy that's on with Michael Cole, the other guy, the little Irish guy, I don't know his name, the Raw announcer with Michael Cole.
Oh, you mean Wade Barrett?
No, that's SmackDown.
Oh.
Not Michael Cole, my bad. Not Adam Cole.
I don't know. Isn't Raw, what's his face? Carmella's husband?
Yeah, Carmella's husband and the Irish guy.
Irish guy?
Remember, because Jerry Lawler came back on Raw
then.
30.
I don't know
he
his
was
name
making
then.
fun of him, and they're like, "Oh, it's because I'm from Ireland." And I was like, "Okay, that's why this guy's kind of a little bland."
I don't know. Unless
But,
I'm having a moment, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
what do you mean? There's only 2 announcers for Raw. Not the one that wrestles. Well, used to wrestle.
Yeah, I don't know.
The quiet guy. The other announcer. Do you only hear one announcer, Chris?
I hear 2, but apparently the other guy is not that important.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like that's the big issue.
Or I just don't know his name.
Like, I feel like the chemistry that Taz, Excalibur, Jerry Lawler, and I always forget his name, Tony Schiavone. I feel like their chemistry is perfect. They banter, they argue, they can commentate, like, perfect. The issue with the issue with Elevation and, to me, Raw and SmackDown, when they're singular products, are the fact that there's one good commentator and one pushover. Because, like, I feel like Michael Cole even though Wade Barrett's a pretty big dude and, like, obviously he has a wrestling experience, Michael Cole kind of dominates him in the conversation, and Wade Barrett just kind of seems like he comes off as stupid sometimes with commentating. And
I don't like Michael Cole that much as a commentator. He's like
I don't
legendary,
either,
but he's not that good.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, it's kind of already iffy on SmackDown. You have a Michael Cole who's always gotten hate, and then you have a less experienced commentator that's not that good. And same thing with Raw. So that's why I do like main AEW right now, because whether it's just Tony and Taz, or Tony and Excalibur, or Jerry and Tony, or whichever one of the 4 people combo they want to put on the mic, they all have chemistry and can play off each other, and it's it's fun. Even if a match is boring, those commentators can make it good.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to
Hashtag bring back Pat McAfee.
Yeah, Pat McAfee was probably the best part of the announcing for Royal Rumble.
Yep, loved him.
So yeah, Ellie does a pterodactyl screeching, and Taz made a joke saying that sounded like him in the 90s when he was told to lose a match. And I was like, bro, you can't just break kayfabe like that on your own show. You want to say that on a podcast, fine, but bro, what do you mean when they told you to lose a match? Obviously, I'm joking. There's not like fucking 1980s wrestling fans. We know that their stories.
He's not real.
Everything's predetermined. But next was Top Flight, AR Fox, and Matt Sydal versus the Trustbusters. I didn't know this. Sonny Kiss, non-binary wrestler. Reminds me kind of like Goldust, and like how a lot of the moves are very sexual based. It's very funny to watch the wrestlers that are uncomfortable with it reaction, but interesting wrestling. I liked it. I also like the AEW has stuff like that. Like they had a trans woman's champion. They have non-binary wrestlers. Like that's pretty dope. Top Flight ended up winning. During the match, Taz made a very interesting comment to me, and it made me realize how, like, we live in a great time to be a wrestling fan. If you only watch AEW content and, like, Tony Khan owned wrestling, you have 6 days of wrestling content.
Oh, shit. Wow.
Yeah.
That is true.
And that's just one promotion. So, like, there's so much wrestling you can watch right now. Like, we have everything the WWE puts out. We have Impact. We have New Japan. We have All Japan. We have Noah. We have AAA. You know, all luchadors. And we have all of AEW. Like, there's so much wrestling available to watch right now. It's awesome. We have WoW. I keep forgetting to watch WoW, and I apologize, but I do follow on Instagram, and I see, you know, the story updates. But, yeah, so then it was Jay Lethal, Jeff Scher, and Satnam Singh versus Jay Lethal. I think that was a typo. I'm pretty sure it was Jay Lethal, Jeff Jarrett, and Satnam
Yeah,
Singh.
that would make sense, yeah.
versus Jackson Drake, Jay Maliki, and Oliver Swagger. Jay Lethal killed the guy via submission. It was pretty great. Then there was a great promo after their match and made me really excited for Evolution. And trust me, when we talk about AEW Revolution, you guys are going to be amazed. That was a phenomenal pay-per-view. Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett also roast Tony Schiavone. And then it was Orange Cassidy and Danhausen versus the Workhorsemen. It was pretty interesting. And it was weird. This was the final of AEW Dark. But in between, like, the commercials when it came back, it was Ring of Honor. Like, they were in the Ring of Honor, like, setup. So maybe, since Dark is, like, a dark show, like, that, their main event was, like, the dark match before the beginning of taping of Ring of Honor. But it was pretty cool. Danhausen did a double chokeslam. It was pretty interesting.
Danhausen and
Orange Cassidy.
yeah.
Then
I like them as a team.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. And you know what's crazy? I was watching an interview before Danhausen got plucked onto AEW.
I cursed him.
He was literally like a no-name indie dude, like with a.
I love Danhausen.
So I think that was a great, like, the AEW thing. Like, hey, this dude's super weird, but we're gonna push him. And look at this. Like, once we get to the current AEW talk of, like, what happened this week, I think you guys are gonna be, like, amazed. But so Dynamite last week, it was Orange Cassidy versus Big Bill from the Firm. It was in North Atlantic, the title defense, and Cassidy won, obviously. Great match. Then it was a Moxley promo where he was, like, bloodied in the stairwell. I think it was meant to take place, like, after, what was the last pay-per-view before Revolution that we watched? No, it wasn't a pay-per-view. When was there a Texas Tornado tag when he got, like, bloody, or was there a match after that?
Who got bloody?
John Moxley.
Well, dude, that's a tough sell because he's bloody all the damn time.
Yeah, well, the promo that he cut, like, in the stairs, like, that was right after, like, one of those two matches.
Yeah, I don't remember. He cut it before the Texas Death match. I know that. The promo was before that.
No, it was after because he was bloody from the match.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm thinking of when he did it yeah, you're right. The Dynamite one was when he was sitting on the stage bloody at the very end.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next, the Elite were going to come out, but then the lights went black while they were being entered, and then the House of Black attacked them, and they stole the Trios title belts. It was pretty crazy. Then Samoa Joe was doing ringside commentary. If Samoa Joe were to retire tomorrow and become an announcer, I think that man would do a phenomenal job. That man is hilarious. And there was a match to see who was going to fight Samoa Joe after Revolution, or who was going to challenge for the TNT title after Revolution, because we don't know who retains the title yet, because this was last week. It looked like a giant Sonic ring above the ring, because, like, there wasn't a belt, but it was a ladder match. All the ladders ended up getting broken. The match. Shout out to Commander, phenomenal Mexican luchador, was doing all these crazy moves during the match. Chris, I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, dude. I don't even know who he was.
Well, he was just
like,
I think they just brought him in for the event.
I don't know. Sign the guy. Like,
if he's gonna perform like that, 100%, make his cruiserweight champion.
Or WWE should hop on that guy like shit.
Yeah. So then Powerhouse Hobbs won, but he won on a broken ladder, and it was funny because it took 3 refs to hold it in place so that he could finish the match. Then it was Chris Jericho versus Peter Avalon. Jericho won. Then it was Hardy's match, and then it was Hardy challenging for the FTW Championship, I believe it was. And the stipulation was if he lost, then what's that guy's name? Lee Moriarty.
Yeah.
Had to fight someone. Matt Hardy did a great job, but unfortunately he lost. And by unfortunately, I mean it was the funniest shoot ever. He got put into a submission hold, and literally 5 milliseconds into the submission hold, he tapped. So it definitely was a screw job. But Riho had a great match, and that was it for my notes on Dynamite.
Cool. Yeah, so NXT last week, it had an open challenge for the NXT North American Championship, and what I thought was cool is instead of just one random person coming out for it.
Design, by the way.
No, it's pretty cool. But instead of having one person come out for it all the time in WWE, they literally had 8 guys, and they were all running through the back, and they were trying to be the first one to make it out there. I kind of like that image of it because that's how it should be. It's an open challenge for a title.
Yeah.
I would love to see someone take out somebody. You occasionally see that, but these were 8 men battling and scrambling and trying to be the first one out there. And the guy that won was Nathan Frazier. And what's funny is I remember him. He looked familiar to me, and I think he left because he got injured or something right when he debuted. But yeah, so I remember I saw him before. I think he did get injured or something like that. So Nathan Frazier versus Wes Lee. It was a pretty good match for the North American Championship. They kind of countered each other, and I mean it was good. It was good to see him back in the ring. It was good for Wes to defend
Wes Lee's the champion.
Yep.
Okay.
Wes Lee retained obviously because A, why wouldn't he, and B, if he's dropping it to anybody, it's probably going to be Dijak or Tony.
Lord, Jayden's suffocating over here.
Apparently Jayden's
turn
warm.
Off the heat.
It is hot in here.
Yeah.
So
it's because there's 3 bodies and I have the curtains down.
Yeah, it's warm. So anyways, Wesley retains the title. We had the tag team of Indus Shear against Josh Briggs and Brooks Jensen. They're also still
in here.
Jesus. Yeah, get it lower than that. But yeah, so they that was a decent match. I like they're both dealing with relationship issues. So
Tigger fell asleep, guys.
I felt like obviously Indus Shear was gonna win, and it wasn't really long until they pretty much destroyed the shit out of them. So yeah, so Indus Shear picked up the win. We had Zoe Stark versus Meiko Satomura, and that was a pretty good match because that was for it was a good look at Zoe Stark's actually fought for the women's title, and I feel like she's been somewhat the number 1 contender as of late, and then she battled the current number 1 contender right before she faces Roxanne Perez the week later. So it was a good match, and they pretty hard hitting, a lot of good kicks and elbows in it. Some pretty good action back and forth, and Stark was, I feel like, kind of, I don't know, had advantage towards the end, and attempted a top rope splash but missed when Satomura rolled out of the way. So then that led her to hit Scorpio Rising, and bam, victory. She wins going into the match with Roxanne Perez. We had Sol Ruca defeat Elektra Lopez. I thought this was a good match. I also love Sol Ruca. I think she's great. She's athletic. She reminds me of a female Matt Riddle. She has a hell of an awesome finisher. It's kind of like a flip off the ropes while RKOing somebody. It's pretty sick. If you haven't seen it, you should go see it. I love her finisher. It's pretty unique, and she's very athletic.
If you guys know what the wrestling and move, the actual name of that move is, please post it in the comments. Me and Chris are talking about it. Because it's done by a couple people, but besides calling it an RKO, I don't a DDT has that's its wrestling.
Well, she
name.
calls it the Soul Snatcher, but that's because her name's Sol Ruca.
Yeah, so I was always wondering what's the actual wrestling name.
But
of it? If you guys know, comment below.
Giving her, like I said, she got the win. It was a pretty good match. I liked Sol Ruca, like I said, I like her. We also got Tiffany Stratton against Katana Chance. Also love Tiffany Stratton. She's gorgeous. She's athletic. She looks great in the ring. They're featuring her a little bit more and more. So she had a pretty good good match. There was outside interference from Isla Dawn and Elbow Fire too. A little distraction going on. Set up a picture perfect moonsault for the win. We also had Axiom versus Hank Walker. I don't really get or know what Hank Walker is or doing, but Axiom's been killing it as of late. Axiom picks up the win. At least Hank Walker has a uniform now when he wrestles. I thought the main event was a great match. It was Carmelo Hayes and Tyler Bate. And, I mean, they're probably two of NXT's best right now, and I'm glad Tyler Bate's come back to NXT. And I feel like it was the point of Tyler Bate to kind of help put over Carmelo and prove that Carmelo is the next guy for Braun Breaker, or at least whoever would have won would be. But in the end, Melo's him, as they like to say. And, Melo got the win. And I think it's probably the biggest win of his career, even though he's won. Maybe not the biggest. He's won titles and had a lot of great matches out there. But beating someone like Tyler Bate is pretty high up there. It was a great match. A lot of offense, a lot of good, strikes and, suplexes and everything. And I know I'm pretty sure Trick Williams did a little distracting as well. So I love Trick being involved. But it was a big win as Carmelo looks towards Braun Breaker. And so, and it was right before that was when Braun took down Jinder Mahal randomly too. So it's like it's really set up for Carmelo Braun. And in my opinion, especially coming up on the night before WrestleManias, you're going to see Carmelo take down Braun, I think. And he's not going to be the face.
Looks like a lot to me.
I don't know.
Going against Samoa Joe for TNT title.
Wardlow?
He looks kind of like Wardlow. Like, facial structure-wise.
Well, especially now that Wardlow cut his hair, too. But
Samoa Joe cut
Wardlow's
true.
hair. But, so it was good. Like I said, I think Carmelo's going to end up taking the title from Breaker. I think Breaker's going to get called up to the main roster. And then I think Carmelo will be kind of the face of NXT for a while. Or you could have those two just kind of battle and trade off for a little bit if you don't call up Braun Breaker. But at this point, Breaker's kind of beat everybody else, and I don't see who else should take the title.
I think Breaker should...
I personally believe he needs to stay in NXT more because he's Raw. But also, I think based on his size and what he's done so far, they're going to
what mountain is there for it to accomplish?
That's what I'm saying. It's weak and they don't have anything else.
You know what they might do? I think a good story they could do if they don't want to do a main roster call-up after Mania, make him the not Daniel Bryanson.
Brian Danielson, but...
Yeah. What is the I keep forgetting his name, but he's been on AEW a lot lately. He's a Ring of Honor guy, bald guy. Christopher Daniels.
Okay.
Make him the Christopher... So Christopher... you don't watch a lot of Ring of Honor. Christopher Daniels was like the final boss, like, of Ring of Honor for a while. Like, this dude was on top of the main eventer list, but he wasn't always champion.
Mm-hmm.
But make him the Christopher Daniels of NXT. Maybe he stays in NXT for a couple more years, and he becomes that guy. Unless you can surmount, pass him up, you don't deserve to move up to the roster, type of thing. That'd be cool. To have Braun Breaker be like that final boss of NXT. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. Make him kind of like how Goldberg had I forgot how long his win streak was in WCW.
No, yeah, he almost should be or could be. Because, like I said, he's still a little raw on the mic for me. But, his size, he's good. He's beating everybody. It makes sense he gets called up. But I think Carmelo's the guy to be the face of NXT after that. But anyways, NXT was a good show. It just leads to Roadblock the week after, which is the week we just had.
Yep.
So we'll get to that in a second.
Up next is SmackDown of last week.
Yeah.
But, so going on to SmackDown of last week. So that part is...
Yeah, so SmackDown of last week, that opened up with the Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns face-off.
Yep, and that got super personal.
Yeah.
Roman took it... I love it, and I kind of don't like it at the same time.
I do, it's amazing.
I really don't like the... because Cody's also expressed it, he's going with it for the story, but I just don't like the constant mention of Dusty. It's
yeah, but it's the truth. Dusty was the founder of NXT. Dusty trained a lot of the people who are good now. Dusty helped Seth Rollins. Dusty helped Roman Reigns. Dusty helped train everybody, but who did Dusty not really train? Cody. It's sad, but true.
Yeah.
But, he laid the titles down and was almost cross them and come get me or take one of them or something like that. A lot of people put stock into the fact that Roman faced them one way, the one towards Cody, the one towards him.
Yep.
I don't know if it meant anything. I don't know if it was an accident. People can read into it what they want. A lot of people have said it means that they're going to split the belts and Cody's going to win one of them. So you can let us know what you think in the comments. But I thought it was an amazing promo. Got personal, hit home, had some
I think they
jabs at
should
each other.
split the belts. I don't think they're going to do it at Romania, but I feel like that should, because it's the whole point of having separate belts. But yeah, that opening promo was really good. I also liked that Roman did respect Cody and shook his hand. You know, and there is some level of respect still in him.
Yeah, and then next we ended up getting Rhea Ripley against Liv Morgan. Charlotte Flair was there running her mouth about Liv Morgan. About Rhea Ripley. Rhea ultimately won and, beat Liv, obviously. However, she made Liv tap out to a pretty innovative inverted cloverleaf, I will say. So
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that she went for the tapping, obviously going against Charlotte with the figure four. So, we're seeing a new innovative Rhea there, which I kind of like. But this also is personal, and I can't wait to see that match and hopefully see Rhea win. We did get Dominic Mysterio against Santos Escobar, which is kind of a play off of Dominic recently being, attacking Ray or disrespecting Ray. And then Santos and Ray talked behind the scenes the other day. And then at the interview, I think Santos even told Ray he's got to do what he needs to do. But he then told him that he would take care of it. So Dominic got the win. The reason being most likely is because of Rhea Ripley. So Dominic at one point was going to hit him with brass knucks. The ref saw it and got in and intervened, obviously. But then it allowed Rhea Ripley to actually hit the Riptide on Escobar. Cool thing, she hit the Riptide on Escobar.
Yeah.
Other cool thing, it led to a frog splash win by Dominic, which, goddamn, I hate Dominic. But Judgment Day ripped up Mysterio's mask, which was the gift that they gave to Santos Escobar that Ray gave him the week before.
Yeah.
It led to Ray coming out, but once again, he didn't want to battle his kid, and it led to Dominic sneak attacking him. It keeps leading to them at WrestleMania, as I've told you guys for weeks. I'm sure that's coming. Next, we had a whole little, Drew McIntyre is going to challenge Gunther for the title. Then Sheamus is like, hey buddy, we're buddies, but I want that title. It's me and him again. And then it led to, I believe, LA Knight coming out, who's like, it's my night time, I'm LA Knight, I need a championship, yeah. And then it led to Kofi coming out being like, what the fuck you talking about, I just beat you last week. And then it led to Karrion Kross coming out, who's just somehow involved in this now. And Scarlett's gorgeous, and shout out to, Illinois natives outside of Chicago there, both of them. So, that led to them battling each other, and ultimately, I don't think Drew and Sheamus hit each other, though.
But Drew almost.
Yeah, but I think that's what they're building to. And then it led to them five going to have a, I don't know what you want to call it, battle royal, free-for-all. Whoever wins the five-man battle goes against Gunther for the Intercontinental title. I say fuck that. Let it be a six-way battle to hell match. I don't care. Just give me something. Give me all of them. Maybe triple-threaded. I don't know. But that led to Shayna Baszler having a match. Ronda was at ringside with her arm in a sling, so that does play up the injury that you were talking about. And then she wrestled against Tegan Nox, who, once again, when I say about WWE doing things, Tegan Nox has randomly been on the side of, what's her face, Natalia, and it's like, I don't know, I don't get why.
There's a weird promo that Natalia was talking to Adam Pearce and Tegan Nox just happened to be in the background.
But that's what I'm saying. But she's just always paired with some people now out of nowhere randomly. But the thing is, obviously, Shayna Baszler, Shayna Baszler won. Ronda was at the ringside, like I said. She was gonna, destroy Tegan's arm, and so Bobby Lashley, highlight for me, realistically speaking. Bobby Lashley went to SmackDown for the first time in a long time, if not ever. I don't remember. And
he used to be on SmackDown back in the day.
In the day, but I'm saying his recent career as the Almighty was Raw, and unless he made an appearance or two as the champ, I'm pretty sure it's been a long time. But anyways, he came back to SmackDown. He called out Bray Wyatt, and that actually led to Uncle Howdy sneak attacking Bobby Lashley. And what I thought was interesting, I told Sebastian about it. You heard Uncle Howdy scream or kind of yell and moan a bit. And at one point, I don't know, the way it sounded to me on TV or on the playback was almost like Paul Bear. And I was like, maybe he's alive. The spirit runs through Uncle Howdy. But the other aspect is on a different version or the tape over, or maybe it's like when it aired on Hulu or afterwards, WWE got rid of the voice. and I think it's because it's too obvious Bo Dallas, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Bo Dallas.
But they dubbed it Gaunt. You can't hear it unless you watch the original one, is what they were saying, I think.
Interesting.
But it was cool because you thought Howdy would get the best of Bobby, and that's not what happened. Bobby slammed the shit out of Uncle Howdy. And then I'm pretty sure lights went off and he vanished, though.
Yeah.
So still mysterious. But I would love to see a clip of Bobby Lashley destroying every puppet character.
Well,
that'd be great.
Does Uncle Howdy get involved in Mania?
Definitely. And I think maybe he reveals who he is at Mania.
Well, I think he's going to stay as Uncle Howdy, but...
No, I think at some point we need to know who is Uncle Howdy.
No, I think Uncle Howdy's just going to be a character.
Yeah. But Solo Sikoa and Sami Zayn were in the main event of SmackDown on 3-3, which would have been last week's SmackDown. And so, once again, we already mentioned earlier how Solo doesn't lose, so just to tell you, Solo beat Sami. So, it was with the help of Jimmy at ringside, though. It was a pretty good match, in all honesty. But Sami, you knew someone was coming around. Jimmy was there. So, it led to a Samoan spike by Solo. Sami lost. However, Jimmy and Solo started beating up Sami and attacking him and, went ham. It led to he kind of took a little too long, and then it led to a little counter offensive, little counter, Sami gets the best of Jay. I think a chair was involved, and I think I think that was it.
Yeah, that was SmackDown for last week.
Yeah, I think the chair, that ended it. I was trying to think, I can't remember if, I'm going to watch it real quick. I can't remember if we saw Jay or not that night.
I think he came out and he was just in the crowd.
No, what I think it was that night, wasn't that the night that he came out in the crowd and that's what kind of let Sami get the upper hand after, and then Sami ran away and ran through the crowd by Jay, or was that like the week prior?
I think it was that week.
Because I'll be able to tell you in a second, because I'm looking back at this because I don't remember. No, actually, it wasn't. Sami did it all by himself, and Roman looked on and watched it. Yeah. So no, I think it was the week prior that occurred, or it also it might have been on one of the Raws because we've had a lot of. There's been a lot going on with it, but I just know that happened one time though. So
was that Raw?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Yeah, so Sami got away with himself that time, and he won up because it took Jay a while to run at him. They planted him in the corner with the chair on his face to go run into him.
Yeah.
And Sami ended up throwing it at Solo and then attacking Jay.
Kevin Owens.
No, Kevin Owens didn't do anything on SmackDown.
That he saved him.
Not at all. Sami ran away in the crowd. He made it out.
I'm thinking about 2 weeks ago, SmackDown.
Maybe 2 or 3. Yeah, I don't know. Lately, it's been Sami saving Kevin. And Kevin's still saying fuck off.
Yeah.
And it's building to them two versus the Usos, I think.
Yep,
but
and that was last week's SmackDown.
That was all last week, period.
Then, that weekend, AEW Revolution.
Yes.
Phenomenal pay-per-view.
Sunday, yes.
Yep, Sundays, back like old school WWE pay-per-views. So it was a little hard to watch at first, but we all watched it, so it was interesting. First match was Jay Briscoe. This is the buy-in section. So it's Jay Briscoe and the Lucha Bros versus Josh Woods and Tony Nese and Ari Daivari, the Varsity Athletes. Taz made a joke about avoiding high problems this year. Tony Schiavone understands. He understands like certain codes, but he doesn't understand how digital clocks work. It was very funny commentary. There was a crappy pin to double DDT, but it was a cool idea, but the execution just failed to me. Then it was a brain buster on Phoenix, and Briscoe did the Froggy Splash for the win. Then the main show started off with Jericho versus Ricky Starks. You know, them finally settling their beef. No Jericho Appreciation Society at ringside. It was a pretty good match. Jericho reactivated Stark's old injury on his rib,
and he was struggling for a while. But then JR says that he was born just north of San Fran, and Taz says that the whole Io thing is a weird work.
They always just have good comment. Even in
Yeah.
that first match, the dark one, if you want to call it that, I think Tony Schiavone was like, if you don't love Mark Briscoe, you don't love pro wrestling. And
Yeah.
it's like, that's a true one. But I love Ricky Starks, and that was a great match. I was actually surprised Jericho wrestled him
Ricky
alone.
did a flying spear. It was crazy.
Yeah, I love Ricky Starks. He also reminds me of a Rock type of guy. Young
Yep.
Rock, in a way.
Ricky Starks ended up winning, and then actually
Well, you forgot Sammy came out, though.
Huh?
Sammy came out.
This is when Action Andretti came out. They all came out around the same time.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so
I thought Sammy came out first, and then Action came out and saved them, but maybe...
Yeah, Sammy came out first, and Action Andretti came out to stop the Jericho Appreciation Society, and then Stark won. The next was Jungle Boy.
But Jericho still hit him with a bat, though.
Yeah,
that's
Jericho
when I thought he
still
wasn't going to
damaged
win.
him.
Because I was like, oh, shit, here we go. Jericho's going to win by shenanigans. But I was like, Starks should get the win. And luckily, Starks did get the win.
The next was Jungle Boy Jack Perry versus Christian Cage.
I will say, I think that's the biggest win in Ricky Starks' career. Or Rick Stark. Yeah, I think it's his biggest win ever.
Probably.
But yeah, that was the last burial match. Good name. I like that casket match, but like,
Yeah,
I like the name.
it was pretty cool.
Great match, though. I thought Jungle Boy and Christian was great. Obviously, I was pulling for Jungle Boy like most people.
Taz was trying to explain what a spade was because they thought that they were going to use it. They were talking because it's used a spade for the dig.
But yeah, I liked the match. I thought it was better than a lot of casket matches in WWE. It was better than a lot of buried alive matches in WWE.
It was funny to me though to see Christian Cage like continuously running. Like he was like afraid. Like he knew he was gonna lose.
Yeah.
Jack Perry win in AEW as a pretty cool way their casket closes. It like shoots down.
I do like that we finally got Jack Perry, Concerto, and Christian.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
He finally did it. But I think it puts the feud to bed. I think it allows him to move on. It promotes the better of the two and the younger of the two in Jungle Jack Perry. And I actually met Christian in an airport. I took a picture with him. Yeah, I was flying somewhere.
We'll insert that picture into the podcast right
now. Yeah, we can do that. I'll send it to you. Yeah, so I was flying in Pittsburgh. I was going. I landed in Pittsburgh to go meet up with friends or something. I think we were staying somewhere. It was like a cabin thing, and or maybe it was when I was leaving from Pittsburgh to fly home. I can't remember, but it was either going or coming for me. And he was there. I just was walking. I looked to my right and was like, "Is that Christian from the WWE?" And then I was like, "Hey man, what's up? Are you Christian?" And he was like, "Yeah man, what's up?" And I was like, "Oh no shit, man! I just watched you and Edge on the Hall of Fame. It was the year that they got inducted in the Hall of Fame."
Oh, nice.
And I was like, "Dude, like I'm a huge fan. You and Edge, man, the Hardy, like, dude, can I take a picture?" He was like, "Yeah." And then we just chatted for a minute or two, and I was like, "Why are you here?" He was there for Comic-Con or something.
Oh, nice.
And he said he was flying to Tampa. Yeah, I can't remember if it was like he had another Comic-Con type thing down there, if he lived in Tampa, but I do remember he was heading to Tampa. I don't think he was really wrestling at the time outside of making like kind of random appearances with WWE and stuff like that because it was before AEW, obviously.
Well, wasn't he still at Impact at that time?
But that's what I don't know is I didn't follow it much, so he probably was with Impact unless it was, like I said, when WWE brought him back for some reason and he was kind of around but not wrestling, but wrestling. It might have been around that time, but it was still cool to see him and chat with him. I just regret not being like, yo, can we just sit and talk till you fly? Because like I saw him, he just grabbed a coffee and posted up, and then his flight boarded like 20 minutes later, and it was like,
nice.
Shit, I should have just bought him a coffee and chilled and talked a minute. Like, what's it like doing that? Like, but it was cool. I personally, it would have been fun to meet him and Edge together, or even just to Edge a little bit more. But meeting Christian, I'm a peep, so I mean, I'm all for it. Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of cool. But yeah, so I was happy to see Jack Perry win though. And then I think the next match was the Trios championship match. And dude, I thought that was a phenomenal match. I thought it was amazing. I thought the Elite looked great. I thought House of Black looked amazing. Yeah. There was a lot of cool shit that went down in the match. I didn't know who was going to win. And then I figured the Elite would retain. And then, I mean, it was just... it was a hell of a battle. Like, I think at one point Jim Ross was like, this is like watching a clinic with these two. Like, it's like... Yeah. I mean... It was Buddy Matthews and Kenny Omega went at it. Like they actually got the crowd to chant, "This is awesome." They were blocking kicks. Like I think Aleister Black went for Black Mass a time or two that missed, and I mean Brody King is also huge. But like they just battled each other inside the ring, outside the ring, 3-on-3, 1-on-1. they had like an onslaught of moves on each other at one point. He literally, I think at one point Brody King almost took Kenny Omega's head off with a short arm lariat. There were a lot of knee strikes. Aleister Black, Kenny Omega. I mean, it was just a freaking great match. Like literally, it was amazing. At one point, we did see Julia Hart kind of jump on the apron and kind of distract Kenny a bit, but he actually then V-triggered her off the apron. So House of Black then grabbed Kenny and just kind of went ham. It was they spiked him with Dante's Inferno. They had Omega surrounded in the ring, and then the Bucks pulled Brody King out and Buddy Matthews or Buddy Murphy, I don't know who he is anymore. But they pulled him out of the ring, and it was just like, I don't know, kick after kick, and then it was just it was amazing. And then they hit Black with the BTE trigger, and you think this is about to be the end of it, but they broke up the pin attempt is what it was, I think. And then there was House of Black finished off Matt Jackson. I think it was with Dante's Inferno, and that's who ended up taking the pin. But it was like an onslaught of.
Before that, the Bucks did. They did the what's it called, the super kick party. That was pretty dope.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They did that, but also it was like, I think Brody King took out one of them. Then it was like the other dude took out Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega took out the other dude. Then it was like it just left who it was left. Like it was just like they just killed each other with all their moves, and then the three of them hit the finisher on Matt Jackson, and we have new AEW trios champs.
He hit him with the Dante Inferno.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We had I think, yeah, that's true. But like I said, we have new trios champs, and I absolutely fucking love it.
Yeah, I
so,
thought it was dope.
House of Black all the way. Then the next was the triple threat women's
it was Jamie
champ.
Hayter with Dr. Britt Baker, then Soraya with Toni Storm, and Ruby Soho.
I fucking love Toni Storm.
I love Ruby Soho.
Toni Storm is amazing.
But Soraya started off pretty quickly, taking Hayter to the floor early until Soho hit her from the back with a drop kick. It was pretty crazy.
It's good to see her wrestle again, Paige Soraya, whatever you want to call her.
I love the fact, modern day, medical science, bro. These injuries that would have retired wrestlers for good, they're healing and coming back. I love it. Hopefully Big E could be another one of those testimonies.
Yeah. I
believe it's March now, so I know he has tests coming up, so maybe Big E returns after Mania if the tests say he's good. They went into the crowd. It was pretty It was a pretty good match.
Yeah, it was good back and forth. There's a lot of spots. I think Soraya got hit on the edge of the apron. There was like a suplex out of the ring. There was Ruby went for, I think a finisher at one point. Jamie Hayter got out of it or rolled away from it or something. Storm ended up getting in the ring to get involved too, but that led to Britt Baker coming in to even up all the odds there. It was a good match. I mean, it did lead to someone finally choosing sides, though. Ruby Soho joined Soraya and Toni Storm.
Yep. And
they're now kind of a group together, so it did lead to that. We do get a retain by Jamie Hayter.
They spray painted L on Baker and Hayter, too.
Yeah. And then Hayter gets the win. She's still the champ.
Yep.
I get it, but don't get it. I love Britt Baker.
Maybe it was just a way to get rid of Britt Baker, and Soho's, going to fake team with the champ.
Well, what I think will happen is one of those two, Soho, Paige, Soraya, whatever, Soho, Soraya, or Toni Storm will win the title from Jamie Hayter being sketchy, and then Britt Baker will be the one to try to win it and take it back.
Yep.
Because Britt Baker is obviously she's PMD.
Was a phenomenal
Texas death match. Yeah, that really got Jayden going.
Adam Page versus Jon Moxley in a Texas death match.
Yep, fucking great. Barbed wire everywhere. That's all I know. Blood.
Yeah. Dude, there was a steel chair wrapped in barbed wire.
There was barbed wire. I think Hangman Page wrapped himself in barbed wire.
Yep.
To do a moonsault at one point.
Moxie pulled out a fork at one point.
Yeah. Well, they both were obviously busted open. They both hit each other with chairs, barbed wire. They both slammed each other. I don't recall, did anyone go through a table?
I don't think so. No, yeah, I think someone did because I think somebody wrapped a table in barbed wire.
Could be. But yeah, I mean, back and forth. Oh, at one point, Paige did powerbomb John Moxley onto 2 chairs, and Moxley sure shit went through the one. Both of them always kept answering the 10 count, though.
They ended up hot tying them, too. At one point.
Yeah.
It was pretty dope.
Yeah, so the moonsault, like I said, with the wrapping the barbed wire around him. Oh yeah, Moxley brought out a chain and bricks at one point. Put Hangman's hand in between the 2 bricks and stomped on it. It's like, dude, that had to fucking hurt. Like, come on. Like, it's like, dude, that's just crazy. The chain would come into play later though.
He ended up curb stomping him onto the brick too.
Well, and I know he pile drived him onto the chain.
Yeah.
I know, like, I mean, it literally was just a fucking battle, blood chant. There were "This is awesome" chants. I think there was "Fight forever" chants.
A great finish too. The finish, Moxley ended up going over the rope and getting caught up with the chain that he used earlier in the match, and he got choked out and he tapped.
Yeah, I mean, I would have too. You were about to die.
Yeah.
That was a little brutal, actually. That was a hardcore.
That's why I love AEW, bro. It's like Attitude Era wrestling. You get to see all the brutality.
Well, and Paige did hit with the buckshot lariat, and that's what knocked him over the rope.
Yeah.
So that's why I kind of like that play, that little play on what happened there.
Tigers up, guys.
So we did get a win there for
Jayden's
Hangman,
alive.
which is kind of crazy that Moxley tapped out.
Woo! 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 Woo!
We're wooing him awake.
The next was Wardlow versus Samoa Joe for the TNT title. You know, I love the storyline that they were doing with this. Still don't know if it's kayfabe or real about the dad stuff. Really hope it's kayfabe. But
Tigger loves Wardlow. He's a
Yeah.
huge Wardlow fan.
great match between you two.
Jayden loves Samoa Joe, don't you, Jayden?
Hobbs was there at ringside
Okay.
watching. Well, not ringside. He was in the stands, but he was out in the crowd watching. Samoa Joe kept working the leg of Wardlow. Wardlow hit him back with a spine buster and an F10. It was pretty. It was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I think at one point
He got him in a cocaina clutch. I always mess it up. Coquina. Yeah, I always mess it up, so I do apologize.
I'm pretty sure. I think at one point Wardlow powerbombed Joe and went for the Symphony, but it didn't work.
Yeah, he was going for the Symphony, but Wardlow ended up escaping.
Then I think Samoa Joe went to go and powerbomb Wardlow and do the Symphony.
Yep,
And that didn't work out well.
And then it led to a headbutt and another coquina clutch. Then Joe's arm dropped 3 times and Wardlow won.
Yeah, I was stunned. I've never seen Wardlow win by submission or try to win by submission. It made no sense to me.
Then Hobbs held up his giant Sonic ring to let him know that he's the... Chris said that Hobbs is probably very inspired by Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh!
They're both kind of edgy characters.
It does look exactly like a fucking Sonic ring.
Yeah, dude. So I was watching the fight to be the face of Revolution match. I was like, what? Are these guys fighting over a fucking Sonic ring?
It looks like a donut.
It does look like an inflatable donut, too.
But it does look just
then,
like a Sonic ring.
I believe this was the finale. The Guns acclaimed. Then Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett.
No. The main event was the Daniel Bryan.
Oh, yeah.
Bryan Daniels.
So up next was the tag title match. Very controversial match. The Guns tag team champions.
Guns horse shit. The Acclaimed, we love them.
Yeah.
Jay Lethal and
Jeff
Jarrett
Jarrett.
shitbags. And then
I love them.
I love
Keep
Danhausen.
TNA alive.
Love
and
Danhausen.
Orange Cassidy and Danhausen. Orange Cassidy was actually partially injured already.
Curse you!
Because he wrestled earlier in the
Yeah,
night. Right?
he was half fucked up, yeah.
What did he wrestle earlier in the night?
I think he
had a
defended
title
his
defense,
championship, against somebody. Well, I know he defends it this coming AEW Dynamite against Jay Lethal.
Yeah, he defended it at the pay-per-view and he got injured earlier in the night, so they thought they might have had to withdraw, but he toughed it out, and
yeah, it was
did he tough it out. That match was great.
Good 4 battle. What?
Tigger loved it.
You love that match? Are you an Acclaim fan? Scissor me, Tigger.
Scissor me, daddy.
Daddy ass. Billy Gunn, better now than he ever has been.
Yep.
But no, it was a good match.
I always
back
loved
and
the
forth
DX
action.
reunions too, because they always have to make up some excuse for where Billy's at. Like the last one, they were like, "Oh, I think he's playing with scissors or something." Yeah. That was a funny one. I was like,
I do think it was Danhausen and Cassidy that started it off against Jeff Jarrett. and Lethal, kind of.
Yeah, because everybody got knocked out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. They were battling. They were flying people. There were flying bodies everywhere. There was some dude got launched out of
Jared
the
got
ring.
his guitar, but
there was a guitar. Yes, guitars are always involved.
The referee stopped him.
I'm pretty sure there were a lot of tags. I know that. Danhausen had a face-off with Saddam Singh. That was just fucking great.
Hilarious.
He cursed him, but then Sanjay interfered. But Daddy Ass also jumped in with a famouser on Saddam Singh. So good shit going on there. Guns, though, delivered a low blow on their own father. Bullshit. Acclaim attacked them a little bit. And then we got a mic drop going on, but it was a save there. I was pulling through the Acclaim the whole time. I know Sebastian wanted Jeff Jarrett and them to win. But at the end of the day...
Orange Cassidy did hit the Orange Punch.
Oh, he did. But it was at the end of the day, it was because of just absolute bullshit. But the Guns pinned, I believe, Danhausen.
Yeah.
And
Danhausen ended up missing a pump kick. That's what led to it.
Well, and my thing is, it actually then leads to the reason why the Acclaim need to fight him one-on-one again. So I'm all for it. But we did get to see... I'm 96% sure.
Oh, FTR returned.
FTR returned, yeah.
Because they were doing an interview with Renee.
So give me a real champ. Maybe the Acclaimed aren't champs anymore because FTR takes it from them. So I'd be okay with that.
Yep.
But main event time, you said it was the final one, though. The final one, MJF.
Yeah, that was my
Bryan
bad.
Danielson.
I don't know how I forget an amazing match like
60-minute Iron Man match was nuts. I actually saw Logic come into play for the first time in wrestling ever. Like, MJF gets DQ'd at one point. So I'm jumping the gun a little bit here. But good match, battling. A lot of shit going on.
Controversy with this match. MJF poured supposedly alcohol on a minor.
Yeah, I know. It was like tequila in a cup.
Yeah, and there's so many different
I
stories,
love it.
too.
Dude, he's the biggest fucking heel in the entire world. And
yeah,
the way he plays it up is
if
amazing.
you guys are that concerned, the kid got a bunch of cool shit afterwards.
Who the fuck cares?
So
Everyone needs to just fucking... I don't know the term for it anymore, but everyone needs to just stop.
Fuck off.
Yeah, like, stop. Just fucking stop, all right? Like, we get it. The world's fucked up. But at the end of the day... That kid's life was probably fucking made. I don't know. Maybe he was a little
talk
sad.
about it for the rest of his life. He's
if that kid is
MJF drew vodka.
Dude, I'm the kid that MJF threw shit. Dude, amazing. Like
we remember the kid who fell in Harambe's cage to this day.
Dude, they probably got free tickets next week or week after.
They got free tickets to.
They probably got an MJF fucking scarf. I don't know.
Dynamite.
Dude, I all day, any day, suck it. Would you have been okay with it if he threw water in his face? He still threw a liquid beverage in a kid's face. Why does it matter? It didn't go in his mouth, and the kid didn't drink it and get blasted. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure he smelled like alcohol, and that's not good. I'm sure the parents were a little mad, but I'm sure the dad would have been like, "This is cool as fuck." Like, you know, that'd be like MJF throwing it in Jayden's face and me getting upset about it because Jayden's a kid. Like. But no, my thing is I fucking love it. He's a heel. He's amazing.
Dude, MJF was freaking dehydrated during this match.
Real quick though,
this man probably went through like 5 water bottles.
Real quick though, Tigger agrees. Logic and wrestling don't come into play a lot. Daniel Bryan wins and goes 1-up. Okay, MJF gets disqualified, which means Daniel Bryan is now 2-up. Right? You think this is fucking stupid, but he does it by low blowing Bryan Danielson. That makes him dead, and he then covers Bryan Danielson and gets the win, even though he's down 2-0. But he covers him, makes it 2-1. What does he do? He doesn't just let him get up. He doesn't try to. He doesn't try to hit him again.
Right now.
Well, it's because he loves what I'm saying. He agrees. He uses logic, and he just rolls right back on top of him after the same low blow and pins him for a second time, and now the match is 2-2. So MJF went from losing 1-0, losing 2-0, to tied 2-2 simply by dirty tactics and logic. I fucking love it. Yeah. That was amazing. So logic. So 2-2 in a phenomenal match. Tigger, are you sad that Bryan Danielson lost? Because I am too, buddy. I am too.
Oh, Danielson also hit him with MJF hit Danielson with a super kick, and he even did the HBK pose. Ooh. Love it, bro. I love it.
Yeah, I love the public talks about how he wants to sign with WWE in 2024.
Which is true, though. Like, he's AEW World Champion. He's a phenomenal wrestler.
He's the best heel in the business.
He deserves to be getting paid more. If Tony, especially with how much money Tony Khan has.
His father is the richest dick.
Yeah.
I did a lot of research into his father once. Yeah, his father is insane.
But yeah, MJF came up with the win, and it was wild. So, originally, it was a tie.
It
came to a draw.
Which I was like, here we go again with this bullshit 60-minute ties or something like that. But phenomenal
We got
match.
an extra 25 minutes.
To not
I
tap
believe it
out,
was.
to not get pinned and shit. Like, I thought it was an amazing match. One of the better
Yeah.
Iron Man matches I've seen. But
I don't give a fuck what was the wrestling guy that gives the stars? I don't give a fuck what Dave Meltzer has to say. That's a 5-star match. to
yeah,
me.
suck on that one, Meltzer. But the point is that I like that Tony Schiavone got the. That's funny. I combined. I read Tony Schiavone received communication from Tony Khan, and all I saw out of that was somehow I
See,
combined.
Taz was right on Dark Elevation. I mean, on Dark. There's too many Tonys in this
There
company.
are Tony Nese. But my other point is that I combined the word Shivani and Khan into Siobhan. That's what I did when I read that. So, anyways, what I meant was I really love that Tony Schiavone came like bumbling, like Russell and bumbling, Vince McMahon walking down to the ring. Like, I got an announcement. This is not a draw. It is sudden death. Like, it's like, hell fucking yeah. That was like when WWE used to go out and restart the matches. Like, it's not ending this way. Like, Teddy Long was good about that.
You have a match with The Undertaker.
Well, that too. But Teddy Long was always good, like, it's not over like that, playa. And then he'd be like, let me tell you how it's going to happen. We'll restart the match. Like, that's my thing is go out there and tell them that. That's why I fucking love it. But, due to the shenanigans of being a heel over here, we get a shove of the ref. We get shoving of the refs. MJF's pissed about it.
MJF almost got disqualified.
MJF
I was like, this
tried-
man's really being bold right
Yeah.
now, and this is tiebreaker.
Well-
They said next pinfall, next point wins. So.
He pulled the ref close to him and he low blowed Danielson again.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Like, and then the other thing is he tried to pin him. He also was going to use the diamond ring, and that didn't work. It led to a
if
fucking.
you betted, hey, sorry you guys lost out on that bet.
Danielson almost won because he destroyed him with a running knee for a 2 count. Epic. Taz said it. Taz said it was fucking epic. Well, I think he said freaking, but the point is, it was epic. The unfortunate horse shit was the single leg crab. It led MJF going to the ropes. Danielson didn't see MJF grab the rope. He only heard him tapping. And then that led to MJF cracking, Bryan Danielson with an oxygen tank in the head. The ref never saw it. And then I hated it, but MJF puts Bryan Danielson into the bell lock and makes him tap out. And it's like brutal.
Yep, and Daniel Bryanson.
Bryan Danielson.
Fuck dude. I'm sorry. It's you know who I'm talking about. I believe he's making a Ring of Honor return because he said at the end of the match, like,
Yeah, I thought it was
a
a tease at retirement, though.
And then I can't believe I forgot to talk about it. Ring of Honor happened before this. He was called out on the Ring of Honor opening show. Or was it Ring of Honor this week? I completely forgot. Like, I'm sorry. This is a very informal podcast. We're just the boys talking about wrestling. But yeah. So going back to March 2nd, right before the AEW Revolution, was Ring of Honor's debut show. Tony Khan owned Ring of Honor. It started phenomenally. One second. Let me just pull up my notes. So the first match, kicking it off, was Mark Briscoe versus Slim J. They started off with the Ring of Honor Code of Honor. And for those of you who don't know what that is, Ring of Honor is a very professional wrestling type of thing. It's more of like a purist wrestling format. So they started off like you guys shake hands, and that's how how heel some people are, because some people just don't adhere to the Code of Honor.
Hands.
So they started off. They actually adhered to it, so it was pretty nice. Phenomenal match. I think Mark is going to be a phenomenal singles wrestler. R.I.P. to,
Jay?
Fuck, dude. I have the hiccups.
No, not you, Jayden. We woke Jayden up accidentally.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Shout out
Hiccups
and
are gone.
rest in peace to the
Jay
way
Briscoe.
too soon taken Jay Briscoe.
Yep. We wish his daughters speedy recovery. But yeah, I think Mark Briscoe is going to do great in the single circuit. He cannot have a Twizzler.
No, he's just watching me eat a Twizzler and he's very pissed
Here,
about it.
have some snacks, Tigger.
Tigger's straight pissed if you eat something and he doesn't.
Mark ended up getting cut open from a kick to the face by Slim. Then Mark fired up that redneck kung fu and hit him with a single leg drop. Mark hit him with a big power bomb, but he still got it too. Then he hit a rolling Spicoli driver. They have so many funny finishers like names in Ring of Honor. Then he hit him with the Froggy Bow and he hit him with the J Driller and then reached for the sky and then Mark Briscoe wins. Following that was the Kingdom with Maria Kanellis versus the Infantry. Shout out to the Infantry, Captain Sean Dean from Chicago, and former Army, I believe. He's on AEW Dark a lot. Phenomenal wrestler. I think I've also seen him in maybe NWA Power. Haven't watched NWA Power in a while. Sorry, guys. We'll continue. We'll probably next podcast we'll bring some of the other indies. We haven't mentioned MLW in a while either. I do apologize for that. There's a lot of wrestling going on, but we only talk about the cream of the crop. But then it was the third match was New Japan TV Championship. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Blake Christian. I forgot. One of them is a former WWE guy. He's really British.
Which one?
I think it was Zack Sabre Jr. Let me look it up.
I don't. So Zack Sabre Jr. was in WWE with the Cruiserweight Classic.
Yeah.
I think he was in NXT a bit, maybe, or he was in 205 Live, maybe.
He was like in the.
He was mainly there. Only I really only do believe he was there for the Classic itself, though.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he actually wrestled, but I could be wrong. But he was a part of it for that.
Oh. Well, so this is for a New Japan TV Championship. Ring of Honor, New Japan, phenomenal companies who have great working environment. So it was cool to see New Japan's TV title defended on Ring of Honor. He retained. They also have, I think there's a rematch for the title at Ring of Honor Supercard. Going to be coming up later this month around WrestleMania time frame. Going to be a phenomenal pay-per-view. We're going to be watching that. Then the next match was Rohit Raju versus Christopher Daniels. Christopher Daniels, we talk about him a lot. He was in WWE. He's in AEW. Ring of Honor, I believe, not just mainstay, but probably grandfather at this point. Great match. Christopher Daniels won. He hit a moonsault, dude.
Oh shit!
He's a pretty big dude to be hitting moonsaults. Then Konosuke Takeshita versus Josh Woods. Konosuke, former WWE too, I believe, NXT maybe. He wrestles with New Japan a lot, but he's also a Ring of Honor guy. It was a really cool match. Tanosuke ended up hitting him with a wheelbarrow suplex, and for the win. It was good, but not the greatest. And the next match was a 6-man tag match. The Embassy versus Joe Keys, LSG, and Rex Lawless. Embassy ended up winning. It wasn't too eventful. Then the match 7 was a definitely interesting match. Metalik versus Ari Daivari.
Oh, so there's former WWE people.
Yep. The match was interesting. Daivari won. The Trustbusters, came unfortunately, but the match was alright. Then match 8 was the Renegades versus Madison Rayne and Sky Blue. Renegades, honestly, I think probably at this point, I'm going to call them probably one of the best female tags out there. They're all over the place. They're in AEW. They're Ring of Honor. They're Impact. They're NWA Power. Shit, if WWE actually used the word contractor like it's supposed to be, they'd probably be on WWE too. Sky Blue and Madison Rayne won. Shout out to Sky Blue. Always, proud to see a Chicagoan win, unless they're Juice Roberts. Timothy Thatcher came out and he was
Also
disrespecting
WWE.
Yuta. Yep. Then Wheeler Yuta fucking put the announcer in their place because he's like, I'm not the junior member of the Bullet Club. I was a Ring of Honor. He fucking put him in his place. He's like, I'm that dude in Ring of Honor. I joined the Bullet Club to become even better. So don't call me the junior member. Then match 9 was Willow Nightingale versus Lady Frost. Willow Nightingale, pretty good women's wrestler. Match was pretty great. She ended up hitting her with the enziguri. I pronounced it right for once. And then at the end, Athena comes to attempt to attack Willow Nightingale.
Former WWE.
Huh?
Isn't Athena Ember Moon?
I don't know. Is she? I did not know
Or is she
that.
black with crazy hair?
No, her hair's kind of like straight, like
She black.
like iron straight.
I'm pretty sure Athena's Ember Moon.
Let me see.
NXT's Ember Moon became Athena. I'm almost positive.
Yeah, it's Athena.
Yep.
So yeah, I didn't even know that Athena is Ember Moon.
Well, you're not big on NXT. I mean, Ember Moon was on the main roster for a bit, but she was mainly in NXT. But look, Tigger wants Jayden to wake up.
But yeah, so I think
Tigger's sitting on Jayden.
yeah, Tigger wants to play with Jayden, but Jayden's dead.
Tigger's trying to say, Jayden, there's a podcast going on. Wake up.
I think it kind of goes into my theory about Athena maybe switching to AEW. Maybe she's starting beef with Willow because Willow's, she's like the face, and she's a bubbly character. So drop the title to her and then go move on to AEW. Who knows? But then the end of the card was world champion Claudio Castagnoli versus AR Fox. AR Fox even mentioned it. He had tried out for Ring of Honor back in the day and was denied. But he wasn't upset about it because that denial motivated him to become the phenomenal wrestler he is now. And this was only his second ever match in Ring of Honor. So it was a great match. Claudio Castagnoli ended up coming up with the win. They embraced the Ring of Honor code of honor. It was pretty great. And Eddie Kingston came in at the end, and he's like, "I promised your boy I wouldn't fuck you up on AEW." And he's like, "I'm not on AEW, baby. This is Ring of Honor, and I want the title, so I'm coming to talk to you right now, like man to man." He's like, "I'm a fucking contract. I could be where I want." Like Eddie Kingston talk.
Right. Did he quit AEW?
He was forced to quit.
Wow.
I think AEW, like title, like a match stipulation. So, but it's kayfabe, I believe. But Claudio Castagnoli didn't even say anything. He just got out the ring and walked away. So interesting. I thought it was interesting. I think it shows like Claudio was showing that he's so above Eddie Kingston. He's not gonna even say anything. I don't gotta dignify you with a response.
Yeah, that's true. He is.
But yeah, that was Ring of Honor for last week, and that was end of wrestling for last week. So we're moving on to this week's podcast, talking about all things wrestling, not all things.
Well, Raw would kick it off again. Yep.
So we're gonna kick it off
Raw,
with this week's
NXT,
Raw.
AEW, and then probably SmackDown, and that's it.
Yep. Dude, my phone's covered in dog fur.
Do you have Raw notes for this week?
I don't have any notes for this week, but I do have. Shout out to Wrestling Headlines. They help me whenever I forget to write down things. They're very good and very good writers over there. Good summaries, and I do like that they also kind of put their opinions in. So
Yeah.
But,
Well, and what happened? Game and get started on the podcast.
Whoa.
But what?
we can't. We don't. Hey, just like Chris mention it.
Yes, we can. He was Vince
Why are we doing
McMahon's
this to
son.
me?
No.
Why always doing this to me?
Don't worry, I'm just gonna censor all their names, so it's gonna be
doing
real
this to
funny.
me?
Jaden's being attacked by Tigger, guys.
It's a 2-on-1 handicap match.
No.
Tigger
no.
gets on him. Tigger gets on him. He's flying. Moonsaw. Boom. Tigger's got him. 1, 2, 3.
Tigger doesn't know what's going on.
Tigger just pinned Jayden.
Tigger's just playing, dude.
Tigger just pinned Jayden.
Tigger, I think he thinks he's in Nam right now. But yeah, this Monday Night Raw was held in Boston, Massachusetts.
You mean
Not
you
too
mean John
far.
Cena, Massachusetts?
No, that's West Newbury.
Oh, I get those confused.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you, Dodgers.
But yeah,
Ba-ba-da-da.
we'll get to John Cena later.
Ba-ba-da-da. That's the only part that matter. Ba-da-da-da. Well, actually, Vince McMahon was rumored to be in the building, and they teased that
It wasn't
because
rumored.
he was there. But
confirmed.
what I'm saying is they teased it with. They showed the SUV rolling up, and you would have thought it would have meant him, and it was the Bloodline.
Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna insert a picture of the horrible man right now. He has a fucking 70s porn.
I heard he
stash.
has a stash,
It's
dude. I've
fucking
never seen
gross
it.
looking.
I've never seen it, but I heard he had a stash.
Dude, Jayden's actually being attacked right now. Tigger.
Jayden is 8 times the size of Tigger. I think Jayden should be able to figure this out. This is a classic Rey Mysterio versus the Big Show moment, and Tigger is winning as Rey Mysterio. He's going after the weak link.
Tigger is now having a battle with my Shadow the Hedgehog plushie. But yeah, so Raw did start off with the Bloodline. WWE trust. Actually, no, it was Jimmy, who was in the car. Yeah, Jimmy. My bad. I was gonna say they trusted Jay behind the vehicle. Very bad idea. Don't ever trust Jay behind a vehicle.
Oh.
Unless there's a breathalyzer. For those of you guys who don't know, that man has like a million DUIs.
Yeah, they might be the ones, but we are the twos.
But yeah, so pretty much Roman on that. I don't think we actually mentioned it. That Friday, he said, "You need to fix the Sami Zayn problem."
By the following Friday. Yeah.
Yep, by the
Like,
following
you have 1
Friday.
week. Yeah.
So what happened was Solo was going out there to fix their Kevin Owens problems, and then later on in the night, Jimmy was gonna go fix their Sammy.
Well, and that's where I think Sammy.
It started off with
it was Solo Kevin Owens
versus Kevin Owens.
Which, as we pointed out, Solo doesn't lose. So,
yeah, Solo never actually loses. Okay, he either gets disqualified.
winner
or
by
bullshit.
DQ was KO.
Yep. Solo's too cool to be,
Good match though.
defeated.
Yeah.
Solo accomplished his goal by Roman.
Yeah, he took out KO in theory. But I mean, it was a good match though. A lot of back and forth. Kevin Owens had some chances to win in theory.
Yeah, because Kevin Owens did win, but then they fucked him up after.
Yeah, but I mean, Owens brought him back in the ring, went to the top. Jimmy runs down. Fans chanted for Sammy. Let's see. Owens. Like I said, I mean, Owens loses.
I
but
hit
it
the
was a great
Rikishi
match.
splash, dude.
Yep. I love all the paying homage to Rikishi and other shit.
Yep, I love that he pays for homage to the family.
Samoan drop.
I mean, it's his dad, so.
They both attacked each other, led to Owens doing the cannonball, which is his own type of little thing there. But Swanton Bomb, a great Swanton. KO does a great Swanton. But yeah, winner by DQ is KO. Like I said, after the match, chants were fanting for Sammy. They attacked the hell out of Kevin Owens.
Yeah.
Slammed in the face.
Sammy actually attacked Solo.
Yep, and then Zayn rushes into the ring and makes the save, takes down Jimmy. He attacks Solo. I think Sammy attacked Jimmy again one more time and grabbed a chair. He swung it, but Solo moved and ran away. The crowd still kept chanting Sammy and everything.
Sammy reached out his hand to help Owens,
Yeah, Owens
and
wouldn't do
Owens
it.
really
I think
pondered.
he slapped it away though.
No, he just rolled out.
Oh, rolled out. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so still they're still not okay with that. I think later backstage it showed you them talking.
I don't know if
Or
that
maybe
was Raw or maybe
no,
that was SmackDown.
it might have showed Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens talking, and it was kind of the idea of, I think, maybe to plant the seed that like Cody's trying to tell Kevin like bury the hatchet, get on the same page.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Then there's a Bobby Lashley promo.
Yep. Because Lashley basically was like, I think it was backstage where he was like, he was tired of the games, like last week how he said about Lashley was brought up lifting and why it was like provoking him with like the kid stuff. I will say it's worth noting though that when he was actually doing the promo towards the end, the screen behind him switched to the Wyatt logo.
Yeah.
And then it happened again on the big thing behind him too. So
Yep.
Wyatt's always there. Byron Saxton's backstage with Carmella, obviously.
Carmella and Miss Carrie and Chelsea Green end up teaming up on poor Adam Pearce.
Those two are going to be a great tag team. I think they're teasing the idea that those two are going to be
The
friends or a
Karens.
tag team.
The Karen.
Give it all day.
Dude, you know what's funny? I'm gonna call this on the podcast right now. WWE is gonna be too afraid to use the actual name Karen, and they're gonna come up with some goofy name, and that's gonna be their tag team name. They're gonna be like the Rebeccas.
Well, back in the day, in the 90s, there was a team.
Jayden was already terrified.
There was a team back in the 90s called the Lesbians. So,
Yeah, well, that we don't talk about Attitude Era WWE.
I mean, I'm just saying, classic WWE, it's how they're
Yeah.
still throwing certain characters into this very cliche roles.
Yeah.
Xia Li. So, But anyways, Chelsea Green, I thought it was great because she did walk up applauding Carmella's decision, and it was like finally someone can do good at this and like dumpster fire.
I feel bad for Matt Cardona.
I think it was great because I think it was also on Raw that Adam Pearce came around the corner and saw the two of them talking,
think that was SmackDown.
Maybe it was SmackDown. I don't know. One of the shows
Was
this
Charlotte
week.
involved?
No.
Oh.
One of the shows this week just showed a clip of Carmella and Chelsea talking. Like I said, teasing the idea that they're going to be friends or
Yeah,
are
that
friends.
was Raw.
And then Adam Pearce walked in behind him and saw them and just walked out. like he was like nope. But I love those two together. It obviously led to Bianca Belair against Carmella the week before. It was Carmella against Asuka. Only makes sense that she would do this. Maybe she was trying to win and get added to the match in theory. She also liked Chelsea Green's suggestion about being with her and maybe coming to the ring together. So they do. Green and Carmella then insult Byron Saxton. Perfect, because that's just what everybody does.
Yep.
Love them together. Obviously, Bianca Belair is going to win this match. Obviously, she did win this match. It was good. Chelsea Green was there.
Yeah, we had pizza.
Yeah. Chelsea Green was there. Cakes and pizza. Basically, Belair was in control most of the match, I feel like. Carmella got a couple kicks, went away. She was on the announce table at one point. Belair chased Carmella back to the ring. There was...
I love Chris finished this match.
I do love that Belair does the nip up. That's one of my favorite things in the world. But like I said, ultimately there was a few distractions where Carmella got the upper hand a couple times. But ultimately Belair is going to win. And she... KOD, that's what it was, yeah.
Slice.
Yeah. Not right now.
Jayden's pulling out his Switch. He's officially abandoned the podcast.
What? I'm pulling out my portable.
I think he's charging his phone.
If I brought it.
But, so, anyways, KOD, Belair wins. So, Belair wins, beats Carmella. After the match, Belair stands in there with her title, and it gets to Chelsea Green attacking her. They double team her. They get the upper hand, and who saves her but her own opponent, Asuka. So, here we go. And then, it couldn't have happened to a better person. Asuka spits the blue, green, no, it's blue. It was the blue clown, goo and mist of whatever you want to call it, and right in Chelsea Green's face. So couldn't have been any better than that, because she is the perfect person to get sprayed in the face by Asuka's mist.
Yep.
Led to them facing off. They're going to be against each other at WrestleMania. They were on the same page that night. But give me Bianca and Asuka. That's going to be fucking great. I think both women's matches. Rhea Ripley, Charlotte Flair, Bianca, and Asuka, I don't hate either of them.
No,
Last couple years, you hated at least one because Ronda was in it. Or you hated one because Charlotte was the one getting put over. This year, no fucking complaints. I'm amped.
Yeah,
I don't care who wins, Bianca or Asuka. I would like to see Asuka, especially with the new persona, and then make her heel. But
Interesting.
I just want to see Rhea Ripley, though.
Yep. And up next was Sami Zayn talking to Kevin Owens. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. Sami Owens ended up approaching Kevin Owens backstage, and he's like, "Hey, bro, he was like, I understand I messed up, and we can work through our stuff in the future, or we can just not in general, but we need the bloodline's going to take a team effort." Sami pretty much just made another plea, and Kevin Owens rejected it.
Yeah, I just love it because I think Kevin Owens said that maybe he's wrong, but maybe Sami should just go back to Roman and apologize.
He did. That was crazy.
That's I was like, dude, it's still a battle, but I'm okay with it. We get a promo then from Rhea Ripley pushing her match against Charlotte Flair. Love it. We get back in the ring and Miz is there. We get a clip of what happened with Miz and Rollins the week prior. This is going to lead to the face-off of Rollins and Logan Paul. And good God, was the Boston crowd lit. They did not, which means they constantly did, chant Seth Rollins' song. Every minute. Logan Paul tries to speak. Miz tries to speak. When my hand goes up, your mouth goes shut. Seth Rollins is just freaking, he's just sitting there leading the band. He's the orchestra director. And it's like, any minute, when you thought it was going to end, it just continued. And then at one point, Logan Paul was like I like Logan Paul for pushing through it and just kind of cutting a promo and incorporating the fact that the people in Boston suck or something. Yep. But it also made it get louder though. That's why I was just like it is one of the greatest things in wrestling, but that crowd especially is usually always outrageous, and they went ham.
It's Boston.
I love it. I also fucking hate Logan Paul. So the fact that I loved everything Rollins said. Basically, Miz is saying about how he can't be biased. He's moderating. They introduce each other. Obviously, the crowd hates Logan Paul. Miz offers Paul a hand, but leaves him just kind of chilling. And it's like fans finally, after minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes, stop freaking singing. Rollins gives him a shout out and talks about Logan Paul, and like the fans say Logan sucks, but like to me it was all real. Maybe it was all scripted, but everything Seth Rollins said was just like just amazing. Like in case you didn't know, it's Logan Paul, and then it's like it's just like the fans start singing again, and it's like he's the visionary, he's Seth Rollins, and it's like I just love it. But
dude, and the crazy finish too.
Well, but my thing is, Paul went into about Royal Rumble, I dumped your ass, and I've beaten you twice, in Elimination Chamber, I made sure you didn't win, and yada, 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 and, like, besides the fact that he embarrassed Rollins, like, now he's going to wrestle WrestleMania, and it's like, he's on his way in, and Rollins is on his way out, which couldn't be further from the fucking truth, and then, he basically told Boston that he didn't like him anyways either, but I just love it. And then Miz said he made good points, and the best part is then the crowd, who I commended for saying "fuck you, Roman," the crowd started "fuck you, Logan" chants, which once again, to get the crowd like that is just unreal. But I love everything Rollins said. That's what I'm trying to get to. Rollins described Paul as the scum of the earth. He was a coward. He was a troll. He was a fraud. He was basically a human dumpster fire, and we sure as shit do not want him in our house. And good God, is that not further than the fucking truth? Everything going on with Logan Paul in the real world, who Logan Paul is, who he just fucking acts like, even his own goddamn brother who ran away from Mayweather like a bitch on the streets recently. I don't like the Pauls, and I'd say it right to their fucking faces without any qualms. And I might take a punch better than Seth.
He fought a real fighter and he lost.
Boom!
Not a retired fighter.
And I hope it puts him to bed. But anyways, unfortunately, we did get, to jump a little bit ahead, we did get pretty much Logan Paul getting the one-up and winning, the I don't know. He won the battle, but not the war, so to speak.
Bro,
but
crazy though. One punch knockout.
One lucky punch. I mean, or it was scripted. We don't know. But one.
It was definitely scripted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't the Big Show hitting him, obviously. But
then we got the worst match in WWE history.
No, we didn't.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we did. Sorry, I thought it was the John Cena part, but then I
got
realized no.
Moose and Dolph Ziggler.
But
Mustafa Ali being a little prick.
Well, I will say though, 10 out of 10 on that segment with Rollins, and it makes me want to watch the match and be okay with Logan Paul being there. Now, if Logan Paul gets the win, I fucking hate. I might have to quit
if Logan
WWE.
Paul wins, we riot.
I might not be on the podcast for a month because I might have to take time away. I might need a mental health check. Like, fuck that shit. But unfortunately, yeah, like you said, we got Omos and Dolph Ziggler. Good God, I feel bad for Dolph. Omos is a joke.
Yeah, all just for trying to be nice to Mustafa Ali. We don't.
Hey, Chicago guy, we don't like it. No.
Mustafa Ali and Juice Robinson, you're on my shit list.
Sebastian has
You guys
it.
made it to.
It's like the 13th
I'm Jericho,
time
and you
Juice
made it
Robinson.
on my. Yeah.
Juice Robinson has not been mentioned so much in the wrestling world except on our podcast.
Listen. Well,
Juice, if you're looking for a sponsor.
You say that, but did you watch Dynamite this week?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just funny because
we're teasing it because Dynamite comes right after NXT.
I know.
And
You're
we're
just
about to
fucking
finish
hilarious.
Raw in a bit.
You've been
fuck
anti-
Juice Robinson.
Sebastian loves him.
I'd rather what's
I want to see Mustafa and Ziggler be a tag team and just bury the hatchet and
just fire Mustafa from WWE already. He didn't want to be.
He was a cop in Chicago.
Yeah. Not gonna voice my opinions on that.
But so I'm pretty sure Omos won by what? Just killing him with a big boot, maybe, or the choke slam?
He won by being Omos. Listen, this match was just some bullshit. The Mustafa Ali storyline is kind of trash.
So the issue with Omos
and
is he's
Vince
always going to
needed
need
a reason to make Omos look big.
But my thing is he's always going to need someone like an MVP. The man can't fucking speak for himself. He's worse than anyone else I've ever seen on the mic.
I like the Great Khali though.
He could speak a little.
No.
The man was a woman. He was a ladies' man. He was the
Great
Val Venus
Khali
of our
was in
era.
Get Smart. Phenomenal. Hey, this man can act. Can Omos act? I don't think so.
Great Khali didn't say a word. But he is good in every movie I've seen him in.
No, he had 2 words in Great
He's
and Get
great
Smart.
in every movie I've seen him in. He's
also
like
a big movie star in like India.
Straight up, but he plays an evil assassin that doesn't need to speak very well. Also, if I ever ran into the man, he'd be fucking terrifying.
No, you know
The
what his
dude's
line
upper
is?
body and his arms.
His
His
line,
arms are
I
like
know what
tree
his line
trunks,
is. We're going extremely off topic here, but so Great Khali is in Get Smart, and what's the guy's name from The Office? I always forget his name.
Steve Carell.
So Steve Carell plays like the main
Obviously,
character,
yeah.
and
then
he's
The
like
Rock's in
listening
it.
to like
Anne Hathaway.
before he becomes a cool spy. He was like over listening to like these two like secret operatives, and they're just talking about like the relationship issues. And towards the end, he realizes that the Great Khali is the guy that he's been spying on, you know, in his free time. And then the only line Great Khali speaks is about his wife who makes his life hell, and he just goes, "She's such a bitch," in like the Great Khali voice.
Amazing.
Had to go off topic for that phenomenal movie.
But,
Great Khali, 5 out of 5 star.
To get
actor.
back on topic, we have Sebastian's favorite two wrestlers and tag team, the Maximum Male Models.
Oh yeah.
So the Maximum Male Models are backstage and once again recruiting Otis. They're admiring Otis. I think she like touches Otis and is like, "Wow, look at his physique." Baron Corbin walks up thinking they're admiring him, and he says no idea how much those words mean to him because he's had some bad luck of late and his men are left him. And then Mace is disgusted by this and says like, "We're not talking about you." And we see Otis like posing with Chad Gable, and it's like they're talking about him, the width, the girth. And Corbin asks what Otis has that he doesn't, and Mace says charisma, weakness, nerve. And then Mansoor adds that he has just the it factor.
Yeah.
And then I think
talking about hair.
Yeah, one of them said hair, and it's just like, dude, every dig at Corbin is great. And then he was like, yeah, but Bruce Willis is bald or something like that.
And then they're like, "You're not Bruce Willis."
oh, dude, do you know what this says? It
What?
goes, an offended Mansoor screams and says, "Corbin is not Bruce Willis. He's a troglodyte." It literally says
I
that.
remember because I was like, "Yeah."
Shout out to
my
wrestling
favorite
headlines,
word.
dude.
Shout out to my favorite word, troglodyte.
He just said it hours ago too. That's just so funny.
Jayden is alive again. Jayden, what is your opinion on the word troglodyte?
Jayden, read this little statement from the podcast right here. Read from where it says Corbin to the end of the sentence, and just think about the last word. Right. What are the odds
Read
that
it
that's
out loud,
in it, though?
Jayden.
You missed the point. But the thing is it just says it in the article I'm reading.
I
out.
apologize if you guys don't actually hear this man. This man is.
Jaden doesn't understand the point of talking loud or being close to a microphone.
Or
and most of the time he does.
participating in the podcast.
Right. But most of the time you might hear him is when Tigger's literally beating him up. And that's the best way to describe
Jaden made
this.
an attempt to share the podcast one time and didn't even include the link. He just posted a picture.
Jaden's a work in progress, folks.
Yeah.
But here's
He's
the
a
thing.
bit of a fixer-up.
I do love that he's a troglodyte, Corbin, not Jaden. But Max,
I would classify Corbin as a troglodyte.
Yeah.
I starting to like these Maximum Male Models.
Yeah, Maxine Dupree, beautiful. Says that she actually does see potential in Corbin if she can solve a problem for him.
Yeah.
And she asks if he sees the stunningly attractive beefcake standing next to the short, ugly guy.
Dude, it's hilarious.
Corbin says, "Consider it done." So what I think it is them trying to use Corbin to get rid of Chad
so it happens
Gable.
that same night. So later on, it was Corbin versus Chad Gable. We'll talk about that.
Right.
Match, 'cause it was
But first though, Finn Balor, Johnny Gargano. Fuck yes, because that's a pay homage to them in NXT. They had some battles back then. That's what I'm saying. You needed to see good NXT.
Talking about NXT, I heard about Roadblock.
But time out. You needed to see good NXT. You needed to see Shinsuke. You need to see Tommaso Ciampa.
I've seen Shinsuke in New Japan.
But in NXT was Samoa Joe and Shinsuke and Finn Balor and Samoa Joe and Finn Balor and Shinsuke. And I mean, think about it. Rollins was there at one point. Big E was there at one point. The prime of NXT was in the past.
Oh, Johnny Gargano came out with Dexter Lumis just to make sure Judgment Day didn't do anything stupid.
Yeah.
Dexter Lumis did not make a single facial expression.
Dude, props that Dexter Lumis doesn't ever do anything. He's like a freaking one of the English guards that are in the red and the black outside of Buckingham Palace that don't blink and move. That man, he's never broke his character
The Queen's
once.
Guard.
Do you know how hard that would be to not break that character? You can't laugh. You can't do shit. You just thumbs up people. You don't speak. You don't like Dexter Lumis. I've never seen him break character, and that's to me. It's like the Undertaker never breaking character. It doesn't like I could say Bray Wyatt doesn't, but I don't even know what character Bray Wyatt's in half the time. So my thing is, yeah. So my thing, and where's Mia Yim or Mishin? I haven't seen her in a while, but no. But anyways, the great match.
Unfortunately, neither of them are going to be in 2K23.
Ooh. But a great match between Balor and Gargano.
By neither of them, I meant Mia Shim and Mishin, or whatever the fuck her name is.
Yeah. Heyman is seen backstage with Jimmy Uso talking about the Sami Zayn problem again. But anyways, we go back to Johnny Gargano, Loomis. We go, back and forth matchup. Balor, Gargano. Good match. I think the announcers talked about it's like these two back in the day in NXT.
Yeah,
I mean, really good back and forth. There were super kicks being thrown. There were chops being thrown. Enziguris. There were spears. They were in the ring, out of the ring. I think Gargano hit a super kick. Or no, Gargano went for a super kick. Balor blocked it and then hit a sling blade. They ran their mouths to each other a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Priest came on the apron, though, to distract the ref. But that allowed Gargano to leap off the apron with a cannonball into Dominic onto the floor, taking Dominic out. And then Balor turns back around on Gargano, hits a drop kick, and then it's like, I think he went up for the coup de grace, and then all of a sudden we get Edge's music.
Yep, but no Edge.
No Edge, though. Dominic's still dead at ringside. Ripley and Priest run up there because Edge is coming out. But Edge comes from the crowd instead, shoving Balor off the top rope. Balor stumbles to his feet, gets up roughly, and then, boom, Gargano hits the one final beat for the pin and the win. Priest and Ripley are like, what the fuck happened? And they're still waiting. And after the match, Gargano stands tall. Priest gets dropped by Dexter Loomis, which is great. Edge enters the ring and drops Balor with a spear. Edge mounts Balor and yells at him about how it's not over and looks up at the WrestleMania side and the crowd. Please, for the love of God, give me Balor Edge in Hell in a Cell and preferably make it Balor as Demon Balor and make it Edge as Brood Edge. But at the end of the day, I would just want to see them fight each other in Hell in a Cell. But I would love to see it as those personas, though. Now,
Jayden struggling in tug of war with the dog.
We get a look back at what happened with Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns. Then we had a meaningless match, in my opinion. Nikki Cross versus Piper Niven.
It was not meaningless. Nikki Cross was defending her best mate because she's alone. I'm Wade Barrett.
I'm Wade Barrett. You know, he was known as Bad News Barrett at one point.
Yeah. I'm the leader of the Nexus.
Oh, boy. But
this is also Raw, not SmackDown.
Piper Niven wins. Don't really have anything else to say about that. Interesting, though, for someone defending her, you didn't see Candice LeRae come out at all or do anything.
I don't think Candice LeRae wants to be friends with Nikki Ash. I think she's just scared.
I think no one likes Nikki. It's getting sad. Nikki needs a friend.
I think she's worried about
Comment
her
if you want to
daughter.
be Nikki's friend. Rick Boogs is backstage talking to a production worse when Elias walks up. And,
You read that line for line.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, like, to your point earlier, it made me think about how Elias has been backstage or basically getting killed lately.
Where is Ezekiel?
Yeah, where? Bring back Zeke. Bring back Zeke. But he brought up how, like, Elias was in the Hurt Lock, and he said he's missing the point. He took the fight to Lashley, inspired millions of people to walk with Elias. His star power is rising. I'd like to see those two.
The actual Walk with Elias song.
Yeah, but imagine those two as a tag team coming out both with dueling guitars. That'd be fucking fun.
That would be cool.
Maybe they're getting to that. We don't know. But we did get Bronson Reed confronting both of them, I think, and said that he wants to fight. So I think it's next week is Bronson versus Elias.
Rick Boogs thought he was doing he thought he was initiating a fight between himself and Bronson Reed, and accidentally initiated a fight next week between Bronson Reed and Elias.
I would like that. Back from break, though, we do get a huge announcement as to who's singing American the Beautiful Night 1 of WrestleMania 39. Apparently that's Becky G. Just saying. That's what I heard.
Yeah, and then I think on SmackDown they said some country dude going to sing the other night.
Mm-hmm. Finally, The Rock has come back. No, I wish. But finally, we get John Cena.
Being attacked by the
we
dog.
get John Cena coming out.
Bing Shi Ling! Bing Shi Ling!
We get John Cena coming out to a huge pop from his hometown crowd. And obviously, gotta love him. He's like, I'm here. I'm back. Never give up. West Newbury. Woo woo. But he's in the ring, and basically before he says a goddamn word, here comes Austin Theory.
Austin Cookie? What?
And in all honesty, it is probably the greatest promo I've ever seen in a while. It was fucking great. John Cena killed him.
Yep.
John Cena straight up killed him. And I honestly don't believe any of it was scripted. I believe that they had John Cena out there and let him say what he wanted. Because that's who John Cena is. It's what they do with The Rock.
John Cena said, you ain't got no heart.
well, John Cena doesn't like write it before. He just does, like all of his raps. He just go. So like my thing is, he came out there and just fucking killed him. And now what I loved about this segment is everyone hates Austin Theory. What I loved about it is everybody loved John Cena. What I loved about this is every bit of it, because you almost had Austin Theory being a face. Like, I was a kid once, and I looked up to John Cena. And the only reason I actually ever came here is because of John Cena. I can remember watching John Cena with my mom, learning about hustle, loyalty, and respect. And it's just like, dude, like, you can't help but not say, you were also Austin Theory. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, everyone grew up like that, maybe. But the best part is Cena, you know, like, pretty much, like, the crowd cut off Austin Theory, but he was like, he kind of was like, I got a gift for you, like, bigger than a movie role. Like, why don't you and me basically be at WrestleMania for the U.S. title? And maybe
John Cena was like, you don't have the ability to give that gift. You were fucking scrub.
Well, no,
bitch.
I think it was funny that he just was like, no. Like, I was like, he just was a flat out, no. And then it was like, no. And it was just like, that's the best part, because he hasn't earned the right to give the gift. He hasn't earned it, and it's not even a gift. And my other thing is that he does, it's not that he doesn't care. Every single person doesn't give a fuck about Austin Theory. Like, yeah, everybody hates him, but at the same time, no one gives a fuck. Like, that's the best way to put it. The fans, they don't care. We don't care about you. We don't believe you. Like, John Cena couldn't have been any more real. And what I thought was interesting is that he compared himself to John Cena when he first came out. He was like, I was a nobody when I first came out. You're like a John Cena wannabe. You have the flashy shoes. He's like, I was a part of a gimmick that wasn't working and it could have ended me. But it didn't. And he's like, you're out here trying to be something that you're not. Yeah. Like, you have flashy shoes, you have your jeans on, you have your sunglasses. Like, he's like a combo of The Rock meets John Cena.
He's like a modern-day Cena if Cena would have soldered now.
And been a little bitch.
Yeah.
My thing is, I did like that he said wearing your sunglasses indoors, because it just made me think of, I wear my sunglasses at night so I can. So, greatness. But anyways, it was amazing. So, he pointed to his, like you said, he pointed to his heart like he had no heart. But
I think he said it too.
He pretty much is like, I think Cena called himself the ghost of Theory's Christmas future.
Yeah.
Because he was just basically like,
this could be you if
you're
you
no, but
were
that's
good.
what I was saying. He was like, you're in the phase of John Cena in Ruthless Aggression when Cena almost got fired. And he went on to give about how Theory's been given so many opportunities, which he has been. And I genuinely don't believe he has any heart and soul either, because he just doesn't do it. And then I thought it was very interesting, though, that he said that you're wearing who is a pair of trunks away from being a jabroni. John Cena said the word jabroni. Now, is that a dig at The Rock? Because The Rock also wore a pair of trunks? You know what I mean? Like, is Cena taking a dig at The Rock?
I think he's just making a comparison to that era of The Rock.
Or is it somehow a underlining foreshadowing?
Listen, The Rock can't get into physical fitness.
The Rock is the most physically fit man I've ever seen. Next issue, is that a subliminal message for The Rock is at Mania? I don't know. Putting those feelers out there, let us know what you think. But he did say the word jabroni. Now, going back to it, Cena is... There's tug of war going on here, guys. Tigger's in it to win it.
His ears are so funny.
Yeah, that's hilarious. He looks like Dobby. So he names people like Stone Cold, The Undertaker, The Rock, and he's like, there's no better name, though, than Austin Theory. And it's because exactly that's what you are. I was like, and the best part is they wanted to call him just Theory for a while. So I was like...
That was back when Vince was like, nobody gets two names.
Yeah, but nobody gets two names. No one makes me bleed my own blood. But my thing is basically, John Cena was like, shut up and get the fuck out. Theory pretty much came back at John Cena for giving up. And he's going against everything Cena allegedly stands for.
He also made fun of Cena's corny clothes, and I do believe that Cena post-2008 has had very crappy clothing.
True, but he also poked fun at Cena's bald spot. Yeah. Some were good and some were classic. I think Austin Theory cut a great promo
Speaking
himself.
of which, they just released, because of, I don't know if it was because of that Raw, but they have a new John Cena commemorative belt. Fucking ugly lime green, dude.
But yeah, basically... It was Theory saying that, you know... Oh, I did like the line where Theory said that it was basically like, people are right that you never want to meet your hero because all they do is disappoint you and let you down. Like, that was kind of good. And then Cena, I like this, though. The best line and the biggest thing, and the fact that they even acknowledge WWE does this is amazing. The line Cena said that he would rather be bald than have WWE pipe in fake crowd noise for his matches because the fans don't care. That's that's a mic drop moment. B, you acknowledge that WWE does that. Crazy. That's fourth level. That's like a different world right there.
It's just like Taz talking about losing matches.
All I'm saying is, never have I ever heard or seen that before. Like, that's crazy. All I know, exactly, Tigger. All I know though is that I've never heard a better comment. But it basically ended with pretty much like Cena calling Theory a dumb son of a bitch, and that basically that he's forcing him to do it, and that the reason he didn't want to do it at first isn't for John Cena's benefit or the fact that Cena was never going to give up or was scared. It was to save Austin Theory the ultimate embarrassment, because he basically pointed it as, if John Cena wrestles Theory and wins, Theory's career's over, because he has everything to lose and John Cena has nothing. And then if Theory wins, he's still fucked. Because at the end of the day, no matter what, afterwards, when it's not John Cena in the ring with Austin Theory making the crowd care, it's just Theory with no one to give a shit. Yep. And it's like, boom.
And
but
John
I will say,
Cena did the biggest Giga Chad move.
Oh, it was amazing. I've never seen someone do this in WWE either. But
it was
wait. I will say that if Theory does beat John Cena, it does help Theory. It adds credibility. I mean, it can't not. But I think Theory
depending on the finish.
I do think Theory, though, is everything John Cena said in this promo, and it was absolutely epic. But, like you were just saying, yes, there was the whole concept of you don't have it in here, you don't have it in here, and you certainly don't have it in here, and that was a nut tap. That was a nut tap. He nut tapped him on TV.
No, that's not what I was talking about.
What do you mean?
I was talking about the passing of the torch. Cena brought out Cody Rhodes at the end. He was like,
"Oh, that was
everything
sick,
you're
yeah.
not, this man is." And he just. I thought Cody was about to go out there and fight, but it was literally just a passing of a torch.
We watched Cody Rhodes and John Cena hug.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
They whispered something to his ear. I think Cody might have said, "If I know that you're loyal, but if I would have loved to have you in AEW." I mean, that's my lore.
I don't know. He probably was like, "It's your time now, kid." You know what I mean? Like,
no, Cody whispered into John's ear when they hugged.
He was like, "Hey, AEW's hiring people if you're interested."
No, John is like Randy. I don't think they're ever gonna leave WWE.
No, yeah, John will never, and John's also like The Rock. He will be just in movies and disappear and come back randomly. But here's the thing, though.
No, he said that this might be like one of the last times.
I could see it because they all should. Really, I mean, really, The Rock
did it perfectly. He fully retired.
My thing is,
the second comeback.
He's John Cena though. He'll be around. But the other thing is, like, I mean, how less can you get than 1 or 2 matches in a year? I think you can make that work. But my thing is, it was amazing promo. It was epic. It was phenomenal. I fucking loved every bit of it. Like, the crowd went ham for it. Like, they loved it. It's Cena versus Theory for the U.S. title. It's kind of cool because that's where Cena won the first one against Big Show at WrestleMania. This could be where he wins it again. What if Cena wins the title? What if it's to make him go out on top somehow? What if he just wants to win and bury Austin
that
Theory?
They finished filming.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he might just bury Austin Theory and be like, "Fuck you, buddy." You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
What I'm saying is that he might be like retain the champion.
So there you go. Only to drop it to someone better and more respectful.
Like he'll try to stay on.
Or he could just relinquish it. Or he could drop it in an open challenge a week or two later.
No, I don't think he's gonna drop it because since he doesn't have anything filming coming up soon, maybe he returns to WWE for a couple months.
You could see, or maybe Theory wins it back by being a whack job.
But it'd definitely be only a couple months because if you guys have not seen John Cena's show, Peacemaker, phenomenal show, watch it. But I do know that there's a season 2 coming out, so you might maybe like 6 months, maybe we get him.
But yeah, I do love everything that happened in that promo. Cody Rhodes coming out, the hug that got a huge pop. That was amazing. We got Sami Zayn backstage interviewed, talking about Kevin and Owens and stuff, and she had a few comments about Jimmy Uso, and she's asking Sammy about, what it's like, and is Owens right about anything, or what's different now, and he goes on to say that tonight's match is all about survival, and that, in the end, it's going to be him, and it's on him, and that, he's not going anywhere until he sees the end of Roman Reigns, and he's sorry to Jimmy because Jimmy's fucked tonight. We got the match you mentioned, Gable versus Baron Corbin, that no one really gives a shit about. It did lead to Chad Gable winning.
Yep.
I love Chad Gable in the ring.
Corbin started crying in the ring, I believe.
Corbin's a bitch. I hope he's on the way out, but what do I know? Fans were chanting for Otis, though, early on, which I kind of loved, because, give me some more Otis out there.
Who?
Otis? Otis.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Otis. Pardon my French. I'm not familiar with the accent. Otis. But, yes, Chad Gable with the win. After the match, the music hits and Otis joins Gable in the ring, and they pose together. We do see how Becky Lynch and Lita won the tag team titles with Trish. That was a little promo clip there. We get back. There's a little more promo going on for Logan and Seth. And then now here comes the new women's tag champs, Becky Lynch and Lita, to come and talk and address everybody and be like, yeah, we did it. We're awesome. Lita, wow, she still got it. But pretty much they do get interrupted by Dakota Kai, Io Shirai, and, Becky Lynch. But before that, we got another big pop, and we all got stratified one more time. Because here comes Trish again saying that she always has Lita's back and been through it all and, yada, yada, yada. And, she warned Bayley a while ago that, if she didn't shut up that, she would be coming back because it's easy to come out of retirement. And, Bayley, pretty much, battles back. Like, the words exchanged were quite great. She warned her, like I said, about going quickly from retired to unretired, and couldn't be a better place to do that than WrestleMania. So Bayley obviously accepts it. Dakota Kai and Io Sky attacked them, but they ducked, and it led to them fighting them off. Bayley turned, at one point I think Trish tried to chick kick her, and I think she ducked it and rolled out of the ring. But it led to the six women tag match at WrestleMania. So the titles won't be on the line, obviously, but we do have a pretty cool matchup. I mean, I don't see how in the hell Lita and Trish and Becky don't win, but I'm excited for it, and I'm happy to see Trish wrestle.
Yeah, I'm happy to see the women's tag division getting some type of life again.
Yeah, I just want to see Trish wrestle. So we do get the main match. It is Jimmy and Sammy. Solo, I believe, comes out, and that was the main event. Good match, good back and forth match. A lot of cool shit going on. Jimmy's at ringside. Fans are singing goodbye to him at one point because he's, going to get kicked out allegedly, whatever. We do see that I think Jimmy climbs up to fight, but Sami Zayn hit him or something like that. Because I remember it wasn't like a DQ or anything like that. And then fans went absolutely nuts. And it's because who was there? Jey Uso was in the crowd. So Jey made his appearance on Raw, and he was in the crowd, which is what pretty much the crowd kind of went apeshit over it. They were still knocked down for a little bit, and then Jey went to go stand on top of the announce table, and Jimmy was really happy to see him. He ducked the haluva kick actually, but then Sammy blocked him and rolled him up and hit him with a Samoan drop prior to that. But he rolled up Jimmy for the win. Jesus. For the win. So Sammy got the win over Jimmy, kind of due to, I guess you could say, the distraction of Jey. But what happened after that was absurd. So when my cohort stopped canoodling over here and stupid shenanigans and stuff, yeah, they're doing crazy shit over here. But Sebastian can fucking weigh in over here finally. But
what am I weighing in
the
on?
end of Raw is basically...
Oh, yeah, Sammy. Zayn.
Well, no, Sammy died. So basically the end of Raw was that Jey kind of rolled in and he ducked out of hugging his brother.
Sammy technically won.
Yeah, he won. He pinned him up. But what I'm saying is after the match, it was Jey coming in and going over and rolling out of the ring and going to Sammy, hugging Sammy, the crowd cheering, thinking, oh man, Jey just chose Sammy. What's going to happen with the tag titles? Like, holy shit. And that led to...
Then super kick out of nowhere.
Bam. So Jey turns. Jey went back. I guess he struggled.
This is all about blood.
Yeah, the struggles with over. So he attacks Sami Zayn. It leads to him throwing back in the ring. They all attack Sami Zayn. The crowd's going ape shit. I'm pretty sure there's some holy shit chants.
Yeah, because they kept censoring it.
Yeah, Jey pretty much he dropped his finger and dropped Sami Zayn with a super kick. The fans went absolutely fucking nuts, like I said. I mean, you pretty much had the looks on the face being like, Bloodline's back and, better than ever, kind of. And surprisingly enough, there was no KO. It was Cody Rhodes who would make the save. And the Bloodline all ran out of the ring when Rhodes, hit the ring, which I kind of like because...
Dude,
it's kind of like
Cody's
respect.
freaking ripped. I didn't realize that.
The way Raw ended was that basically he ran out in a suit, slid in the ring, and it kind of led to the Bloodline just running out of the ring and backing down, which is what I was trying to say. I respect them for kind of showing, like, Cody's a powerhouse. Like, it should have been the 2 or 3 of them just beating the shit out of Cody and Sammy. But what it was no, we can't just attack Cody because he's Cody. And it's like he's battling Roman, though. That's Roman's guy. So I kind of like that. But it also fueled what I was saying. A lot of people might have missed it. Behind the scenes during one of those interviews, it showed Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens talking. And in my opinion, it's Cody Rhodes talking to Kevin Owens about getting on the same page about the Bloodline. And, basically probably telling him to kind of bury the hatchet with Sammy. So you'd think maybe Kevin Owens would make the save. It wasn't Kevin Owens. It was Cody Rhodes. Now the question will be, what interaction will Sammy and or Cody have with Kevin Owens? Will maybe Cody Rhodes get attacked and will Kevin Owens make the save? Will Sami Zayn get attacked and will Kevin Owens make the save? Will Kevin Owens be getting attacked again and will Cody or Sammy make the save? So we could also maybe now see ways to build for the match as Sammy and Cody versus the Usos or something like that. And then Solo's getting involved still, and that's exactly why they need KO. You could have KO, Sammy, and Cody Rhodes versus Solo and the Usos in a 6-man tag. You could do that.
Sure.
So there's a lot of possibilities where you could go there. But anyways, that was the end of Raw. I thought it was a good show. We did get NXT Roadblock next. That was on Tuesday. NXT Roadblock was great. We had a jailhouse street fight with Tony D'Angelo and Dijak. I've never seen such a thing, jailhouse street fight. It reminded me of them locking in cages people at war games and stuff. But hell of a match. Good match, back and forth match. It looked like either of them could win at a few points. I'm pretty sure Tony D'Angelo superplexed Dijak onto a bunch of chairs. The fans loved the match. They were pretty lit throughout it. Dijak got the better of Tony D'Angelo a couple times too. I'm pretty sure at one point Dijak he ran in the ring and springboarded out of it, flying through the air as a fucking 6'3", 4, 5 dude or whatever he is, flying through the fucking air and put him through a goddamn table. That's what I'm saying. Dijak, I saw him do the Spanish Fly on Keith Lee and vice versa. I've never seen such a thing. Like, I love it. But anyways, if you didn't see, Dijak dislocated his finger at the last pay-per-view for NXT, and it was absolutely fucking disgusting. But
yep, I remember we were talking about that.
Yeah, Tony went after Dijak's fingers a bit and stuff like that. But pretty much the way it ended was that Dijak dropped he used, I think it was the Feast Your Eyes right by the cell on Tony D'Angelo. He placed him in the cell. It was basically over. And right when he went to shut the door, the lackey of Tony, so to call him, Stax, he came running over and threw himself in between the door, basically letting the door smash him. Therefore, it never shut. Dijak then hit the Feast Your Eyes on Stax, which led to Tony pulling a goddamn crowbar out of nowhere and hitting Dijak with it and beating him and throwing him in the cell for the win. Great match. Tony gets the win. I wonder if that means maybe he'll go after Wesley for the North American title. I don't know, but it was great. I just wish that Dijak would have got the win there. We also had a backstage interview with Roxanne Perez about the women's title match that night. They had teamed together. Now they're fighting each other and everything. So that's cool. We see a little backstage promo with Gallus against, I think, Pretty Deadly is who they've been feuding with there. So back from that, we get Josh Briggs. He's, going up to the love of his life, Kiana James again, talking to her. Hasn't been the same since Valentine's Day, all that whole lovey-dovey shit. Needs to take the lead there. So, basically they're trying to do a makeup date. Briggs, he's looking out for his buddy and shit. It's just like, I don't know. It was good and bad. At the end of the day, I think they're playing them. But I kind of like the intermixing of the women's tag and the men's tags. It's kind of cool. But then we did get the men's tag champs out. Gallus were out. They kind of called out Pretty Deadly, basically. And then they were up in the platforms. That's where it was. Talk about a bunch of nonsense. I think Wolfgang yelled at them. They ran down to the ring. They basically talked about making a deal, put the belts on the mat. Basically, like, if you can come and get them, then they're yours kind of thing. So they rushed down to the ring, hit the aprons. They yanked them over the top. They basically kind of beat them up, and then they regrouped at ringside a bit. And, it's obviously leading to a future match with them. I hope I hope Pretty Deadly doesn't win the titles, but that's just me. We got a couple promos after that. The next big match, though, it was the Creed brothers and Braun Breaker versus Jinder Mahal and Inder Shan. So that was a hell of a big six-man tag match. And Braun Breaker was perfect to pair with the Creed brothers, I thought, too. But hell of a good match, hell of a good battle. They all have history against each other. I thought it was great. I'm pretty sure it ended with Braun hitting a spear on Jinder. Took Jinder out on the floor. And then he pretty much, I think, speared Sangha, too. And then it led... I think Braun got taken out at one point, but I do remember Brutus went off the top rope for a cannonball, and that's what I call it at least. And then it did lead them up to the finisher for a pin in the win there. So Breaker and the Creed brothers win. Good match. Should have been the outcome too. So they celebrated afterwards, and it looked pretty good. But we did get a shot of Carmelo Hayes looking down from the rafters at Braun Breaker. So once again, fueling that title match of the future. We got a huge segment here, though, with Grayson Waller. He was backstage. We see WWE Hall of Famer and, the Vice President of Talent Development Creative, Shawn Michaels, too. And he's also with Matt Bloom. And Matt Bloom is trying to tell him that he doesn't need to go out there and be a part of Grayson Waller's shit and don't let Grayson Waller do this. So, pretty much Grayson Waller comes out for his show, very similar to The Miz's show. He's talking to him pretty much about how Shawn Michaels is a bitch, basically. And he has him out on the show. Here comes Michaels. Pretty much Waller says that 10-year-old him would be freaking out and being happy, but the current him is basically like, he wouldn't have been a Shawn guy. He would have been a Brett guy, I think is what he said. And I was like, ooh, shit.
I did hear about that.
And then he recalled, a couple things. Like, I think Shawn had a few digs at him being like, Waller used to be cool and they used to talk about blah, blah. And then it's like, I don't know. It was a good back and forth between the two. It obviously had build to like I think at one point Waller said that, you're only here and got your job because the last head guy had a heart attack or something. Like it was like being Triple H. So it was like there were a couple good digs. It obviously led to Waller being like, why don't you just take a stand and deliver and fight one more match with me and come out of retirement basically. And it's like, fuck no. If Shawn Michaels comes out of retirement for Grayson Waller,
well, Shawn Michaels came out of retirement for money, so.
Well, yeah. But anyways,
we don't need to talk about that.
Waller's not worth it. But my point is, in my opinion, we got something better than that because he teased and talked about the idea of, doing something special, but he's not the guy doing it in 23. Like I don't know. My thing is, it was pretty good. Shawn talked about, pretty much, he was like, I got a better idea, I think. And it was kind of the idea of, no, I'm not wrestling you, but my better idea is that someone else will. And who's that someone else? It's Johnny Gargano. And that I liked a lot because when Johnny Gargano got written off and left WWE for a while and then came back to WWE on Raw, he was attacked and killed in a moment that should have been more about Johnny saying goodbye, and it was by Grayson Waller. And that segment never got wrapped up whatsoever. So here comes Johnny Gargano, who is someone who does hate Grayson Waller, is someone who does respect Shawn Michaels, and is who Shawn Michaels could get to fight Waller at that event. You can even have Shawn accompany Johnny Gargano to the ring if you wanted to. I don't care. Make him special referee. I don't care. But I do like that we got something that they did a while ago, and they're paying it forward by being like, here's Johnny back on NXT.
It's that Kenny Omega storytelling.
That's huge.
And
up. Then, well, the big thing here is we got a huge match with Gigi Dolan and JC Jane. So that was like the first match of these two now since they've been fueling and there's no more Toxic Attraction. It was a hell of a good match. Both have good entrances. Both have good matches. Like both had good entrances. It was a good match. A lot of back and forth there. A lot of good. I don't know. They just basically beat the shit out of each other. They hate each other. You could kind of feel that they hate each other. I think JC Jane was kind of dominating at one point and trying to do as much as she could get the win, and Gigi Dolan kept kicking out. It was like fans kept rallying by her too, which I like that because I'm all for Gigi Dolan, and the crowd seemed to be behind her, and it kept getting two count, and you could see her getting pissed and frustrated, and so I think she hit her with like a neck breaker or something for another 2 count, and she screams and she's pissed, and then out of nowhere Dolan counters, hits the SOS for a pretty quick kind of a pin out of nowhere. And that's why, like, after the match, the pin kind of shocked everybody. And Gigi was celebrating. And then JC Jane attacks Gigi, gets a lot of boos, brings out a steel chair, wraps it around her head. And then we got the classic, 20 referees coming out to the ring to stop it. No, you can't do this and stuff, which is good because, save Gigi's face, please. But I loved it. It's leading to a round 2. These two could fight 4 more times, and I'm all for it. That was what they were giving off on you there. There was more backstage shit about the love story going on between Kiana and, what's his face, Josh Briggs. I think it's clear that there's some lying going on, some tomfoolery. Maybe she's cheating on him. I don't know. More to come on that.
Tomfoolery, you say?
Yes.
It appears to be on the rise.
We go back to the ring. Here comes Braun Breaker. We get a pretty good segment, in my opinion, between Braun Breaker and Carmelo Hayes, basically being like, I'm the him and you're the now, and we need to fight, and that's pretty much it. And so it's a big build. It's a big idea. It's Carmelo Hayes. It's Braun Breaker. It's for the title at April 1st at the pay-per-view. Is Carmelo ready, and is Breaker finally going to break? I don't know. But great promo, great build for the two. I want to see more of it, and I want to see Trick involved, and then I would love to see Carmelo win. And the thing is, for a heel who has a guy outside, Carmelo does win a lot of matches clean, and that's one thing I like. But either way, those two will be pretty much gold as they face off for the gold. We got another match, Joe Gacy against Andre Chase. It's the idea of Schism kind of against Chase U right now. The Rock's daughter's in Schism, for example. Who cares? Joe Gacy won. There goes Schism. That's the way I look at that one. I think Duke is finally pissed and out, maybe, of the thing, but I don't really know. So Chase U could be faltering, I think. They might be down. I think they should have given the titles a while ago, but what do I know? So, next week, though, we got advertised that Wes Lee is going to do another open challenge. However, he's being interviewed in the back, and then Axiom walks out and basically accepts that open challenge. So I'm pretty sure next week it's Axiom versus Wes Lee for the North American title, which should be a pretty damn good match. Now, the main event, women's title match, was Miko Satomura against Roxanne Perez for the NXT women's title. I'm not going to speak a lot about it, basically, but it was a good match. It was a back-and-forth match. It was pretty hard-hitting at times. The challenger looked pretty good, pretty game for the match. There were a few points where you thought maybe she'd win. Roxanne, to me, has to retain here. She did well. I mean, the crowd chanted NXT a couple times. The crowd did seem into it. There were a lot of kickoffs and kind of trade-offs, kick-outs, and a lot of trade-offs of moves towards each other. They went at it. I mean, there was a pretty big suplex, too, towards the end that dropped her on her head for a 2 count. That was Roxanne getting dropped on her head, but it was a 2 count. Back and forth again a little bit. There was a big move from her shoulders. Then, boom, Scorpio Rising, which is Satomura's finisher. But Perez kicked out at 2. Once again, we keep getting these kickouts. She rolls to the apron. NXT chants start up. We got a couple kicks on the apron. Perez fights back. Then runs to Satomura. Face first right into the post. Keeps the fighting on the floor. Boom, slams her back in. Throws her into the ring. Couple big strikes going on. Close 2 count. Perez gets her feet on the rope. She got her foot on the bottom rope there. I'm pretty sure. Maybe she grabbed it. I can't remember. Fans were kind of rallying now. Let's go Perez, kind of. And it led to her ducking the finisher and then rolling up Satomura for the pin and win. So she survived, in my opinion. She didn't win. She survived. So Roxanne Perez did win. Now, the big story here really kind of came afterwards, which after the match, she was on the ground. She looked exhausted. Roxanne won. Satomura was in the corner, kind of stunned and kind of waiting for, Roxanne Perez to get the belt and stand up, probably shake hands. And basically what happened was that instead of her getting up and shaking hands and everything, it basically was Roxanne kind of staggered to her feet. The ref held her hand in the air, and then she pretty much kind of like it looked like they were about. I think they were standing next to each other with the ref in the middle. And what I would assume would have happened would have been the idea that they're going to turn to each other, maybe hug, maybe shake hands. And instead, we get pretty much Roxanne Perez just falling to the ground dead, lifeless.
Yeah, I saw that.
it kind of was scary.
I thought it was legit at first, but
Well,
the way WWE kept posting it on social media, I was
It's
like,
not.
"There's no
It's
way."
got to be kayfabe. Here's what.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. They're playing it as maybe she got a concussion. Maybe she was taken to the max and was pretty much dehydrated, concussed. It really got me when Booker T got up because Booker T trained her. It got me when they actually put the oxygen mask on her because they don't go usually that hard. They put the neck brace on and they wheel them out. The fact that oxygen was used, Shawn Michaels came out. I kind of thought it was real. Other reason I thought it was real, I'm a Bills fan, and I saw DeMar Hamlin die on the field this year.
Oh my
So
God.
I'm serious. If a guy can get hit in the chest hard and accidentally die, I felt like, what if she did hit her head? What if it was a concussion? What if it was a brain thing? What if she got kicked in the chest right before it, and that hit her where the same spot was? I don't know. But what I think it was almost paying homage to is if you look at history, Shawn Michaels in the late 90s did the same thing in a match. He didn't win the title.
He also lost his smile.
No, but my point is he fell headfirst into the ring, and it basically was like an exact replica of a Shawn Michaels thing back in the day. So I think you're doing it now. It puts her over as a face. It puts her over as winning a very hard-fought battle. It puts her over as like coming off of a concussion or a big win. However, I just am also left confused because I don't fucking understand. If it wasn't real, why did you do it though? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why? Like, what's the angle from it?
I don't know.
The other woman's not even going to be around. She's not a main NXT person. She was brought there from not New Japan, but Japan in general. And so my thing is, she was brought in. She wrestled with her, then wrestled against her. Now she's done. What angle
Maybe
does
she's going
it?
to take a break, and maybe she's going to be a main roster call-up.
Maybe, but you can't call her up and then be like, she's dropping the title because she's dead and injured. She's on Raw. Like, no, you can't do that. Like, my thing is, she's also way too fucking young. She's won and her main rosterness is they made her dethrone the longest reigning NXT Women's Champion Mandy Rose, and she's a nobody and new.
Well,
that was her
because
win.
Mandy Rose.
I don't give a shit.
Naughty Rose.
They picked a newbie who is decently good in the ring and looks better than a newbie should, who is trained by Booker T, who's the goddamn announcer, and gave her the title
So
over
you're
other
saying
people.
It was sus.
I'm saying it's horseshit. I'm saying she's a good champ, but I don't know if she deserves it or not.
Jayden.
But she's building her credibility a little bit.
It was sus.
It was sus. Jayden?
Sus.
It was sus. But she's growing on me. She's doing well. She
Jayden's
has
in
the
another
look.
world.
She's good in the ring, but I don't know. It's a bold step for someone so fucking new. But my next point is, who knows? I don't know who else they got in the women's division in NXT. But there are more seasoned people. So my point is, she's doing great, but what does this do? I don't know. Maybe it elevates her. She overcame a concussion. Maybe it writes her off for a week or 4. Will they find a new challenger? I don't know. But I just don't get why or how or what's the point. You know what I mean? It kind of left me confused. And but it did what it did in one note. I don't know what just happened. A lot of people were very confused. Social media articles I read, because there was a real kind of, I don't know if it was real.
Realism.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
Then the second I saw WWE shared on their
Yeah.
Facebook page, I was like, yeah. No,
but
this
my
is
thing is,
kayfabe.
I also didn't see an X. I mean, I could be wrong, but I didn't see an X, which is a legit signal for
Well,
an injury.
I think that they're getting rid of the X. I think they have
I don't
new
know.
hand signals because
I
the
don't
X.
know.
Everybody knows it now,
I don't care. They do 2 things.
and they fake X's now too.
No. They do
sometimes.
2 things. Every time the ref checks on you, the ref grabs the hand.
Yeah,
If the
and
wrestler
then-
squeezes it, something's wrong. If the wrestler doesn't, it's fine. So
No,
that's
it's the other way around.
either way. The whole thing
But I know what you're
is, I
talking
still
about,
see
but
them
I'm
do
saying-
it, and
yeah, I'm
but
talking
I've
about the
seen
X,
I've
though.
seen the X's recently within the last 6 months to a year.
I've seen it, but
So-
they've usually been fake recently.
I don't know. I would just be surprised if they got rid of that, because I think that's a universal symbol in wrestling that something is wrong. Because you can't just he can't radio the back and be like, something's wrong, and then like they're not gonna run in the back and be like, something's really wrong, and then run back out. I don't know. Maybe they will, but maybe the other thing is, to your point, not every X is real, but it's still the universal sign. But my
Yeah.
point is, if you look at the footage, I honestly don't believe there was one. But the next thing is it led people to be like, I don't know, what was it? And that's the one thing I liked, is because you don't often get a thing in WWE where you're wondering, is it real or not? It's kind of usually pretty simple to figure that out, even with a little bit of research. But it was a good, I don't know, you want to call it a pay-per-view, but it was a good good
Yeah, it was a
event.
pay-per-view. It just took place on a regular night.
Yeah, it was a good event.
WWE's probably
Um,
just trying to meet contractual obligations.
I'm going to shut up and do some useful things right now and also let him talk about AEW because I'm also tired.
Buddy.
And it's still like, I don't know. I feel like I'm sitting in South Africa right now. This is warm.
Well, yeah, we can't turn on the fan because it'll mess up with the audio.
I know. I only turned it on for a brief moment and then turned it off.
So we're
I'm
gonna
go stick my
start
head in the
off.
freezer.
We're gonna start off with AEW Dark Elevation. Pretty interesting this week.
Jayden and I are
And
gonna
I was wrong. The first match
the buried
last
alive
week was
match
not
in ice.
Vicky Guerrero's last week. This week was Vicky Guerrero's last
He
week.
does. We're at his house. He has a phone charger.
Yeah, that's right.
Jaden's alive. This is the latest Jaden's been awake ever.
Yeah, but he's still not contributing.
He's
I'm gonna die soon.
Jaden's done more this podcast than he's done in the last 6.
It's true.
Jayden, right now, who's your favorite wrestler? Let everybody know.
If you say Juice Robinson, I'm gonna fucking murder you.
Say Juice Robinson.
My favorite wrestler is
Trying to get pistol whipped?
what? No. My favorite wrestler is Michelangelo from TNT.
I don't think he's a pro wrestler.
He is not. Video game wrestlers don't count.
I don't think he's in a
He's in yours. I'm pretty sure we fought as a turtle or something once.
He's in
But,
your game.
custom character.
He's a
That's
custom
what I said,
character, so
yeah.
now he's canon.
James is his favorite own.
All right, back to AEW Dark Elevation.
I'm just trying to get Jayden involved. I know he likes Dakota Kai, but purely because of how she dyes her hair.
True.
You would like Ruby Soho.
Yeah, he would also like Io Shirai. I think he does.
You like
All
Paige.
straight up how they dye their hair. And
So it was Marina Shafir and Nyla Rose with Vicky Guerrero. This was her last AEW appearance.
excuse me.
She didn't do it, thank God. Versus J Rod and Sandra Moon. I believe Sandra Moon is a very buff woman. She, they did the Giants thing where Giants collide and, they refuse to go down for each other. Type of stuff where they just collide in the ring.
Yeah.
It was an alright match.
Big men do big men things.
Marina Shafir and Nyla Rose won. Obviously, because these two girls are.
Yo, it's funny you
say.
say Marina Shafir. There's a U.S. skater, skier, I think, a U.S. skier named Marina Shafar or Shafire or something.
Oh, wow.
Very similar name or Shrifin or something. It's a very similar name that always makes me think of her. And meanwhile, she's married to Roderick Strong and is ex-MMA. This girl is a U.S. Olympic most decorated fucking skier. But they have a similar last name. Like, it's like Maria, and then Shafrin and Shafir.
Have you hit that yet?
Like 3 times, and then now it's new and
What?
fresh.
I've
shit.
been waiting
I just
for you.
remembered something.
What?
Yeah, no shit.
I forgot I looked into my pocket. Oh shit.
What?
I can't divulge this information
Whisper it.
on televised broadcast.
Whisper it.
Jaden's up to no good.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole portion is getting cut out. Jesus Christ, Jayden.
No, everything can stay in, I think, except for the fact that Jaden's up to no good.
By no good.
Jaden's a heel.
By
Jaden,
no
Sebastian
good.
and I are faces, and Jaden's a heel.
I'm just doing tomfoolery. That's it.
That's his new word.
Tomfoolery.
Jaden's a troglodyte.
Jaden,
No,
Just like Juice Robinson.
No, I'm not. I'm a troll.
What did you say? Oh my god. You cannot say that.
What?
I apologize. Chris has gone off the deep end.
I'm tired.
Next match was Brian Cage
St.
with
Patty's is
Prince
getting to me.
Nana versus
Just trying
Rob
to do AEW
McKnight.
stuff.
This match was uneventful, so I'm skipping it. Next was douchebag Juice Robinson versus Titus Alexander. As you,
I just dropped the ball and got it.
What?
Robinson won. Hit him with a DDT for the win. Next was Sky Blue versus Layla Gray, the Chicagoan we do like.
Oh my god.
Phenomenal
Sweating.
match.
I'm sweating during the podcast.
Sky Blue won. And then the final match of AEW Dark Elevation was Christopher Daniels versus Cole Carter.
Christopher Daniels made quick work of him, and it was a fast elevation.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Next was Ring of Honor Women's Champion Athena defeating Brooke Havoc in a proving ground match. So that's what Ring of Honor you have to beat. You have to win a
Oh,
proving ground
Athena's the
match.
champ in Ring of Honor?
Yeah, she's the women's champ.
That makes sense. So she jumped ship and went over there, and she's a champ in Ring of Honor. I kind of like how if you're AEW, you can wrestle in Ring of Honor or in AEW.
Yeah,
And they're both like real like main event type.
Well, what I was
know,
saying with her
talents.
is I think she's doing a lot of the AEW because she wants to jump ship.
You mean Ring of Honor?
No, she's doing a lot of AEW matches.
Oh.
So she wants to maybe she's gonna drop the title. Because after the match, Willow Nightingale came out and she confronted her, and Athena just left.
Where do they come up with some names in wrestling?
I think that's her actual name.
Where do they come up with some names when they birth kids? That's a whole nother podcast.
Jayden truly is a troglodyte.
Jaden's
Oh
just
my god.
Next was Lance Archer versus
Ugh.
Jack Bane.
Jaden's a jag
This
off.
match I didn't really care for. Then it was Evil Uno versus Lee Johnson with Cole Carter.
I want to point out one more time when Evil Uno fought John Moxley and bled through his mask. That was some fucking crazy
Yeah,
shit.
his mask is still partially damaged.
But I think it was the idea of mask. Usually, masked people don't bleed. The concept of mask with blood was just kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It was fucking
Reminded
nuts.
me when Great Khali crushed Rey Mysterio's head.
That also fucking nuts.
Yeah. And
When I was
Evil
younger, it
Uno-
used to that shit used to be like, he's really dead this time. Like that used to like get me, dude. Like dude, no, think about it. Like you could actually rewind sometimes and you can see flat out like, dude, the Big Show hit him in the face. It
Yeah.
probably did knock him out. So it's like you can tell the realness. But as a kid, sometimes that stuff used to get me because it would be more like, dude, how did they fake that? They can't really fake that, Dad. Like you know what I mean?
Uno ended up hitting a senton. It's crazy for a man of his size. I love it.
He's small.
Uh,
Shit, right? He's very unathletic.
And then Johnson tried to kick out, and then Uno hit him with a pile driver, and he won. And that was Dark Elevation. We'll move on to AEW Dark. We'll use this as the transition.
You could turn AEW into a drinking game. Every time someone bleeds, you drink.
Alright, AEW Dark. It was Sky Blue and Milo. And I think that's how you pronounce her name.
I've never heard of her. It would either be Milo or Milo, probably.
Milo, I think.
I feel like Milo's a dog.
Sky Blue ended up hitting her with a super kick and then hit her with a flatliner and she won. Sky Blue's gonna face Ruby Soho on Dynamite. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Then it was Brian Cage with Prince Nana again versus Bad Dude Tito. Another burner match as well. I'm gonna start calling these useless matches. Not gonna focus on those matches. Next was Lance.
Enhancement matches.
Sure. Okay, if we could sure that they're being enhanced. That's what we're gonna call it. Next was Lance Archer versus Cody Chun and
Yeah, I
Guillermo
haven't seen
Rosas.
Archer in a while.
He had 2 matches this week.
I think he was injured for a minute, and then I just don't think I've seen him on AEW for a while, though.
Probably.
I liked him.
Archer, I believe Archer ended up winning. Yeah, he ended up winning. He hit Rosas with a short arm lariat for the win. Next was Konosuke Takeshita versus Jack Cartwheel. I remember this one because
His name is Jack Cartwheel.
Yeah, I did it.
Jayden, can you get my Coke out of the fridge?
It was hilarious.
Future potential sponsor.
Taz and Excalibur died laughing because he started off he did a bunch of cartwheels in the ring, and then they were just dying laughing. They're like, "Oh, he really commits to the what do I forgot what it was called?
Persona?
Yeah.
Character?
What do they usually call it though? Like WWE terms.
Gimmick?
Yeah, they're like he really commits to the gimmick. It was hilarious. Konosuke Takeshita obviously won. This cartwheel dude was literally a joke. Takeshita, former WWE.
His name's a joke.
Ring of Honor dude, Next was Willow Nightingale versus Zoe Dubois. Willow Nightingale won. Athena tried to come in and sneak her hit her from behind.
Sneaker. I was like, where's she sneaking her into?
No.
It's like
Willow
Jayden
Nightingale
doing
ended up ducking out of the way though, and then Athena ran left with the title. They face off on Ring of Honor this Thursday. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. And then next was AR Fox versus Ryan Nemeth. Like I say, AR Fox is a good wrestler. Ryan Nemeth is alright. It's a good match though. And that was AEW Dark. Now we could talk about Dynamite.
Yep.
I said it in the right order for once. You guys heard it.
Yeah, I don't remember how Dynamite kicked off though.
One second. I'm gonna drink some of this Monster. Possible future sponsor. We always love to, keep our things out there.
Jayden, who would you like to be sponsored by?
Cheetos.
That's true. Cheetos? I've never seen someone eat more fucking Cheetos than this kid.
This kid's diet is like entirely Cheetos and fucking.
No, it's Cheetos, Flamin' Hot Cheetos, and then maybe a tad of Red Bull.
And whatever 7-Eleven fruit is available.
Or fucking strawberry milk.
Yeah, that's it.
Motherfucker loves Nesquik strawberry milk. Future potential sponsors. But no, for real, Cheetos. I've never literally seen someone eat Cheetos the way this man eats Cheetos. Dude should be the fucking Cheeto guy.
Jayden's the new Chester Cheetah.
Yeah, he should be. I was gonna call him a cheetah. That's what it was. That's what he is. I'm a fucking idiot. I called him a leopard. But
A leopard.
I was like, he's the leopard guy, or he's a cheetah.
So AEW started off with Orange Cassidy versus Jay Lethal for the AEW All-Atlantic Championship.
That's what it was.
Which it is no longer called, I believe.
Well, no, it
as
is
the
right
Dynamite.
now. It is right now. It still is. I think it is. I think it's not changing names till the pay-per-view or the weekend show.
I don't know.
Because he's defending the new title that night.
Yeah.
So maybe it's now changed. I don't know the rules.
No,
Well,
maybe they didn't say anything, but we're just talking about outside.
Rest in
industry.
peace, All Atlantic Championship.
I was telling Chris about this earlier. Funny enough, this is part of a Shazam crossover promotion.
Because they did promote the movie.
I don't understand how changing
Shazam.
the title name has to do with the movie Shazam.
What is it, the Shazam title?
No, it's the
I think it's the international or something.
international title.
The international championship or the international...
Yeah, but this is a
Wrestling
great match.
Championship.
Jay Lethal's still phenomenal wrestler.
I thought Jay Lethal was going to win, not going to lie.
Yeah.
Great back and forth. Those two in the ring are
Orange
awesome
Cassidy,
together.
a miraculous healer, I guess, considering that this was only 2
It's
days.
the orange juice, dude. He's freshly squeezed every day.
It's because he doesn't care. He doesn't stay injured because his bones just don't care to be injured.
Yeah, He's Jayden would be Orange Cassidy if he was in wrestling, I think.
But after Orange Cassidy still
he does
won.
half of his match with his hands in his pocket.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
He's great.
After the match, Lethal distracted Cassidy and the ref, and then Jeff Jarrett shows up.
Yeah, fucking guitar to the knee.
Yeah, guitar to the knee. Taz even said it. I think that's the first time he's ever seen that actually happen.
I've never seen a guitar not hit someone's head or back.
Yeah. Painful.
Probably did fucking hurt in theory.
Yeah.
In Austin, I'm gonna start saying that.
Douchebag Juice Robinson had a match, and he
drink every time you hear Juice
for
Robinson.
some reason, he wants to claim that he's part of the
where's
Bullet
the
Club still. I don't have. So Juice Robinson came out and hit. Actually, my bad. I kind of skipped a little bit because I hate Juice Robinson. Ricky Stark was out, and he was like, "I defeated Jericho." And I don't know what's coming up next. Like, I'm that dude, and I don't know what my future holds, but I know what's going to be good.
I don't know.
Then Juice Robinson came out with his Iago voice.
Juice!
And he was like,
I'm Juice Robinson.
Yeah, and like, he did the Bullet Club thing. He was wearing some Bullet Club merch. He was technically Bullet Club in New Japan, but I don't think he can rep that in
Probably not
AEW.
anymore. Probably not now, not that he came back.
Yeah, so interesting. I hate him. Then there was Wardlow was talking with Tony Schiavone talking about the real life incident of the douchebag that broke into his rental car and stole the TNT championship after Wardlow went through hell to get
real
it.
TNT championship.
Yeah,
That's
fuck
crazy.
that guy.
Dude, what's up with AEW getting their belt stolen? Chris Jericho
That happened to
stole
Walter
that Longhorn.
when Walter was the NXT
the
he was the
European
NXT UK champion.
Yeah,
he
you're
had his
UK.
belt stolen.
his
out
got
of his gym
returned though
bag.
too.
Yeah, it got returned, but
They returned it?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
or he got it back. I don't know if they returned it, but he somehow did get it back. But I remember Walter had his,
no
but
way.
it was the same scenario: broken into the car and taken out of his wrestling bag or something.
I was gonna say, there's
And
no
Chris
way.
Jericho over me laughed because it was at a Longhorn Steakhouse.
Yeah,
Shout out
just
to Longhorn,
unfortunate,
maybe
though.
future sponsorship. Maybe.
Unfortunate that the night you win the title, that happens to you, though. Talk about the highs and lows in life and careers.
Yeah. Talking about that, we're gonna skip a little bit ahead because while we're talking about it, I want to talk about what I believe happened. So we're just gonna talk about this match out of order. Wardlow did defend his title.
It was the main event against.
Oh yeah, it was the main
Hobbs.
event. We're not going to
Because he
talk
cashed
about
in
it.
the Sonic
We're
ring.
not going to talk about it right now.
Yeah, he cashed in. It was Sonic Ring Hobbs against.
Well, it wasn't a cash in. He had
winning
win
the face in the Revolution Circle thing makes you win a match.
It's why we're going to get to it. The main event is humongous. So after the Wardlow had his interview with Tony Schiavone, Ruby Soho was with Renee, and Ruby was trashing AEW homegrowns. And she blames the fans that booed her when she was Britt Baker, calling them fat neck-bearded trolls. She should have called them troglodytes. Yeah, so Soho gets jumped. My phone just tweaked out with my notes. Give me a second, guys. Okay, my bad. I'm scrolling back down to where my notes are. My phone just tweaked out. So then it led to Ruby Soho versus Sky Blue. Sky Blue is just all over the place. If you ever listen to this podcast, you told him about the.
He's never seen it, and he's the biggest Sonic person I know.
So yeah, it was Sky Blue versus Ruby Soho. It was a great match. Ruby Soho came out with the win. After the match, Soraya and
the new and improved
Storm
evil gang of Ruby Soho and Tony Storm and Soraya.
Jayden would like Ruby Soho. Jayden
would like all of them. Google all of them. Soraya, Ruby Soho. Jayden has no cell phone. He's done. He's a youngin with no technology.
Paige said he was done with Moxley after the Texas Death
too.
Match. If anybody wanted a piece of Paige, he would take them to hell. And then Tony Schiavone had an interview with FTR.
FTR, they're back, baby.
Yes, sir.
Best fucking tag team ever. Well, maybe not ever, but best.
They've held tag titles in everywhere they've gone.
I think
they're up there.
They're the definition of tag titles.
Yep.
What if oh man, imagine if FTR jumped ship at WrestleMania and took the tag titles from the Usos, proving that they really are the best tag team. That'd be fucking amazing.
That would be cool. What if WWE does the cruiserweight?
FTR used to be in there.
Yeah.
In WWE.
You know, like they did the cruiserweight thing. They had cruiserweights from all over the place.
A tag team.
Yeah, like a tag team cup.
Nuts, dude.
And then that could be WWE's way to say okay, we're willing to work with other promotions.
They would probably
for certain
ban
things.
AEW from being in there or something.
But what if they actually work together?
That'd be like the biggest.
I think WWE is actually about to be sued about the whole contractor issue. They're not independent contractors if they can't work at other, places. But Jade Cargill was with Renee.
She's the new Goldberg of the world.
Yeah.
53-0.
She's just talking about some whack ass Canadians.
I don't know. To me, there's no woman to beat her unless you actually put Britt Baker or Soraya.
There's this pretty big, pretty buff girl out in Impact, and we'll talk about Impact later. I don't remember her name at the moment, but I will remember it when we talk about Impact. I believe if she leaves Impact to go to AEW, she could definitely go against Jade Cargill. She's built like her, built like China big. I feel like they would have some pretty good matches together. Is it?
Yeah.
Wow. But my phone just tweaked out and my notes got messed up for a second. Let me scroll back up. Fuck, my bad. Sorry guys, my notes got all fucking screwy. I'm on it. That's hilarious. Chris.
Well, I know we were at the part of FTR getting interviewed.
It scrolled all the way back to AEW of last week, and I was like, "Wait, what?"
Whoa!
All right,
yeah, we were on FTR being interviewed.
No, we finished that. We were talking about Cargill with Renee.
Oh yeah.
They're talking crap about Canadians because they're gonna be in Winnipeg next week, and then next was AR Fox and Top
and then
Flight.
Natalia debuts on AEW and wins it.
That'd be hilarious. But it was
who's a Canadian wrestler? I wonder. Is there anyone in AEW?
Daniel Bryanson.
First of all, Bryan Danielson. Secondly, I think he's from Washington.
Is he?
That's America.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
I thought he was from.
No,
Canada.
sir. I'm rarely wrong at this. I bet she's from Washington.
I don't know. Anyways, next match was AR
Fact
Fox
check.
and Top Flight versus Jericho Appreciation Society.
Yeah, I do like that they're going to use that as like a trio now, because they should. JAS. So we're going to have trio battle. That was epic. Let's just fast forward to the winner and what happened after.
Yep, Jericho Appreciation Society won.
Yeah, and then when they called out the goddamn House of Black, and they
Darius
got
stumbled
the elite.
into the Judas effect. That was hilarious.
They got the elite.
Yep. Kenny Omega said he was tired of Jericho, but then Don Callis came. Malachi Black then came out too on the screen, and he says they all deserve to be humiliated in their hometown next week. So I think we're gonna have a title match next week.
Well, and here's the thing. Love it. House of Black pops up. House of Black ain't backing down. Those all in the ring is a hell of a fucking match, dude.
Yep. Then Tony Khan came out and said that Orange Cassidy and Jeff Jarrett will go for the All-Atlantic Championship, but it will be the last defense of the title. In conjunction with Warner Brothers Discovery, the title will now be referred to as the AEW International title, in association with Shazam, Fury of the Gods, of course. Very corny. Then Bryan Danielson talks about he wants to go home. As we mentioned on the first Ring of Honor episode, he was called out, so I believe that this was actually a call out that he's going to be leaving AEW for a while to return home to Ring of Honor and lead that brand in its new era. Then after that was Jon Moxley and Claudio Castagnoli versus the Dark Order. Did you watch that match, Chris?
Who?
Jon Moxley and Claudio Castagnoli
Oh, yeah.
versus Dark Order.
Oh, yeah. They won.
Yeah.
Good tag match there. And then they kicked the shit out of everybody.
Yep. Hit him with the artichoke.
Led to
Dark choke.
Hangman Page running out.
Yep.
Who said he was done with him, right? But he's not.
Blackpool Combat Club. I'm sorry. A very strong stable.
Yeah, that's a hell of a group of wrestlers.
Yep. Then the Acclaimed with Renee Paquette, Angelo Parker, and Matt Menard came to help out too. Menard, the Acclaimed joined the Jericho Appreciation Society and got a couple laughs there. Then it was Falls Count Anywhere for the AEW TNT Championship with Wardlow versus Powerhouse Hobbs. This was the main event. So, going back to what we were talking about earlier, unfortunately Wardlow had his rental car broken into after the pay-per-view, and somebody stole his wrestling attire and the TNT Championship belt. So, we're going to fast forward a little bit before we talk to the match. I'm going to speak on what I believe happened. I think he got punished. I think, unfortunately, they used him they made an example of like, hey, like this is becoming an issue where our titles are being stolen. We've been lucky to have them returned in the past, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. And Wardlow dropped the title to Powerhouse Hobbs.
And my boy.
Yeah,
He just won it literally 2 days prior.
I think it literally was just a punishment. That's the only thing. Like, 'cause Powerhouse Hobbs is good. The match was a good match. I think it was a good way to handle the stipulation since Wardlow didn't have his gear, obviously. So the Falls Count Anywhere definitely made it more entertaining. But I don't know. I don't believe AEW did all the hype with Samoa Joe and that huge storyline just to have him drop it to Hobbs the next, aired event. I feel like it was definitely related to him losing the championship belt.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, I have a stuffy nose right now. I'm gonna skip the pre-show because Impact's it's only like an hour and a half long, so the pre-show match wasn't really important. But it started off with a recap. Show the Bullet Club versus the Motor City Machine Guns, main event from last week. And then it would set up a segment for later tonight where Mickie James would defend her knockout championship against Giselle Shaw. But Bully Ray came out for a promo talking about what he did to Tommy Dreamer at No Surrender. Ray claimed that everything that they saw after like the event on social media was incorrect. And then he said that he wasn't actually challenging Tommy Dreamer to a busted open match. Santino Morello came out and he was like, I'm the director of authority. We're gonna change things. So he made the match for Dreamer official for Impact Sacrifice pay-per-view. So that's gonna be interesting. You know, to see two ECW legends have a busted open match. I'm assuming that's Impact's way of saying first blood, because probably WWE has that trademarked. We're gonna skip this. This part wasn't really interesting. Santino Morello also had a match for Bully Ray, since he was out there talking smack in his promo. It was Bhupinder Gujar. I really suck with this dude's name, but he won because Bully Ray lost by DQ. Bully Ray just destroyed this man. But Tommy Dreamer came down to make the save. Dreamer went for a Death Valley Driver, but then Marsha Slamovich, the Russian girl that fought Mickie James at No Surrender, came out and hit him with a steel chair. Then Mickie James came out and started attacking Slamovich. There's a weird promo with the PCO, the Frankenstein guy. He was in a desert calling out another wrestler.
About that guy, yeah.
And then Josh Alexander was backstage, and then he was talking about Rich Swann, and then they're gonna actually be partners at Sacrifice, which is interesting because they just fought for the Impact title at No Surrender. No Surrender. Then there's going to be a third partner for the match, but Alexander declined this guy. Their third partner is going to be Frankie Kazarian. Huh? Yeah.
Frank Kazarian and Christopher Daniels used to be a tag team.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be an interesting tag match. Josh Alexander, Rich Swann, and Frankie Kazarian. Next was Rhino with Heath versus Callahan with the Design. Callahan's like this weird cult leader, and like Rhino was upset with him because he said that the cult leader was trying to say like Rhino's violent, talk crap to him. So Rhino ended up like challenging into a match last week. This match was very crappy. I'm not gonna talk too much about it. But Rhino won. It just wasn't that interesting. Then Fandango, Dirty Dango or whatever the fuck his name is, was talking to Santino Morello backstage, and then they were talking about how he wants to fight for the X Division Championship at No Surrender. Then we had a bunch of garbage like filler stuff. Moose came out and talked to Joe Henry. They had that digital, the dot combat match that we saw before.
Yeah, I watched that one.
Yeah, so their feud's still going on. Brian Myers attacked from behind, leading to Moose and Myers beating down Joe Henry. The Bullet Club were talking backstage. They were walking backstage with their titles and Kenta, and then they walked up to Josh Alexander, Rich Swann, and Frankie Kazarian, and they were talking about their six-man tag match that's going to happen. Then Kushida defeated Jonathan Gresham for the I can't I don't know if I'm gonna show you a clip of it later. He won by submission. It's called a flying hoverboard lock, but I feel like that's one of those like Impact has to like make up a name for something because WWE probably trademarked what it's more popularly known as. Just gonna skip some more boring crap. Then it was the Impact Knockout Championship, the title defense, Mickie James versus Giselle Shaw, with Jay Vidal and Savannah Evans. This match was alright. Mickie James was really trying to save it, Alright, the biggest issue I have with Impact is that Mickie James is a really good talent, and sometimes I feel like it just goes to waste. Like, she's too big of a fish to be in that pond. Right? So
I don't know. I was
Mickie
reading something
James
else.
really tried her best to save the match, but
Yeah,
like,
something
I feel
about-
like she's too big of a fish to be in that pond. Like,
Okay.
she keeps having
Yeah, I
these like
understand.
matches with these subpar wrestlers to me.
Yeah, so why don't they put her against better folks?
I don't know. I don't really know too much about the Impact Women's division.
It
I don't
also
know if
just
there
could be
are
we-
better folks.
Yeah,
She could
maybe
probably-
she's
been the knockout champion for a while.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe she's like the best of the best there, and that's
Yeah.
why it's hard to not like. There's no one on her level, probably because she should be in WWE still.
Yeah, but WWE just can never use her right.
No, that's why she's not in WWE.
But yeah, so that was Impact. Next was Ring of Honor. We're not going to talk about MLW or NWA because I unfortunately didn't get to watch them this week. Dude, I didn't even know that you could watch Lucha Underground. My bad. So yeah, Ring of Honor this week. This is the second episode, of the Tony...
Can you plug mine in too?
Yeah. I have become the gatekeeper
the
of the
charge master.
charge.
The Charge Master.
Yep.
Where's Digger?
He's knocked out.
I wondered that myself. Where is?
He's over there.
Oh, he's behind me?
Yeah.
Oh, I just hit the fucking fan. Oh, he's like curled up on his blanket behind me, like nose deep into the wall, sleeping.
Yeah. He's weird. So yeah, second episode of Ring of Honor started off with the Ring of Honor World Ring of Honor TV Championship defense, Samoa Joe versus Tony Deppen. What better way to start off your second episode of a new era than have a TV title defense, Samoa Joe's been the Ring of Honor TV champion for a while now just because they've been off the air. So I think this is a great, beginning to like the new Ring of Honor, and it sets up some beef for Ring of Honor Supercard coming up later this month. Jeez.
Sorry, Seth Rollins is taking over.
Deppen ended up missing a lot of his attacks. Chris is playing with my toy gun.
Nerf action. I'd be Bobby Lashley's manager.
So yeah, this match was it was not that good.
I've always
They
wanted to
should
be
have
a
been a main
referee.
event match, and they should have done better.
Ref school.
Samoa Joe retained the championship. Then entered Mark Briscoe. Mark Briscoe said that he wants that Ring of Honor TV championship. It's his destiny.
Singles push.
And Joe says that any day he can fist fight a Briscoe is a good day. So I think that was...
A dig, because there's only one Briscoe left.
No, it wasn't a dig. It was an honor thing.
Ah.
I'm down. So I thought it was cool. I just thought it was stupid to have kind of like a filler match, like between him and Tony Deppen. Like,
Well, you probably need to defend the title on the second episode, and secondly, it'll be like his birth into his singles career now that he, is a single guy.
yeah. Well, and later on we will mention it, but they do make some announcements about what's going to happen with the Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships. But then match 6, we had a great one. Ring of Honor Pure Championship Defense. Wheeler Yuta versus Timothy Thatcher.
Oh, yeah. Thatcher is a good wrestler, so good
Yeah.
technician. I mean, that's
Was he WWE too?
NXT, yeah.
NXT, yeah.
UK and NXT. Yeah, and I think he might have been on WWE briefly because he was with Riddle for a moment, or he was in a tag team. But
Shout out to Riddle. He has been medically cleared to go for a while now. I think they're just waiting for a story reason
After
to bring him back
WrestleMania.
on the air.
yeah, after. But yeah,
But so I will talk about that match real quick, and then after Ring of Honor, we'll talk
SmackDown,
about
that's it.
SmackDown.
and we're done.
Did you watch Rampage?
No, I didn't watch Rampage, and spoiler alert, I only watched the first part of SmackDown.
Oh, I will be talking about SmackDown. I watched all of it.
Yeah, because I didn't watch it Friday with work and other things, and then I got busy Chicagoing it up yesterday. St. Patty's, Green River dying. If you've never been to Chicago, died to River Green. It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
St. Patty's goes hard here.
But so they started off with a very aggressive code of honor. Like they were.
Lucky Charms, Kellogg, future potential sponsor.
Like it wasn't just a regular like handshake.
Hornswoggle, you're welcome anytime.
But Thatcher ended up putting Yuta in an armbar, but Yuta ended up getting a rope break. And he ended up getting like multiple rope breaks throughout the match. Yuta reversed out of the armbar and got on the ropes, hit him with a one piece, and then an ankle pick by Thatcher. But Yuta ended up crawling on the back of his elbow out of it. Thatcher ended up hitting him with a single arm DDT, and then Yuta ended up getting out of it and then hitting a senton on him. Went for a pinfall, but only got a 2. It was a great match. Pretty much it came down to Yuta catching Thatcher in the face with a strong fist, and then he locked him up in an octopus hold, and Thatcher had no choice but to tap. So Wheeler Yuta defended his Ring of Honor Pure Championship, kept it very pure still, followed all the regulations of that. And then the next match was the Aussie Open versus Tracy Williams and Rhett Titus. This felt like another... it felt like just a generic AEW tag match. It did not really feel anything special. Then match 8 was Eddie Kingston versus Ben Dejo. Or Dejo? I don't know how you pronounce that. Eddie Kingston won, and he grabbed that mic, and then he started calling out Claudio again. Claudio actually responded this time. And then he, Kingston starts talking shit. He's like, Claudio hasn't fought a day in his life, and he should fight Kingston right now. Claudio says a man with honor will never be a champion. Says a man without honor will never be a champion as he walks away. Yeah, Eddie Kingston wants it, but Claudio's just like, nah, you're not gonna disrespect what Ring of Honor is, pretty much.
Yeah, I like that.
And then the next match was for the Ring of Honor Women's Champion, Athena versus Willow Nightingale. Over the last 2 weeks, we talked about them a lot. They've had a lot of beef on Dark, Elevation, and Main AEW.
Yeah, that's true. I've heard her name a lot. Also, one of WWE's biggest losses is Cesaro or Claudio Castagnoli.
Yeah,
they didn't use him how they should have ever.
No. But we know we're out of the Vince era, so hopefully, from here on, better days.
Yeah, if I was him, I wouldn't go back. I'd be like a pissed off, koala bear. But
so Athena ended up keeping the title. It was a great match.
New question. It used to be called the Cesaro swing. Is it now the Castagnoli swing? Is it the Claudio swing?
I don't remember.
Is it the Swiss swing?
I don't know.
Is it just the swing?
I don't know what it's called.
Find this out for me. Dig deep.
You look it up while I read. I have to read my notes.
Jayden, look it up.
It was a great main event. Willow still came out looking strong, even though she lost. She kept attacking Willow after the match outside the ring. She even threw the referee. She hit her with a double running knee on the steel steps.
Because I was going to look up something. I even yelled fact check, and I can't remember what I was going to look up. We were talking about something earlier. I was going to have Jayden look it up because I forgot.
No,
I plugged my phone in instead. We were talking about something, and I was like, I'll fact check that. I'll look myself up because I told you something. Look up where Daniel Bryan's from.
Oh. Well, as we know, we were transitioning from Ring of Honor to SmackDown. We'll figure out where Daniel Bryan's from.
Yeah. Where's he from?
Whatever that is.
Told you, Aberdeen, Washington.
Oh.
Whatever that is.
Jayden's
a geographer.
They don't teach geography in high school anymore, I guess.
Well, they also apparently don't teach reading. Whatever that is. He just didn't want to say Aberdeen, Washington.
Yeah. But, we'll get into SmackDown, and then after SmackDown, we will have a title defense for our podcast championship.
And that's it, folks.
Last time there was a definite upset. I defeated Jayden by putting him through a table.
It was bullshit.
Chris was upset, so I gave him a rematch.
And that was also bullshit.
And I destroyed him as well.
That was also bullshit. A suplex for the pin
I
after
Spartan
hitting me with
kicked
a
you through a
bat.
table, Jayden.
Yeah.
But since you're alive, you're actually going to play.
He doesn't know. Jayden's in his own world.
What is that on top of it? Shout out to Monster Orange Dreamsicle. This is like an amazing flavor. You had orange ice cream?
Yeah, that
tastes just like that. Sorry about that, guys, and we're back. So SmackDown, they ended up looking at what happened at Monday Night Raw between Sami Zayn and the Usos. Showing everybody how Sami got super kicked. They were in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Hell yeah.
Paul Heyman came out of the black SUV with the tag champs, the Usos. Jey Uso asks where the tribal chief is, and Heyman just looks at Jey, then hugs him. Aaron says the tribal chief is really proud of Jey, and so is Heyman. Jey said that the tribal chief let the tribal chief know that he's here whenever he finds out where he is. Heyman walked off, and then Caleb Braxton came up and started asking Jey why he turned on Sami. Jey just pretty much said that he needs to stay. Well, everything he needs to say is pretty much he'll say in the ring later. So then, started off with a great match. It started off with a fatal 5-way to determine the number one contender.
Yeah, that's what it was.
To the WWE International AEW got me messed up with International, man.
I believe it's the WWE Intercontinental Championship.
Intercontinental Championship. It was between Xavier Woods, L.A. Knight, yeah. Karrion Kross, Sheamus, and Drew McIntyre.
Why was it Xavier and not Kofi?
I believe Kofi's injured.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he hurt himself in the LA Knight match.
Interesting. But yeah, that's the match I started to watch, and then I kind of quit.
Everything
else will be
crazy.
News for me, so I'm interested. I would obviously, so here we can play a little bit of a game. I would pick Drew McIntyre as the winner.
Wait, you want to put the gameplay on, like the simulator?
No. What I'm saying is,
you need
I
to
don't know what happens
guessing.
the rest of this time. So I would pick probably Drew or Sheamus, but it obviously isn't going to be Xavier Woods, nor is it going to be Karrion. I just don't think that makes much sense. So I think it's one of the other three. I want LA Knight, but I'm going Drew.
Well, let me just go over the
It
match.
wasn't an elimination, was it?
No. It was just a fatal 5-way.
Cool.
So Sheamus and Drew both ended up going at for Cross and Knight. Then Knight and Cross started attacking from behind.
I do remember how this ends.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight to the end because the end was crazy. It was a double finish, so Sheamus and Drew McIntyre pinned at the exact
Claymored
same time.
LA Knight and Sheamus broke kicked. I think it was Xavier Woods.
Yeah, it was Xavier Woods.
And then they each pinned each other as the guy counted down, which is to me the perfect ending and setup for a triple threat Intercontinental title match, which will be a fucking banger.
Yeah.
It'll be amazing. Like literally Gunther, Sheamus, and Drew. I have no idea who wins.
Yep, and then so after they went to commercial break, then they came back. Drew and Sheamus were arguing back in the backstage, and then the Brawling Brutes had to separate them. Then they did a little video package about Rey Mysterio being the first announced for WWE Hall of Fame 2023 class. And that was the moment where I realized Chris was right.
Yep,
because
for weeks.
Rey said he wasn't going to fight Dominic unless he retires. And what better way to retire than being inducted into the Hall of Fame the day prior?
After beating your son's ass.
I don't know. I think he's going to lose. I think they're going to put Dominic over. It'd be crazy. Imagine the heel heat he generate.
True.
Retiring
so true.
his father.
Especially if he comes out in a fucking lowrider like Eddie Guerrero. It's WrestleMania.
Yeah.
They do big entrances, dude. That'd be nuts.
Yeah, I'm calling it now.
And then, oh man, and he comes out with Vicky. Oh my god, dude.
Yep, that's gonna be crazy. So the Judgment Day interrupt, and then, they're talking smack to Ray, and then Dominic keeps like talking shit to him, and then, so Santos Escobar, Zelina Vega, Cruz del Toro, and Joaquin Wild came out. And they were like, they were talking shit to Judgment Day and like, you gotta respect Ray, this and that. And they were like, Adam Pearce said, do we have a match later tonight? But let's have the match right now. So they end up fighting.
Did Selena fight too against
No,
Rhea?
so Rhea was just on the. Well, they ended up like fighting on the outside.
But so they were both on the outside.
It wasn't like an intergender match. It was just they were the managers and they ended up fighting.
Should have been intergender.
WWE's too afraid.
That'd be the only two factions
I
possible.
see Matt Cardona punch a woman on Impact. Why can't we do the same on WWE? Give it the times, WWE.
And now we're banned.
Listen, China's over here manhandling people. So,
Oh, I thought you meant the country.
no, the wrestler.
I was like, no, weren't they flying balloons? Like,
Oh my god. The Judgment Day ended up winning. He keeps calling it. Oh, Dominic hit the wildest line. He said, "I should have been Eddie's son."
oh,
Dude, I was like,
that's a huge setup for Vicky coming out with him at
Yeah.
WrestleMania.
bro, I'm telling you.
Also, I love all the factions in WWE now. It brings you back to the old days.
Yep. Then Braun Strowman and Ricochet were warming up. They announced that country singer Jimmy Allen will perform America the Beautiful for WrestleMania on Sunday. Then Charlotte Flair was in the back talking to Adam Pearce, and then they were talking about how they feel bad for Adam Pearce with all the bullshit he has to go through. And she's like, I need a match.
I love Adam Pearce.
Yeah.
If I wish I was Adam Pearce. I get to talk to Chelsea Green and Carmelo all the time. I get to make
I
matches.
hate my life having to talk to those two.
Oh,
But
that'd be
Charlotte pretty much said, I want a match for tonight. It's the lead up to WrestleMania, and I want to put on a show for my fans.
Heyo.
Next was Viking Raiders versus Braun Strowman and Ricochet.
Ooh, that's an interesting matchup.
Dude, so the Viking Raiders got on the ropes like several times and were doing like crazy moves.
Yeah, the one dude does, Ibar.
Yeah.
I hope Strowman and Ricochet won.
No, Viking Raiders won. They destroyed them.
Absolutely stupid.
Braun Strowman tried to, where he does the charge around the ring.
They're once again misusing Braun Strowman.
He did this.
They're
No, I think it was good. I think they're gonna push. I like to push for Viking Raiders.
I like that they're making him seem badass and stuff, but like right now, until you free up the tag titles, it's all irrelevant.
I think they're also punishing Braun Strowman for his personality
ways.
outside of WWE.
Maybe
All the heat he gets himself into on wrestling Twitter. Oh, dude, that just reminded me of a funny line from Taz in the AEW
like
Dark.
A mini Braun.
He was talking about, he's like, I'm tough. I survived Twitter, and I'm on wrestling Twitter. That's just wild. I was like, Taz,
I'm on wrestling Twitter.
Excalibur may have gotten Announcer of the Year, but I think he got that because Taz motivated him.
Yeah, Taz is the real person. And let's be real here, one announcer of the year should only be awarded to the real announcer of the year, and that's Pat McAfee.
Nah, dude, Excalibur's pretty good.
Pat, we're only a like away. Pat McAfee for mayor.
Yeah, the Viking Raiders won, and then after the match, Eric, Ivar, and Valhalla, their music hit, and they just started posing in the middle of the ring. Then Imperium confronted Adam Pearce, and Gunther was like, "Hey, you motherfucker, you don't know how to do your fucking job, dumbass. I said contender, not contenders." He's like, "Now I know my English ain't the best, but I know singular and plural."
Why does Gunther sound like that to you?
Well, I don't like his generic Nazi accent that they gave him.
You can't say Nazi.
I can say Nazi. That's WWE pretty much like admitted it when they were trying to trademark Gunther's name as like some Nazi guy.
General Gunther.
I don't remember what his name is, but Gunther.
It was Walter before. There's nothing wrong with Walter. I don't know why they ever changed it.
Because they were gonna make him into a Nazi, and then they realized how dumb of an idea it was.
Yeah, it's bad.
But so like Adam Pearce was like, all right, so what they're gonna do is that next week it's gonna be Sheamus versus Drew McIntyre,
No way.
and the winner of that will be the sole challenger at WrestleMania.
I hope it ends in a double count out, a double knockout. They each Claymore and Brogue each other at the same time and get knocked the fuck out.
But next was Shotzi versus Charlotte Flair. Shotzi came out of her tank. I think Jayden
He would
love
like Shotzi. Look
Jayden,
up Shotzi Blackheart.
WWE.
Look up
No,
Shotzi
no.
Blackheart.
Vince McMahon said no names. She's just Shotzi, all right? There's no Blackheart anymore. No, Jayden. Vince is coming for you now.
I fuck with the bird.
Then look up Dakota Kai. Dakota, and then Ka or Kia or Kai.
But yeah, Charlotte Flair ended up winning.
Io Shirai, I-O, and then
Rhea Ripley came out to try and intimidate her. She beat Shotzi with the figure 8 is what she calls it.
Space and the rest.
Chris,
What?
she calls it the figure 8, right?
Oh, when she bridges, yeah.
Yeah, so she hit.
It's the figure 4, and that's how she innervates it. What is it called? Innovated it
Yeah.
into the figure 8.
Oh, it's 1:30. I gotta go.
Well, it's really 12:30, but we're daylight savings time.
Yeah, and we're almost done with the podcast.
Oh fuck yeah! Oh.
But yeah, Charlotte Flair won. Rhea tried to come out and intimidate her. She still won, and then it led to the
Page. Paige.
It led to the segment with the Usos and the Bloodline. Jimmy declared that the Bloodline was back together, and in your city, Jay, the fans kept chanting Sammy, and Jay said everyone is asking why he did it, why he betrayed Sammy like that, and he said Jay switched roles with him for a second, and he's like, what would you have done? And it's true, like, we help our family members when we need to, we do stuff like that, and I don't know what I would have done. I think he made a very good point. Like, he's not saying he's back because he wants to be part of the Bloodline to be a Roman. He's saying he came back because his brother needed him, because if he didn't come back, his brother would have been fucked. So I thought it was an interesting way of saying it, showing that he's still, like, he could possibly be with Sammy, but he just doesn't want to put his brother through that.
Yeah, but he also attacked Sammy.
Yeah, but he did whisper something to Sammy before he attacked him. It could have been like, hey, we're going to have to sell this.
Hey, go back to Canada.
Could have said that too, who knows. But yeah, so he's just, giving his explanation, and then,
He could have said, they took our job.
They took his job. But then Jimmy says that now that they got rid of the Sammy problem, they only got one problem to get rid of. And they said Cody. And then Cody Rhodes came out to his adrenaline. Yeah, my soul. The
adrenaline.
Cody
a
Rhodes
neck
song.
tattoo. What?
So they Sami Zayn suddenly wait, my bad. I kind of skipped ahead. My bad.
Wow, spoilers.
Jimmy warns Cody if he gets any closer, he won't make it to WrestleMania because they'll put him on the shelf. And just like that, Sammy came from behind and with a giant fist. No, he came from behind though and started attacking.
Which one?
Jay.
Whoa.
Yeah. Not Jimmy.
And
Jay.
then what happened?
This is what I was alluding to earlier. They took it to the crowd. Cody Rhodes couldn't get his dress shirt off, so he was like kind of fighting weird in the crowd. It was hilarious. But then, Cody and Sammy were left in the ring, and the tag titles were left in the ring. Jimmy and Jay were forced out the arena.
Interesting.
So maybe they're alluding to maybe Cody becomes the ultimate
Triple
face
champion.
of WWE. He becomes the WWE champion. He becomes the Universal champion. He becomes the WWE Universal Undisputed, whatever the fuck, tag champion.
Or it means that Roman wins, Cody loses, and then it's Cody Sammy takes on.
That'd be
the
very
Usos.
whack. We don't
That's
talk
suck
about
dick,
that.
Yes.
We're knocking on wood. That's not happening. And yeah, that was SmackDown.
SmackDown.
So, we appreciate everybody that came out and, came out through this extra special version of the podcast.
2 for 1. 2 weeks. One
yeah,
podcast.
2 weeks, one podcast. We
3
appreciate
men and
you
a dog.
guys. I think we're up to 27 subscribers right now.
30-ish roughly. We're about 100 views or 200 views on the first vid.
I think total we have like 800 views on our channel.
I think 4 out of 6 videos so far over 100 views. We got a hell of a lot of action on the Facebook page. It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
But thanks to everybody who cares about wrestling, who cares about us, and who listens to the bullshit that we talk about.
Yep. So
shout out to Felix.
Yep. Shout out to Felix. Shout out to Tony.
Shout out to Marco.
Nothing But Cakes.
Shout out to Nothing But Cakes.
Yep.
Shout out to
Jayden for staying alive to the end. And
Jayden has never been awake this much in his life.
Champions.
He has never stayed up this much anytime I've ever seen him ever in my life.
Not even at work.
Yeah, no, for real. Anywhere. I don't think Jayden has been up for this amount of time ever in his life. Except school, maybe. And there's no even guarantee of that.
Yeah. But for those of you that aren't interested in seeing the title match for the podcast championship, we'll see you guys next week. And for those of you that are, a little bit interested in the podcast championship and
or just video game wrestling in general.
Yeah, video game wrestling.
And absolute bullshit that
probably
occurs.
one of the last 2K22 matches we're going to play. I think 23 comes out this week, so...
A one-time champ, a two-time champ, and a no-time champ.
Yeah.
Tigger doesn't even get to play. He doesn't have opposable thumbs. It's wrong, but we were working on it.
Yeah, who knows? I might find a potion to turn.
Let's slap a title belt around him. That'd be great.
I might be like Wilfred.
Wilfred.
I love
be
that
funny as
show.
shit. You make Tigger a real human.
Yep. But so yeah, we'll see you guys next time, and I'll get this match set up right now.
Burn it down.
Oh. Hey guys, we have everything set up. We're gonna be playing for the podcast championship. Jayden's not playing as his custom character because we need to unlock some of his gear.
Oh,
So,
that's what it was. Yeah.
for the next podcast, I will have that done, or maybe not. We might just remake our characters in 2K23 if it's out.
Yeah, it's my character, Sebastian's character, and it's Jayden playing as Simpy and Ross.
Yep. Jayden doesn't look amused.
I think he would if he understands what I said. All right, Jayden.
Retro.
Buttons up.
Yep, Jayden, we're about to start.
There you are,
Jayden's in
Jayden.
there. We're skipping everybody's entrances.
That's fine. I want my title back. I'm pissed off. Jayden wants to win the title. That's what we're wrestling for, Jayden.
We're gonna have it made one day, or for real.
That'd be dope.
So this is a Hell in a Cell match, Jayden. So this is also like a no DQ match. Jayden can use weapons. You know, it's the first one to get a pin. There's a triple threat, so there's no teams.
Wow.
Code breaker.
Hell yeah,
snap.
Jayden. Way to go. Hit triangle.
Are you telling me to hit triangle?
I forgot who was supposed to hit triangle.
Trying to lay out Chris.
I'm trying to set up a table.
Well, I'll set up a table, alright.
Good, because he who sets it up goes through it. I literally let you powerball me because I don't know why I didn't hit triangle. I saw it say do that, and I just was like, I'm going to sit here. Oh, leading the table, what a bitch.
Oh no! Oh snap! Chris with the reversal.
Yeah, he goes for the same.
Jayden's trying to get a weapon.
Jayden got a sledgehammer in the ring.
Oh, I thought that was you who brought it in earlier.
Oh.
Oh no!
And he's dead. Oh!
Yeah, you're not getting a pin that easily, brother.
Jayden, I'm going for the pin.
No, you're not.
Oh, I can't even get back there.
Jayden, just run at the ring.
Just hold L2. Chris, can you show him how to get in the ring?
Well, he just hit me somehow. Well, you just brought me back in the ring. Here.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh.
You told him the wrong thing.
Oh, sorry. Be double teamed over here, jeez.
You're the champ. That's how it is. Jayden's having a seizure.
Ooh, that flash, dude. It always gets you.
Bray Wyatt.
Dude, my guy's like fucking dying on the ring post over here. Oh no, Chris.
Psych.
Oh no. What the fuck was that? Are you Superman?
Damn right I am.
Super kick.
And then hit R1, Jayden. There you go.
Big boot to the face.
Nice,
Oh,
Jayden.
snap.
So, like, to do, like, grapples, hit circle, and then do the up buttons and stuff. So, like, square and X will kick people, but, like, hit circle and then go, like, up and down and stuff, and that'll do things. When it tells you to hit, like, R2 square, do it, or R2 triangle, do it. And then when it tells you to, like, hit triangle, do it.
Try to get it with the surprise roll up. Chris trying to become Superman again. Oh wow.
Stay down. bitch.
Picking on the champion. Oh, I think Jayden was going for the pin. Nice try.
Jayden
but
almost
too
gets it.
early. Almost gets it. He got one.
Champ's getting a little rocked over there.
Wow. I got up just to get hit in the head by someone else.
Oh, shit. This could be it.
No, that's not fair. You're going to take Jayden. Now he doesn't even know what to do. Jayden, there's going to be a bunch of buttons on
No,
your
this
screen.
isn't a submission. This isn't a submission.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Jayden, get ready to spam X. Spam X. Spam X, Jayden.
Oh, 2 count. 2 count. Chris Rhodes is straight fist.
Oh, why doesn't he get off? Fucking pussy ass bitch.
Jayden's mad at himself.
I'm gonna start saying slurs.
Jayden, whoa, calm down. It's not Call of Duty, bro.
Bro, I'm tired. I'm mad. I wanna go to bed.
Oh my god, I can't even
I was
do
going
a
to counter
signature.
it, but it didn't matter. Oh.
I'm never going to get to do my signature.
Oh, Jayden's just on one right now. Fuck, Jayden's figured shit out, too. Jayden spam X.
Oh, wow. Jayden, get ready to spam X. Triangle, 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 Jayden. Oh no. Jayden, spam X. Spam X, Jayden. Spam X.
No!
Yes! Oh, Jayden. Dude, Jayden might come and win, dude. He's learning.
Oh, shit. Jayden hit R2X. I countered it, though. Well, I'm just getting fucked no matter who attacks me right now.
What the fuck was my character doing right there?
Jayden's interfering with every move that's going. I think your character's pissed that he keeps getting interrupted trying to do moves to me. Oh, Jayden countered me. Oh, fuck.
I'm just getting wailed on now. I thought this was a submission for a second.
Me too. Jesus!
Dude, man, my character does look like he's getting pissed.
This is... Oh, Jayden has smashed on the ropes. Jayden's doing big things. He just keeps running. Oh, I'm fucking up Jayden. Oh. Oh, it took the ref out.
No way, dude. Oh, okay, I was about to say.
Well, I guess he recovers fast. So I don't know. Does hitting triangle help you outside when you're stunned?
No, you just gotta like spam your buttons and hopefully it goes down faster. Oh wow. What are you, Jayden?
Oh God, dude.
Jayden,
Jayden's gonna take this.
if you put the stick down, that's how you pin. So next time you knock Chris down, you could do that and you could try to go for the win. We get ready to spam X or triangle. Spam triangle, spam triangle.
Oh! Can't coach Jayden in this.
Wait, you were coaching him earlier.
One lucky punch.
Jayden, spam X, spam X.
Oh! You hit the ref. Smash it out, you're just countering everybody. No! Oh! No! He just did the cross jacket on you.
Jesus.
Dude, how did you just... Stay down, asshole! I was gonna, if you just pinned Jayden and left me there and won him with my finisher, I would have won irate.
That would have been perfect, but I knew you'd get up too fast. What the fuck was that, Chris?
I was trying to catch you off guard doing something I would never do because it made no sense.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Jayden, go for the pin! Go for the pin! Oh, Shane needs to go for a finisher. I don't know, Jayden. Circle O. Up, down, left, right. Spam X. Get ready for triangle, Jayden. Triangle.
It's too late.
Triangle. Triangle. Oh, no.
Do I retain?
I don't know. I just got unstunned.
Please, I'm so clogged.
I don't know. You should have just went for the pin.
Can Chris survive?
No, I'm not good at that. So, I mean, that was an easy win. I didn't deserve to be the one pinned or touched, though. I should have beat Jayden 6 times. That's bullshit.
Hey, Jayden put up a very scary fight.
Another cheap title retain.
How is that another cheap title retain? I literally beat both of you.
That's all shenanigans.
Jayden
knew what he was doing half the time.
You out.
Jayden stopped like 6 finishers I had going on you because you kept punching us.
Jayden knocked you out, then I finished him, and then I tapped you out.
That
was an instant.
If I had competent finger tapping like that, I would have just kicked out. It would have been easy. It's a battle of finger tapping, and you win. Nope.
Do you want to?
No.
All right. So that's been all. We appreciate everybody that came out. We will see you guys next time.
And I attack you after the match with a foreign object.
Chris is just mad because I am.
I'm mad because
still
it's bullshit.
The podcast champion.
I'm mad because
we'll see you guys next time.
Jayden.
What's up, guys? It's your boys, and we're finally back. We apologize for missing last week's episode. There was some issue. Jayden's alive.
Jaden's
unfortunately.
alive.
Okay,
Say hello,
we have to
Jayden.
restart it.
Say hello,
Jayden.
Jaden.
Oh, come on.
You watch YouTube. You know we can't do anything stupid within the first 30 seconds of the video. We won't be monetized.
Wait, for real? Ask me the first 30 seconds?
It's 30.
Probably a minute.
It was originally 30, but I know they changed it recently. So let's just not do anything stupid for the first 5 minutes. How about that?
Let's restart back.
Yeah. So we're at 8 minutes, Jayden. So you can say something stupid at 13. Yeah, right. Yeah, 13. All right.
Oh, you need the date?
No, well, yeah.
NXT last week would have been 20. Oh, because Wednesday?
20.
No, it would have been the first.
No, it's on Tuesday.
Oh, it's on Tuesday?
Yeah.
What used to be on Wednesday then?
Never. NXT Tuesdays.
Wednesday.
It was the war with AEW, but they weren't on Wednesday.
Was AEW originally on Tuesday?
Maybe. Was NXT on Wednesday?
No, it was Wednesday. NXT was on Wednesday at one point.
I don't really
Because
remember.
I remember, because then everybody was like,
It
"Oh,
always followed-
AEW's winning the wars."
Yeah,
then
but it
it's
was
like
the war against
the war
AEW.
against the WWE's indie show, pretty much. So it's like
I mean,
it was a weird
I
way
didn't
for
think
them
they
to
aired on
manipulate
the same.
statistics.
I didn't think they aired on the same day.
They did. I remember.
Then I personally believe AEW used to air on Tuesday.
Then yeah, so it
Because
was,
I think the NXT's always followed Raw.
okay.
I think.
No, because NXT Roadblock was on Wednesday this week.
Nope, it was on Tuesday.
Was it?
Yep.
Oh. That's also weird. They're calling it a PLE, but it happened on a regular day.
They do those weird ones where they make it like a big name normal NXT day because they have like title matches. It's not a pay per view, but it's big enough to be I think advertised as one.
So it's like a WWE in your house.
Yeah.
Were you around in your house? Because I never watched any of those because obviously I wasn't born yet. But you're a
I
little
mean,
older.
I'm old, so
Were you? Because were you Attitude Era like when you were?
I was a little young.
Or were
for
you
it, but I
New
was young.
Generation?
No. So I mean, I was born in '89, so I think I started watching
Oh
wrestling.
no, so yeah, you're probably
Yeah.
because New Generation's early '90s.
Well, yeah. So that's what I mean. Like I remember I started basically watching it like late '90s, like '97, '8, like when I was probably like 7, 8 years old. So I probably watched it from '97 or '98 until now. Because 2000 to now would be 23 years.
I
That
took a
makes
break
sense.
during the early 2010s.
And then
Funny enough, when I took a break, my sister was apparently enjoying WWE because I gave my mom my PS3 because I had a PS4. And I was at my mom's house this last Tuesday and this last Thursday, and I was looking at the PS3 games and I was like WWE 2K13, WWE 2K12. I was like, I wasn't a WWE fan for the 2Ks until like recently. So I was like, where did these games come from? Because like I'm pretty sure the last WWE game I played was like the SmackDown versus Raw until I played 22. Or no, I think WWE gave away 2K16 maybe for free on PlayStation for 1 month.
Oh, no shit, really?
Yeah, I think I own 2 WWE games right
Yeah.
now.
So, anyways, last week's NXT.
Before we get on to that, starting probably next week, I think, we will no longer be playing on 2K22.
Oh, you're gonna get 23.
Yeah, I'm getting 23, and I'm getting on a PC so we can do mods and we can make the gameplay a little bit more interesting in the background.